Earth. Mine are about like I have this. My favorite one right now is this one that shows it's like two sides, and one side is it's these two webs, right? It's these two webs, and the central point for the left and the right one is like Western medicine or allopathic medicine, and then like the other side is like the healing web, right? And I've just been, it's on my wall now. And I'm like, I just keep reading new things on it. Where like, I thought I was into like health and healing and shit. And then like, there's so many things that like these modalities that I didn't even like, I don't know, you know? I mean, I'm just, shit, aren't we all just trying to figure this motherfucking, like, how do we exist out here on this flat plane where everyone knows that this shit's, you know, I mean, like, they know it. They do all know, right? All right. I'm just been looking for my weed, and that's what it is. So, nice.
Is Orion still there?
No, he dipped. He's like, that dude. And I called it in the beginning. I was like, how many people can I run away right now?
No, I wanted to call him out about when I was talking about moving Earth to get lithium. He says just like dried up lake beds. Like, okay, so if we have
Wait a second.
like, what the fuck is a dried up lake bed? You tell me you're not moving Earth if you're moving the Earth around a dried up lake bed? No, hold on, I'm still talking.
I'm not saying it's not hard on the environment. I agree with you. I acknowledge that the construction and disposal of lithium batteries is out of the. I'm not in denial of that. I was just simply saying it's not mined in exactly the same way as regular iron ore typically, or mercury or whatever.
No, but if that's where you get it from, then you would encourage monetarily for more lake beds to become dried up as well.
That's what it sounds like to me.
No, hold on. That's actually not physically how it works. Like, you got to understand, so this is a geological thing.
I bet that.
Who's talking?
You are about dry lake bed enthusiasm.
All right, so yeah, I was just saying, as far as I know, it's just a natural phenomenon, a natural geological phenomenon of how when a lake exists for a long period of time, and then eventually.
What kind of a resource do you think we have of dried up lake beds?
Like, I'm not finished. I didn't finish talking.
No, we're not. He's telling about it right now. I'm trying to ask you follow-up questions before you've even finished. That's rude of me as well. Continue. All right. So the lake beds are compromised of this.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I guess I should go back and touch up on it, but I researched this just on my own time for fun, because I was thinking about building an electric vehicle when I was younger. And the thing is that with as far as I know, the way that it works is with natural geology, and certain minerals naturally reside in certain places after certain geological features shift from one stage to another. So when a lake,
just remember that my weed is above my coffee. I know, but I need just my weed's above my coffee mugs. Now we never have to deal with that whole search thing I just did. Thank you.
Dude, you kind of sound like you need to learn how to hit the mute button every once in a while. You speak your mind all the time.
Yeah. Right, so like, how do I be like a normal person?
I mean, like, just hit mute and listen to somebody else talk for just a minute, because he was trying to have a conversation and explain what his perspective was, and you interrupted him the whole time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when a lake exists for a long time, and then it turns from a regular lake into a dried out lake bed with sort of typically maybe a higher altitude, or I'm sorry, not altitude, a higher elevation or whatever. Like, again, geology, the earth changes gradually over long periods of time. Anyway, the point is, most of them, 70% of the world's lithium comes from South America. The reason why is because South America just happens to have a lot of these lake beds that have a naturally large amount of lithium. So when a lake goes from a lake to a lake bed, really large one, hot and dried out, It's just that is one particular mineral. By the way, it's a mineral your body actually requires. It's an essential nutrient, by the way. You can't live without lithium. And this mineral that we use to make these batteries, it's mined, from these lake beds. It just happens to coat the top few inches or so naturally in large amounts. And this is basically one of the few ways, and as far as 70% of the production of lithium goes.
Very funny. We once again just strip mine Africa for resources and pretend like it doesn't matter because it's in Africa.
I'm not saying it's good for the environment. I'm just letting you know how it functions.
We don't know how to grow those resources. We can't.
Although, to be fair, though, I think it's actually other parts of the lithium ion battery production process. I think it's other parts that you should be much more concerned with. I think the actual mining of the lithium from these lake beds, I think that's one of the least.
How about the disposal? How about the disposal of lithium?
Yeah, exactly.
The mining and the disposal are both extremely toxic to the environment.
Well, I know. No, I'm not saying that the mining is. Like, it's more problem. Like, you gotta understand, most of these lake beds, like, there's no plants or animals or people living there anyway. Hardly makes any difference.
Do you dispose of them in Africa so we don't have to worry about it?
Actually, that's another thing that was mentioned on the radio recently, is that I guess like some, I don't know if they were junkyard owners or what. I can't remember exactly the final detail who was just complaining or something, but like basically here in Oregon, there's a problem where a lot of like junkyards are basically stacking up batteries from electric cars, but there's no way for a lot of these, I guess maybe at least the Teslas or something, there's no way to, maybe it's not just them, but it's a lot of them, they have no way actually set up to recycle them. So they're literally just stacking up in junkyards with no way to do anything with them. Electric car batteries here in Oregon. At least I think that's the case. That's what they were talking about. Something along those lines on the radio.
But doesn't that just like go along with the recycling hoax? I mean, like, it was like 15 years ago or something. It was something crazy when China stopped accepting our trash to be recycled. So like there's nobody. They still go and collect your recycling though, They still give you the two separate bins, the green one and the blue one, right?
So am I to understand that Lou's a tree hugger now?
Probably.
He's like, shame on you, Orion.
No. I'm not a tree hugger by any means, but like, dude, when people who push an agenda are hypocritical, like, it bugs me. I will throw it in their face.
Well, I don't recycle as much as I used to, but I still try to recycle metal, like aluminum and steel and such. It's like, it just seems like it makes the most sense, right? I mean, isn't that like of paper, plastic, and metal? Isn't metal like the more valuable and most detrimental to mine for? Like, doesn't it make most sense if you're going to recycle anything at all, recycle the metal, right?
Look, it's not like I'm at war against the earth. No, I want people. Look, just any responsible person would want the earth to be clean. They want to drink clean water and they want to breathe clean air, right? Like, it doesn't take being a tree hugger to want that. But when they start selling you a whole change in an economic system everything moving towards electric based off of the lithium batteries and fucking technology that they claim comes from space. No, I'm not a fucking fanboy of it. Go and suck that faggot dick.
Technology that comes from space. What are you talking about?
I said that they claim comes from space. You know, they fucking
very eloquently put there, Lou.
Yeah. I just want to say that you know what makes a really good fuel? You know. All right, I won't interrupt. I thought it was funny. All right.
Interrupting is my job. Don't make me be unemployed.
That was awesome, Lou.
It was pretty good. It was pretty damn good.
Oh, hey, but there's nothing wrong with mining, for minerals. I mean, this earth is a gift to us. We were made for this earth, and it was made for us. So, but
what about? All right. So what about whenever it's Santa's elves are the ones that are working for the earth? It's like Earth Corporation that's now made little children, which we just had an elf ritual, right?
No, sure. No, I'm not to say there should be like people should be careful what they're doing if they're
there should be no
contaminating drinking water for local people.
Doesn't work ever. We should handle this shit and fucking dude. If the Amish can look at the Amish, were they affected by propaganda, or did they just keep rolling on their shit until the eventual legal battles come?
I got a meme for that. Believe it or not, I was just looking through my memes earlier.
I'm just saying, we're getting back to a conversation we were having earlier. We were talking about suicidal and you actually own your land, you don't have to pay property taxes, some ways that we can actually exit the system, right? Then we wound up back to where all of our weird conscious haterism just shows up out, and suddenly everyone's scared to go do it, and it's weird. It's just weird. Whatever. I'm gonna shut up. Remember when one wheels were taken? Oh.
Hey, I had an idea. So I've been saying this for a while. I've been thinking this for a while that, I advocate, and I would, especially at least if I had a lot more money, I would probably do this a lot more, what I'm about to describe. But I advocate for people to live a lifestyle where they, if they're comfortable and they choose technology, to live with technology, use technology by all means. But at the same time, simultaneously, to have a lot of the same hand tools and various pieces of equipment and such that a typical Amish person might in fact have, so that if for some reason or another the electricity doesn't work, or for one reason or another the gasoline doesn't get to the gas station anymore, or whatever this or whatever that, etc., this or that, the food doesn't get to the grocery store anymore, you have at least the hand tools available and the skill set available to restart society from the ground up technologically and in other ways. And so what I was just thinking though is that when I was growing up as a Mormon or whatever, I was part of the Boy Scout program. I was a Boy Scout. I only got to first class until my parents quit or whatever, and so I never got to an Eagle. What I'm trying to say is that the Boy Scouts are really great and everything, but what I was just thinking is, what if you had a program that's like the Boy Scouts program, except instead of being the Boy Scouts program, it just does what I just described, which is you just go to a place where there's a bunch of equipment that Amish people use, and you just simply learn to use it and know where it is and acknowledge that it's there, and then be like, hey, yeah, this is a fun outdoor activity, and at that point in time, when you're going back to your house or your apartment or wherever you live in your community, if the grid ever goes down, you won't be completely and totally helpless and defenseless and clueless. You know what I'm saying?
In some ways, I think Boy Scouts is grooming for the military, because I was in Boy Scouts, and there was a lot of people that joined military if they really went far in the Boy Scout program.
It's grooming for the officers club and the Marine.
Sure.
Yeah, it's grooming for like, hey, this is don't tell, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some other stuff that happened, you know, not to me, but been other people that, like, even in my local area where some of the
Is that
Boy
how you got your high pitched
Scouts.
voice?
No, but I mean, seriously though, there was some abuse, you know, from some of the scout leaders and stuff. But that's
I
and
saw
it's,
that.
and it's not the I'm not the only person that was in a group like that. It didn't happen to me, but I heard about it later, and I didn't realize, you know, that one of our leaders was actually abusing some of these kids. You know, it's weird. And it's just like weird. I was raised Catholic too, and I didn't experience the abuse there either. So it's just I guess I was just lucky in that.
I don't know. I didn't either, but I did have like a dude tell me that like some dude that was in charge. I don't know. I hate it. It's not my
Well, I mean, like in Boy Scouts, I mean, it happened to be one of my scout leaders. You know, he never, you know, did that to me, but he did some other kids in the group. So I didn't find out 2 years later. So, you know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. What a quinky-dink.
Yeah. Well, it's not a quinky-dink, you know. It's just like
that's my point. Shit, I was just trying to let reality make its own point. I wasn't even trying to argue shit. But yeah, all right. Shit. Yeah, no, I don't know where I put my weed pipe, and that's frustrating.
Yeah, it is.
You know, I mean, I wish that my weed pipe was like just right next to me. Why does it need to be like behind a coffee pot in like the second shelf dimension? You know, that's not. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't. I mean, I understand why I do it, kind of, but it's also seems pointless.
I ain't gonna lie, me when I was in Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, man, I had a really great time. We did camping, and they taught us how to build fires. And
Hell yeah, but I mean, isn't that what your dad is supposed to be for?
well, I didn't have a dad growing up. He died when I was 2 years old.
All right, I agree with you that, you know, too many dads are dying young.
Yeah, I was one of the unfortunate people where my dad died when I was very young. I never knew him.
That sucks. Holy shit.
Yeah, it does suck, but whatever.
Wow, damn.
I always wonder, you know, what it's like to grow up, you know, because I didn't even have stepdad, you know, until after I graduated high school, and I hated that motherfucker too. But whatever. But I, you know, I didn't hate my dad. I just only knew what my mom told me about my dad, and she loved him to death, you know. And even some of the stories she told me about him, he was just like, why do you love him? He sounds like a piece of shit. But I understand, though. I mean, when you love somebody, when you love someone, you Yeah, she was so traumatized, and I was so young, I didn't even know the difference, you know. And so, but I, you know, I know that she loved him, you know. And I'm his namesake. I have his same name, you know. So I'm a junior. And yeah, I wish I would have known my father. Maybe I'll get to know him, you know, sometime in the future. But yeah. Hey, I'm still alive, still kicking.
I'm about to go outside and piss where it's fucking 12 degrees outside.
Is it? Well, it's -2 here, so.
Yeah, that's intense. But that's not that much. That's not that crazy.
Yeah, I just came in from smoking, and my hands are still cold. I just went out and smoked for 5 minutes, and my hands are still cold.
Well, I'm not gonna be out here that long. I'm out here pissing.
Don't make me top you again.
I know, Lou. I know it's cold as shit in Wisconsin.
My dog is out here with me completely naked. It's like fucking 12 degrees out here. What the fuck? Why am I out here? It's stupid. I'm just trying to take a piss.
Yeah, I've been chilling outside in fucking shorts and a t-shirt just to prove him wrong for the last hour, man.
I want you to go out there and take a picture and show it. All right, or take a video that's 5 minutes long out there. You motherfucker.
Welcome to
I'm thinking about firing up the grill, man. I'm thinking about firing up the grill. I mean, it makes sense.
At midnight, your neighbors would be like, "What the fuck is he doing?"
I'm gonna go out there in my fucking underwear, firing up the grill.
Not in Wisconsin, they won't. In Wisconsin, they'll be like, "Oh, hey, what's up, Lou?"
Like, I had to fire up the grill, and it's not warm enough in my house. See, I don't care who you are. When it gets down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit, it's cold everywhere. I mean, I don't care where you're from, man. It's still cold.
Yeah, my line is pretty much like, I mean, I don't know. It used to be lower. But about 10 degrees. Once it gets into single digits, it's like, fuck you. It's just cold. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's like the opposite. Like in Arkansas in the summertime, once it hits about 85, 90, it's just hot. And people are just like, oh, it's going to be 112 today. I'm just like, well, it might as well be 90 because it's hot as fuck.
Yeah, it works that way in the positives too. Kind of, yeah. Like, yeah.
Especially in Arkansas. Well, it's pretty humid there in Wisconsin too in the summertime, but it doesn't reach the like what we get in the southern temperatures.
Dude, bullshit. Dude, we hit 100+ temperatures.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
With the humidity. Yeah, it's pretty bad, man. Once you get like above like 70-80% humidity and it's like 90 degrees, it's just hot.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
No, that's why, like, in the region that I live in, we have the most extremes of anywhere on the planet. You're like, we go to extreme cold to extreme hot in one season. Like, we have the most extremes of anywhere, like, on Earth, pretty much.
Yeah, it's because of the not the trade winds. What's it called? Just like we're going through right now, the cold pushing from
the lake effect. The lake effect.
No, lake effect. Where he is in Wisconsin, you don't get a lot of lake effect snow, right?
No. Okay, like, you get more lake effect on the other side of the lake, but we do get. We do get
jet stream.
The lows. No, it has to do with the lows and everything. Like, they cycle backwards. They cycle backwards a lot of the time, especially during the winter. and so they'll drop a lot of like it when they get the lake effect. It's usually within the first mile or two of the shore, and so like Milwaukee at the freaking shoreline will get like dusted like all day long, and everywhere else will be like no snow at all. Like it'll be like, damn, like what the fuck happened?
Well, it's just like I was born in northeastern Ohio, which there's a lot of lake effect snow there. That's where like everything that happened in Milwaukee, like pushed across the Great Lakes, and then. But I moved to Arkansas when I was 10, so I barely remember. But when you get lake effect snow, that's why Buffalo is just like it is record snowfall almost every year.
Yep. I lived out in Rochester, so
Oh yeah,
not
so,
as close like Buffalo is to Lake Erie, but I mean, like all of that blows out to almost the middle of the state.
Right, it's like the cold pulls the moisture off of the lake and just dumps it on the ground. It's just crazy.
I remember in elementary school them teaching us like how to cross country ski in case of an emergency. I'm like 6 years old learning how to cross country ski.
Well, it's like you don't even want to ski in that kind of snow necessarily.
Well, it's the shuffling of the feet on that blade.
You know what? The thing when you're used to these northern climates, you got to make the most of it. When it comes to like having fun in it, going snowmobiling, going skiing, going snowboarding, like, there's a big difference between like having fun in the snow and working in the snow or driving in the snow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you go sledding with the family or, whatever. Dude, no, the snow is wonderful. The snow is so much fun. It's beautiful to look at. And so people don't realize how spoiled they are till they had it and they move away from it and they're like, oh my God, I missed that so much. Like
I do.
Yeah.
Well, I know you talk about snowboarding a lot, Lou.
Yeah.
I've never done it myself, but
like it's hard work learning. It's hard work learning, but like once especially if you've done it in like the Rockies and shit, like, oh my God, it's just, I don't know. It takes like a half an hour to get to the bottom, and you got beautiful snow, beautiful groomed trails if you want them. Or treacherous shit if you want that too. But like it's kind of one of those Zen peaceful moments. Like I don't get many of those in my life, but like the few that I've had, a lot of them came from, that type of that experience. Like right there, like just leaning into the carves and pushing snow, like just learning new shit. Going through the trees or whatever it is, like there's so much. I don't know. It just
can it be dangerous? Like you're going to run into a tree if you go too fast?
Yeah. Of course, there is a lot of danger involved. Yeah,
I've never done it. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, I've done sledding down a hill when you can't fucking control which direction you're going to go, and there's a tree right in front of you.
It's like, oh, this is going to hurt.
And you got to pull your legs up and just hope that it's nothing but inner tube that hits the fucking tree.
Yeah, the trees is a really dangerous situation, like, because they don't move, like.
No shit.
That's fucking funny.
Fucking trees, get out of my way.
Like Days of Thunder. This is gonna hurt.
Oh man.
See that tree?
That's why I love fishing.
Get the tree.
Fishing is less dangerous, but it's it can be. I mean, if you're boat fishing, you can get yourself involved in some. But shore fishing, I mean, you can catch some. Even if you don't catch anything, it's still fun. But it's better if you do catch something. But boat fishing, I love, but it's a little more dangerous. River fishing, lake fishing. I haven't done the. I've done a little bit of lake fishing, like shore along the shore, but river fishing, it can be. You have to pay attention, when you're, because what you do is you drive up river and then you float down and then cast out while you're fishing and stuff. But you still have to pay attention. It depends on the river and the height of the water and all that kind of stuff. But it's not near as dangerous as snowboarding or whatever.
So which part of the curvature do you cast out?
It depends on which type of fish I'm trying to catch.
Sorry, I had to.
I'll just play it too, man. Oh my goodness. No, but it's really, Lou, you've been on a 30-minute snowboard.
Oh, easily, yeah. In the Rockies, like when you go to like Vail, Beaver Creek, Keystone, like Copper or Arapahoe. I've been to all these places. Like, yeah, when you go all the way to the top, it takes like they have high speed gondolas that take like it's 20-30 minute rides to the top, and they're going like 45 miles an hour. And then so the ride down, as you're weaving around through people and trees and whatever else, and down the terrain of the mountain. Yeah, wow. They can take it going as fast as you possibly can, pushing to the bottom. It can take in excess of 30, 35, 40 minutes to get to from peak to the bottom.
It's exciting, bro. I bet it is, man. Holy shit!
And to do that is a lot of work. Like most people will take, especially on a snowboard, it's a lot of work. You're pushing more snow. So, like, typically, snowboarders will take a few breaks on their way down the mountain. But like
snow skiers can, ski, like doodle skis. I mean, it's a similar type of thing, right? Or am I wrong?
Skiing is. I started out skiing. Skiing is effortless. Like, honestly, like if you know how to ice skate, you know how to snow ski. Like, it's just. But that's on groomed trails. I'm saying, like, now
is snowboarding more like skateboarding, sort of.
Yeah. Snowboarding is almost exactly like surfing. And the best practice for it. The best practice for it is skateboarding. I would say, because skateboarding is like the hardest. You got the smallest board with the most impact when you fall, and you're not bound in, and you have to get extreme control of the board. Like, you have to really know that thing under your feet. So you can get good at that.
The snowboard, you do have control. You are strapped to the snowboard.
No, yeah, you are right. Snowboarding is easy compared to skateboarding. So
yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Skateboarders and surfing too.
I think skateboarders get the most injuries of anybody.
Well, yeah, because they're always racking their nuts and shit.
I know, they fucking do stupid shit. Just like, look at me. Hey, Ma, look. No hands. Woo!
Right. When you're strapped in, you can't rack your nuts unless you break your board.
I mean, you're strapped in with the skis too. I'm just like skiing. You're just kind of like you're trying to go fast, but you're trying not to kill yourself.
Skiers will still rack themselves if they try to fucking.
That's what I'm saying. You still have the tree problem in the
No, look, snowboarders. When it comes to like there's a lot of fun, but it's more on the extreme side, like the advanced like boarding. Like when you get into backcountry in the Rockies, and you're going.
It seems like there's something more that you can do with a snowboard than you can do with skiing.
Dude, you can do so much more just gnarly shit with a snowboard. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it seems that way to me. I haven't done it, but yeah, it seems that way. Just from what I've seen.
I mean, don't get me wrong, skiers can do some pretty fucking gnarly shit too. But
I love watching
Yeah.
those ski events where they do the long jump skiing and shit, where they just go like 100 miles per hour and just do these freaking insane jumps and shit. But those ramps that they jump off of are designed for that, But if you're in the wild, doing
dude, they got these cool split boards that I've seen. I don't live in the mountains, so it's not worthy to me, but like, it's so cool for those backcountry riders, like people who hike up to the backcountry places where there are no lifts and they're too cheap to like rent
no trails.
They're too cheap to buy a helicopter or rent one. So like, what they do, they have a split board where they're like cross country skis, where they put these like it might as well be grip tape basically on it, and so they use it to hike up the mountain.
Yeah, cross-country skiing is different than just sliding.
But hold on. But then they get to the top, so it's like snowshoeing, sort of, right?
Ooh.
But then they get to the top, and then they get to the top, and then they put it together, and they take the skin off, and it becomes a snowboard. And then they take the mountain down in the backcountry on their board, but they hike their way to the top on skis, and their skis are the board.
Damn, bro, that sounds freaking awesome.
It's for them. That's pretty fucking hardcore.
I know. I was saying that sounds awesome for them. I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, no,
I got a quick question about that.
Yeah, hike up a mountain for like 6 hours so that you can ride down for like 20 minutes
with snowshoe sort of skis, and then roll back down as you transfer. This is weird. Yeah, but I've never heard of that one. Can you show me a video, Lou? I'd like to.
Yeah, they call them split skis or split boards, I believe. Yeah, split boards. Yeah.
I'll check it out. What were you about to say, Orion?
Well, I was going to ask them, when they put the skis together and make it a snowboard, is the bottom of it the same shape as a regular snowboard? Does it function the same way as a regular snowboard, or is it different?
Yeah. It supposedly, from what I understand, is it's an all mountain board basically. So it's I think it might be tilted to the back like a directional twin or whatever you want as far as that goes. You can like set your bindings, because you have to reset them anyway. So like, you have one on each side, and then you have to reset the binding so that they're front and back once it's split together, right? And then I think for backcountry riding, I would imagine that it's probably directional. So you would have more weight towards the back to keep the front end floating over the powder. And you'd also probably have a good camber to it.
Initially, what I found just from what you said, here I'm going to post this in live stream voice day. This is what I'm finding based on what you said. Remembering how to ski on a splitboard adventure. Is this what you're talking about, Lou?
I'm not even looking. Hold on.
And the thumbnail.
Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to watch it. I don't know.
No, that's cool. Yeah, you don't have to watch it. Well, but I've. I don't know shit about skiing. Snow skiing, anyway. I know I've done some. I've attempted to ski across water, and I've totally failed every time I tried it.
Skiing on. They definitely apply to each other too. If you can learn how to water ski, then it'll help you on snow skis, or vice versa. That's for sure.
either I'm not built for it, or I don't. I just haven't attempted it, as much and as many times as it takes to perfect it.
I know water skiing is difficult though. Like, I mean, I learned it as a young kid because my dad was into like barefoot water skiing and slalom skiing and shit. So like, he actually taught me how to get up on two skis in a swimming pool. He had a rope that he would have me on the deep end with my skis on, and he would run holding onto the rope, and I would pop up out of the water before I got to the end of the pool.
Yeah, I remember what it felt like when they were like, just do this. And I'm like, bitch, I can't. So I only got to try it. I only got to do it. I only got to try it a few times.
There's a lot of things going on when you're in the water. Like, that's not the easiest way to learn. But if you can learn that way young, it'll help you a lot in all the rest of that stuff for sure.
Yeah, I wish I'd at least had 100 attempts, and I probably could ski, but I only had a few attempts where I tried it. So anyway.
Yeah, I did. I like, my friends took me wakeboarding, my one and only time ever going wakeboarding, and they were like, "Oh, if you've never done it before, they're like, you're probably gonna fall. You're not gonna get up the first few tries." I got up the first.
You were already a skier.
I got up immediately, at 3 miles an hour or some shit. I fucking popped out of the water and immediately started carving back and forth across the lake, and like, nice. Yeah. Yeah, my first time up, I tried to jump the wake and do but I ended up getting head first, and I dove. We were in a river, and I dove head first in, which shouldn't be a problem. But I think I hit like a piece of driftwood or something because I popped up out of the water, and my friends had to inform me, but my eye was busted.
Yeah, I was about to ask you: have you ever hit the water when you feel like your eyes were busted? But I did that like jumping off a cliff like 60 feet.
Yeah.
It's just like I wanted to see the whole way down. You're supposed to close your eyes before you hit the water.
No, my eyelid was busted open, like my eyebrow. I had a big cut and I was bleeding all over my face.
So the water caused that, though. I mean, the impact.
I don't know. I don't know. I assume it was in a river. Like I said, rivers are known for having like driftwood and shit in them.
No, it was the impact of the water. If you're going fast enough, what driftwood?
No. You don't go that fast when you're wakeboarding. That's the thing. You don't go that fast.
When you jump off a cliff, you do go that fast.
So I don't know. I don't know what busted my eye, but my first time getting up, I fucking tried jumping the wake, and I fucking went head first and busted my eye open.
Damn. All right. But you got back up.
Yeah, well, I had to take care of the eye thing.
No, not immediately, of course. But
you sure it wasn't a paper cut?
Yeah.
Shit, I got a black eye from freaking jumping off a 70-foot cliff. So anyway,
I thought you got a black eye from a paper cut. I'm so delirious right now. I'm like 40 minutes into my cardio workout. So.
Dude, I mean, hey Lou,
you guys are telling great stories.
Hey Lou, have you done some cliff jumps?
No. I've never done any like the really extreme shit, but like, yeah, I like.
Well, this ain't extreme. I mean, 60, 70 foot.
No, I've never jumped out of any airplanes or nothing like that. Like,
no, this is from the ground to the lake.
No, I mean we don't have like many.
80 feet.
Oh, you don't have that cliffs that tall in Wisconsin?
Well, no, I mean we do. There's certain places, but like they're like severely like closely watched, like in certain places. Like,
you know what's really cool though? In Arkansas, we have those type of cliff jumps, and they have them blocked off. But guess what? Who ignored them? me when I was younger. And I just like, all right, I'm jumping, and dude, I really love cliff jumps. Now, if you want to be a diver, you don't dive from these places. You just jump. You just jump.
you want to be you want to be a pencil, but
you have to know that where you're not going to hit anything at the bottom, right?
Yeah. And there's also a way to like a cliff diver that. So you want to be like a pencil when you hit the water,
I'm just a jumper. I just jump. I don't try to dive.
You want to be like a pencil when you hit the water, but then you want to like change your body so that you kind of like plane out. You want to plane out instead of going down. Yeah.
Yeah, I've penciled in like a 10-foot pool before, and just to try it out, I kept my body straight and rigid, and I hit the bottom pretty hard at 10 foot on a 1 meter board. So
that's what I'm saying. You have to know where you're jumping from, and know that there's at least 20 foot of water beneath.
Yeah, I've never done anything like that. Like, well, there actually sort of I did, but like inadvertently. So.
Inadvertently, so somebody talked you into it. That's what it was.
Oh, check it out, dude. When I was the Wolf River in Wisconsin is connected to the Fox River and the Wisconsin River, whatever. It's we were on a houseboat trip when I was like 5 or 6 years old, something like that. And I was already a strong swimmer because, kind of like I said, like learning how my dad was trying to get me into.
I don't remember not knowing how to swim, so yeah, it was never a problem for me. But
But there was we were on a houseboat trip down this river, and we stopped at a sandbar that was around like a turn in the river. But that meant that the water got really fast, kind of going around that turn, right? And then we discovered that there was a huge rope swing on the other side of the bank. That was like on the other side of the bank. It was like a good 30 feet higher than the sandbar that we were on, and you would swing out on top above the river, and then all my older cousins and everything, they're doing it. But I was, like I said, I was like 5, 6 years old. And they're swinging back and forth a few times and letting it slow down before they drop. And going away fine. But I wanted to do this, but my dad and my uncle, like they're just talking me into it. Like I'm 5 years old, 6 years old. They're like, yeah, do it.
Awesome. I love it.
Dude, it's great. It's great. But the thing was, I got one swing in, and I was like at the peak, like way high in the air.
Nice.
And my uncle goes, like I said, my real name's Mike. Anyway, he goes, jump, Michael. And I'm 6 years old. I just did what I was told. I let go. I let go of the fucking rope. And I came down probably 25, 30 feet into the water. Belly flop. And I got rushed away by the fucking water going around the bend.
Holy shit.
And I got fucking hit into it. I couldn't breathe.
But did you die?
Dude, on the fucking far turn when I almost died, I grabbed onto a root that was sticking out around the bend of the fucking river.
And your dad coached you into it?
No. Yeah.
Holy shit. I can do like 70-foot jumps, but I've never had someone coax me. I know how to jump off a fucking 70-foot cliff, but I've never had someone coax me into it. Especially if I'm 5 fucking years old.
I'm telling you, I had my older cousin. He's like 3 or 4 years older than me. Rory. He saved my life that day. He fucking chased me down the river and fucking came and grabbed me. Because I couldn't fucking breathe. I was gonna fucking die. I was about to go through a rapid and shit.
Oh man, we're laughing about it. Yeah, that's why would your dad coax you as 5-year-old to do that into a river? I only do these cliff jumps, in I do it in a lake or in a lake where the water's not moving, and I know that I'm not going to hit the bottom. That's where I do the cliff jumps from. That's where I do it. I can do it from 100 feet, and it's going to hurt a little bit, but it's going to be fun as shit, and it's going to take a long time to climb back up. But I'm not going to die, and I know as long as I know what's what, I'm going to climb all the way back up, and I'll be fine. But I'm not scared of heights that way. As long as I know when I jump off of that cliff, I can hit the water. And you know what the funnest part about it is? When you're jumping, you just jump and you go. Here's what I'm thinking in my mind. Yeah! And then splash! And then you swim your way to the top of the water, and then you climb back up. And you might or might not feel like doing it again the next time, 5 minutes, next day. But I ain't scared of jumping off a cliff as long as I'm not going to hit rocks at the bottom or somebody's not going to push me off. I know how to fucking land, from a 50, 60, 70 foot cliff or 100 foot. I know how to just jump off. I'm going to try to die from that, that high, but I know how to jump off and land. I've hurt myself. I got a black eye because I was so excited. I wanted to see the water coming toward me, and it gave me a black eye. But yeah, I've done it many times. I love jumping off of cliffs, like high cliffs into water. It's kind of an obsession of mine. I would do it right fucking now if there was one in front of me. As long as there was water there. Not if it was rocks, because I don't want to kill myself. I know how to jump off of cliffs into water. I just want to put that out there. I'm not suicidal. As a matter of fact, on that point, I was watching this video that just happened to pop up on my Facebook feed the other day. There was a guy, I think it was like late 80s or early 90s. Can't remember the exact time. But it's a world record dive. And it was
not belly flop. World record dive, not belly flop.
No, it was a world record dive. It was all set up. They built this huge fucking tower for this guy to dive from. I think it was like 176 feet.
I've seen that one, Halo. That one's amazing.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome. I saw it the other day again, but it was like nobody's done it since then.
Is it like into like 2 feet of water or something like that?
No, it's not 2 feet of water. Of course, he would have fucking died if he was 2 feet of water. No.
That footage does look kind of old, like 90s or something, or 80s.
Yeah, he was a backward dive. It was like he launched off backwards, touched his feet, and then reached over his head and went straight down 170 fucking feet.
He had his legs taped up too, if I believe.
Yeah. But it's just like it was fucking amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
just imagine how tired you would be, but at the time it would take you to climb that high on that fucking tower. But anyway, go ahead.
Helio, look up the world record for belly flop into 2 feet of water.
Belly flopping 2 feet.
I'm dead serious. There's a guy out there that needs to make a living falling from like 100 feet and belly flopping in the water. He fucking mastered it, dude.
That's a fucking clown show. That's not a jive.
I know, but
That's not a jive. Hey, I mean, like cliff jump. Like I'm saying, I can do a cliff jump from 100 feet, and I'll swim up and climb back up the fucking cliff. So that's not a world record, you know. But I can do it, and it's going to take me a couple days to recover, but I'll be fine. I mean, this world record, but this diver climbed up a metal tower, 170 feet. They built it for him. I don't know if I would do over 100 feet. I think I would survive, but I would have to know. I've done, I think, at least 60 feet, 60, 70 feet. But that's as far as I want to go. But I think I could do it. I think I could do 100. I could do 100, but I wouldn't attempt to dive. I would just jump off and just do like I'd point my feet down.
Kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, I would point my feet down just like I've done before. I've already done this, and it wasn't as a professional. It was just for fun for me. Because there's cliffs that they in Arkansas that weren't blocked off before, and you can still go there. Don't tell anybody, and do it right now. And you can go up there, jump 60, 65 feet, just jump off, and it's the funnest fucking thing you'll ever do in your life. And when you climb back up, you have a celebration. It's like, fuck yeah. You don't necessarily want to do it twice, but you can. I did that shit when I was in high school, man. But anyway, yeah, 65 feet, 100 feet. I think I could do the same. Not a dive. It's just you just run off the cliff, you jump out, and then you try to maintain vertical. And then once you hit the water, you're obviously going to have a turn like from your pointed feet down, and you're going to swirl forward. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Doesn't matter if you think it's not. But then once you're just like done with the thing, then you start swimming toward the surface, and you're just like, and it's like, oh shit, I know I have to climb back up 65 feet, 100 feet, or however the fucking tall that cliff was. But anyway, they didn't have a sign on that cliff when they let us jump off of. I don't know who let us do it, but I was in high school when I was doing that shit. But I actually went back, like 10 years ago and did the same fucking thing. It's not too hard, man. You can just jump off. I think it's about 65, 70 feet. Just jump off that motherfucker. They have it kind of blocked off, but they don't regulate it. Maybe they do now or whatever. It's freaking fun as shit. If you're a cliff jumper, fucking do it. It's fun. It's not going to kill you. Jump 70 feet into the water.
It's not going to kill you until it kills you.
No,
Be a cliff jumper.
Dude, anyway.
It might kill you if you're 5 years old and you belly flop and you don't have a friend to
It
rescue.
was like a big deal for people. It was like a big deal for people in high school when it was near to where I grew up in high school, and it was like, oh, it's what are they always the amphitheater cliffs in Heber Springs. That's where Heber Springs Lake. Anyway, that's where it was. They had a pretty shitty fence, But actually, before they had the fence, that's when we actually used to go out there, camp, and freaking jump off that cliff. Just like, you got the balls? Well, fuck yeah. Because I love jumping off cliffs, man. I just jump off the cliff. 50, 60, 70. I don't know. It depends on the level of the water, but whatever. Hell yeah, I'll jump at least 50 feet. I ain't scared. But the hard work is getting your ass back up to the top of the fucking cliff. That's the hard work. Easy part is jumping off. Because I knew by, just jumping off, if you jump far enough, well, even if you jump close, I mean, it's a straight thing, that place there at Heber Springs, there's several cliffs. I mean, they have 10-foot cliffs, they have 5-foot cliffs, and it's a national park or a state park or whatever they want to call it. They have all kinds of cliffs, and people, come there and camp and swim and all that kind of shit. But this particular spot is like, this shit is. It's like, we got to. I don't even. They don't have a sign out there saying, "Oh, well, this is 60 feet, 50 feet, 60 feet, or whatever." I just know it's high as fuck. I don't know what the height is. It might as well be 50 to 100 feet. If it was 100 foot, which it's not, I know how to land because I've jumped off that cliff so many times. But if you land right, you'll be fine. It's all good. But I think it's about 65 to 70 feet. And, dude, it's so fun. So fun. I'll do it right fucking now. Well, not right now when it's 10 degrees outside. No, I wouldn't do that. But in summertime, if you're going to take me to that same point at the amphitheater cliffs, I will jump 70 feet, land into the water, and climb to the top of the cliff right now. It's so fun. I won't attempt to dive off of it. That would be ridiculous because I'm not a diver, but I'm a jumper. Hey, isn't there a song, Jumper, but not I mean, it has something to do with suicide, but rather write a new song called Jumper that people about people like to have fun on cliffs, jumping into the water. What's the name of that song, Lou? The Jumper song? Is it 311 or the song Jumper?
I was traumatized by that experience when I was like 5, so like I just shut all that shit out.
It's Third Eye Blind.
Third Eye Blind, yeah. How's it start?
Wish you would step back from that ledge.
That's my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But dude, I love that. I'm not a diver. I'm not even a swimmer, but I love to jump off cliffs. What the fuck is wrong with me? I love to jump off cliffs into water so that I
Yeah,
can
but
come
no,
back
you
alive.
know what though? I mean, the water. You're talking. I know you for a fact. Like, there's no way
I
you
love
jump from
to.
the 70 feet or anything like that. You're talking about. There's no way you're jumping off of that. You will die if you try to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Bro, okay. Ask my friends, but they're not here because they think that flat earth is dumbass. Shit. Dude. Do shit.
Dude, by the time by the time you're at 70 feet, like you're already reaching pretty much like terminal velocity. Yeah.
Oh, no. You're not even close to it at that point. But whatever. You can guess that, but it's not measured. But anyway, see, now we're getting back into the flat earth discussion. Bro, I mean, it's like you were
Yeah, it's the plan all along.
It's like you're the snowboarder guy. I'm the guy that likes to just freaking. You know what's funny is like I've been to a couple places where I sang the national anthem before I jumped 50 feet into the water, like across a canyon, and people were like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" And it's like, "Hey, what the fuck's this guy doing here on YouTube? Fucking acting stupid and doing stupid shit." Now, it costs me nothing to go to this park and jump 50 to 70 feet off this cliff into the water because I love to do it. It's fun. I think it's fun. The climbing back up part and doing it again, I've done it at least twice in one day.
Oh yeah, the climbing up thing. That's the problem with the backcountry snowboarding too. That's how we got here.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Hey, but the cliff.
What do you got?
Yeah, the cliff though is like all your friends have to watch you jump off, and then they're like, like. This is kind of like it's like rock climbing and diving, or not diving, but just jumping at the same time. It's like all your friends are up there. It's like, oh,
yeah, no. I mean, it's possible. Like with form, if you know what you're doing, yeah, it's definitely doable. But like, I just amateurs going up and doing 70 feet. I extremely irresponsible for sure.
Well, first time I did it was in high school. Second time I did it, I was in high school. And fourth time I did it, I was out of high school. And fifth time I did it, I went with some friends and I said, "Man, check this out." We went to this park and they had it blocked off, and I was like, and the fence was kind of down a little bit. And I was like, "Ain't nobody looking. Let's go do it." And so we went and did it. Yeah, it's like 70 feet. Just like, and nobody was there. Like, fuck it. I'm doing it. But 70 feet. After you jump, it takes a long time to climb back up. I didn't do it twice that time.
The ideas are kind of similar, though, like with jumping off a cliff in the snow. Like, if you're if you're an extreme skier or snowboarder and you're jumping off of cliffs, there's an angle to it, and it's how you hit that. Like.
Well, I already know that I'm not going to hit rocks when I hit the bottom because I did it before. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the first time that takes guts. But after that, you already know you're not going to hit anything at the bottom because it's very deep. You're not going to hit anything. You're just hoping you don't go too deep, or you hurt yourself on the way down, and you make your way to the surface and be like, "Fuck yeah, and then you find your way to the rock wall, and then you climb back up, and it's like, whew,
No, but dude, by the time you hit like 120 feet, like people break their back and pass out when they hit the water.
nah, not if you hit it right. You can do it, man. You can do it. But if you try to do some fancy dive or something, that's something different. Now, I mean, like 50 to 70 feet, you just jump. And then, like I said, I had 2 black eyes one time because I was looking at the ground. I was like, oh, this is awesome, man. Bam! The fucking water hit me in the face. So you have to look up and just like point your body and your toes, so you just go, and what happens is a swoop, and it'll swoop you back like away from the ground, and then you just I'm not going to attempt anything more than I've already done, but bro, I mean, it's not going to kill you if you know how to land. I've jumped off of that cliff like 6 times, and I think it's about 70 feet.
I'm guessing it's less, but that's a nice story.
All right. Well, they actually, they blocked everybody from it, but I broke the blockade and went through it. What, less meaning what, half?
Dude, just less than 75. That's a long ways up.
It is. It's not that hard once you really know how to land. You're not in danger if you know how to land.
And you were just lucky enough to figure it out the first try.
Told you I was injured first couple.
Elio's eyes broke his fall.
No, dude, 75. Look, 45 feet. Let's call your 75 45 feet. That would still be one hell of a story, dude. It would still be an unbelievable story at 45 feet.
All right, cool. I'll take that because there's no measurement there. Yeah, cool. Let's say 50. For all together. I still say it was still fun as hell. I've done it like at least 5 times, 6 times. I've done it. So anyway,
done what?
I've jumped off a 50-foot cliff. How about we just say that? I would say it's 70, but whatever. But we can call it 50.
Like, you talking about cliff diving, I guess?
Not diving, just jumping.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't attempt to dive from that height. That would be ridiculous because I'm not a diver.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm just a jumper.
You did the first time.
I didn't say I dived off of the cliff. I said I jumped. I've never tried to dive off of that cliff. That would be ridiculous.
You went head first.
Wish you would step off that ledge, my friend.
Dude, Helio, you ever been? They don't even have them at the public pools anymore. But do you remember when you were a kid and the public pools would have the high dive and it would be a 12-foot diving board?
Yeah,
I was never scared of that shit. Like I said, I was never a diver. But I'll fucking jump off of 10-foot, 20-foot cliff and be like, "Hell yeah!"
No. Listen. Do you remember how, like, from the water, the 12-foot diving board was like, that ain't shit, and then you got up there your first time and you were like, damn, this is fucking high up here, and it hurt your head when you dove, and it fucking, you know what I mean, like.
I never dove. I know I could jump and land there, but no. Come on, man. I've never been. I don't know. I mean, from what my mom told me,
you never dove from a 12-foot diving board, but you jumped off a 75-foot cliff.
Yes.
Fucking retard.
Okay, I'm still alive, bitch. So
No, you're also wrong about 75 feet. If you couldn't dive off a 12-foot diving board, couldn't even stand near the edge of a 75-foot cliff. Do you know what it means to look down 75 feet?
I'm not going to even acknowledge you at this point because I've been to many cliffs that don't have water beneath them, and I know how far down it is without water. So yes, I'm not scared as long as I know there's not rocks underneath. If it's 60, 50, 60, 75, 100 foot, as long as I'm just jumping off, I know how to land in the water. It's going to hurt a little bit, but I know how to land in the water. It's not going to hurt me. That might sound a little weird to you, but that's fine.
Oh yeah. I just don't think of you as an experienced cliff diver just because you went out a couple of times with friends and jumped.
No, I'm not. It's not just a few experiences. I've done it many times. So anyway, I know how to just jump off a cliff and stiffen my body, point my toes down, and I know how to land in water.
You also know how to embellish the story. There's no way it was a 75-foot cliff that you jumped off of. No absolute way. You'd be dead. You would be dead.
Okay, Lou. It's your story.
No, it's your story. It's just a story, though.
Lou, you got to ask him a question. You got to ask him how drunk he was, because you got to remember, just like in car crashes, it's easier for someone to survive a car crash if they're drunk because they're much more relaxed. They're not tensed up when they get in the accident.
Oh yeah. How did you have enough beers to make this possible, Helio?
I had as many beers as it was necessary. How about that? You motherfuckers have never been to the amphitheater cliffs in Heber Springs, so you don't know.
Well, there you go, Lou. He was telling the truth.
I ain't saying
But
I'm telling the truth.
amphitheater cliffs and where? We can look it up. We can find out how high those are.
Yeah, Heber Springs.
Actually, you know how to type it in?
Hold on. Dam Site Park. Dam Site Park. I'm looking it up right now. They roped it off because people were like jumping off these cliffs. Now, I don't know if anybody got hurt, but I didn't. When I jumped off of it, there was at least, I don't know how, it depends on the level of the lake, but I mean, because they call it a dam site park because there was a dam really close. And so the level of the water, but as far as the rocks underneath, you could jump off of them, but you're not going to hit any rocks because at this point, where it was.
Right, just look it up. Just look it up. Just look it up. Look it up.
I might not be able to find it because it's kind of a secret.
The CIA fucking is hiding it.
Yeah, maybe they are. Though maybe Arkansas is hiding it because they had to rope it off.
Type the name of the place again. All the stuff that you got. I'll look for it.
All right, here we go. I just searched for it, And you can do this search yourself and see if you can find it. That's Heber Springs, Arkansas, Dam Site Park. That's where we did that. When I was in high school, they didn't have it roped off. We could pretty much do anything we wanted there, like on the weekends and fucking. Now there is some cliff. See, you're gonna find some shit about cliff diving and shit, but that amphitheater cliffs, that's cut off.
All right, it says the most popular site for cliff diving is the dam site. The spot is so popular because of the cliffs ranging from 4 feet high to over 40 feet high. From 4 to 40 feet.
Which one? The amphitheater
cliff? Heber Springs Cliff Diving TripAdvisor.
So I'm telling you, they have that amphitheater where the amphitheater is, and the cliffs beyond. It's more than 40 feet. That's what I'm saying.
No, it goes from 4 to 40 feet. That's what it says.
I'm not gonna tell you about this place, bro.
Yeah, but as per his story, the spot that he went to was roped off, right? So
yeah, they roped it off like 20 years ago. Because
wait, maybe it was that when you're falling, time feels like it's moving slowly, so it just felt like 75 feet.
Okay. Now, what I posted there, amphitheater cliff. Now, the most popular camping site on that lake is Dam Site Park. That's where the amphitheater cliff are. Are you talking about the amphitheater cliff? Or
I think we're talking about this. Hold on. That.
They won't tell you that people are jumping off this cliff because they've already blocked it off. They blocked that shit off 20 years ago. I mean, even on this thing, it's on Google. It says, "Where can I jump at Heber Springs?" Yeah, and it says Dam Site. Now, at Dam Site Park, there are plenty of places to jump off. It's a popular swimming site and cliff diving and stuff like that. But there's a certain portion of that park that's near the dam. But before you get to the, I grew up in that fucking. I know the entire park. Where I'm talking about where I was talking about jumping off, it's way over 40 feet. I know that for a fact.
How did you land in the water? Did you land with your feet pointed, feet downward, or hands down?
Fuck yeah! I mean, I didn't attempt to dive off of it. I just ran and jumped and freaking put my arms down and I pointed my feet down. Freaking, it's over. It's at least 50, 60.
Hold on, chill. I'm trying to follow something. So you went in feet first, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so I can compare this with my own experience at a pool that I haven't been to for a while, but I mean to go back to here locally. And there's 3 platforms. You're not allowed to go off the 3rd platform because it's only for like special events or something. But the first platform is 30 feet off the water. The second platform is 40 feet off the water. I've only gone off the first and second platforms. I don't go off the 40-foot platform anymore, even though I did as a child, because originally I wasn't, because it hurt my feet, but like it just hurts in general. Like, yeah, it just, ultimately speaking, 40 feet up.
Yeah, it's just like the first time you do it, you don't know how to land. then you try to figure it out. It's like, bitch, I still made it, and then you just jump again, and it's just like, all right, I can only do once a day or maybe two, but and once you land, then dude, I'm telling you, Lou's full of shit. It's more than 50 feet. I know it. I've done it like 6 or 7 times.
More, if at all,
I've done
right?
it.
Like, because
fucking
awesome. I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't be embarrassed or ashamed to say that the highest place you've ever jumped off with is 40 feet. You shouldn't be ashamed of that, because that's high enough to make your feet hurt, even if you haven't pointed correctly.
The reason they're not saying anything about these cliffs and what Lou posted and stuff and what you might find on Google is because they don't want you to know about this place. I know where it is, and it's definitely way more than what they're saying. And it's in...
If you know where it is, show it to us on Google Maps.
Dude, it's in Grizz Ferry. It's in Damside Park.
No. Just go on Google Maps and fucking put a pin where it is.
All right. I'll fucking do it. I don't know if we're going to be able...
Yeah, that's going to take it.
That's going to actually do anything.
I would be able to find it if I lived there.
Yeah, Damside Park is one of the... it's probably the most popular destination for people on that lake. But like I said, they blocked off like a lot of the campsites, and they definitely blocked off that portion of the lake because the cliffs are so high and people were jumping off of them. And it's not a swimming area, at all. But anyway, if you think I'm full of shit, motherfucker, I used to fucking camp at that park when I was in high school and in college.
Man, I believe you jumped off this cliff. I also believe that you misjudged the height.
Are you saying it's 40 feet? I don't think I'm going to be able to... Even if I look it up on Google Maps, do you think I'm going to find the elevation of that particular point?
Yes, you can just go to elevations.
Really? You think you're going to believe Google? Or maybe, let's check it out. I'll see what we're getting at. I mean, I have Google Earth app installed. Would that be good enough? Google Earth Pro. Let's check that out. I'll take a screenshot.
I mean, the only way this is possible is if you were like drunk enough that you didn't mind your feet hurting so much afterwards or something like that.
I've jumped off of this point at least 6 or 7 times, and I know it's not 40 feet. I know how fucking far 40 feet is, and I've known that since I was a fucking teenager. I know it's a lot taller than that, but whatever.
So how old were you saying when you saying you jumped 75 feet? How old were you saying you were?
First time I jumped off of that cliff, I was probably 17.
Oh, okay. How my question is though, how old were you the last time you did it that you claimed to have done it?
Last time, what's really strange is that I did it about 10 years ago. That's when they had the fence up saying don't go, but the fence was half broken down, and I was like, let's go, because I was with some friends. We were camping out in that same camp, and they were like, well, this isn't restricted area. It's like, no, it ain't, not for me, and no for anybody else. I was just like, this is where I used to jump off into the fucking lake Anyway, let me.
Well, okay, so were you wearing regular swim trunks when this happened the last time?
Probably, yeah.
All right. So this is the part through my own firsthand experience makes me kind of not believe you. And there's a little bit of an intimate reason why, but I'll be honest. One of the reasons why I don't jump from 40 feet up, but I'll jump from 30 feet up, is that now that I've become a bit more of an older grown man, I'm only 30 years old, but I'm older than I was a while ago. Like, my balls are a bit longer, drooping down, and if I jump from 40 feet up wearing regular swim trunks, every once in a while the water hits my balls in a way where it basically kicks me in the balls.
I told you it gave me a fucking black eye. I told you that.
Oh, wait, you're saying you got a black
eye? Yeah, I got a black eye because I was so excited. I was looking at the water instead of keeping my head straight up, and the water hit me in the face. I got a black eye.
Oh,
yeah. Tell me that your one-eyed trouser. Are you telling me that your one-eyed trouser snake got a black eye from this?
One-eyed snake. That was funny. Are you saying I'm lying? Is that what you're saying? I didn't jump off this cliff?
Just waiting for the pinpoint on Google Maps so we can look at it.
All right. Well, you can find Dam Site Recreation Area near Heber Springs. It's now I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking on Google Earth, but maybe I shouldn't. Now this, like I said, this portion is restricted for people to actually access. They're not allowed to swim there, or I mean, there are campsites local to there. There's an amphitheater that is right above the cliffs, or like before you get to the cliffs local to the lake. As far as the elevation of the cliffs, maybe I'm, exaggerating, but they're at least 40, 50, 60 feet. I don't know. But it was a fun place for us to go when I was a teenager, and it wasn't roped off or whatever. But I was there.
Look, you guys, if you don't believe me, they're at least 20, maybe 30, maybe 70 feet tall. I mean, how should I know? Maybe they're 1,000 feet tall. They're fucking huge, okay?
All right. God damn it. I bet you any fucking money if you stood right in front of this cliff that I jumped off of many times, and I still do it today, that your ass wouldn't jump off of it. That's how much.
You're not jumping off no cliff today.
No, not in this frozen ass weather.
No, it ain't about that. Like, especially not at 70 feet, dude.
I'd do 70 feet. I'd do it.
Unless it's cold. Any day but today.
Yeah,
70 feet, you'll die when you hit the water.
Really? You think I'd die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think so.
You'd get knocked out and drowned.
I don't see how, to be honest. So you're thinking I'm misaligning how far I am from the water when I jump off of a cliff. So maybe it was 40, 50, and I was like, I thought it was 60 or 70, and then I still survived, climbed up, and did it again.
Just to get you to admit to this, I'll allow 50, but no, you would die probably at 50 also.
No, hold on. He wouldn't die at 50. He would die at 50 or 60 if he did a belly. Like, you understand? Like that. Remember,
nigga's so dumb. Damn.
Remember a few minutes ago when I was talking about the platforms of that public pool that I sometimes go to. So the reason why the third platform that let me think, 30, 40. 50 feet up. Yeah, I guess the third platform is 50 feet up. The reason why the third platform is closed off to the public on most days is because, like, a bunch of years ago, some really big fat guy went up to it, did a belly flop, and he killed himself. So it's when you do a belly
That's
flop.
why you don't do a belly flop. That's why you just point your feet down, point your head up, point your hands down, and then you just swoop. And then you do a swoop underwater. And then you just swim to the top.
You feel graceful when you do this shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying it takes professional like jumpers to do 50, 60, 70 feet.
Bitch, I've done it.
When amateurs do it, it's because they were drunk and they got lucky, or they, like whatever.
Listen, I've gotten hurt doing it before, and now I know how to do it. So it's not even that hard to go from 50 feet, 50, 60 feet. It's not hard to jump as long as you know how to land. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, falling 100 feet doesn't kill you. It's when you hit the ground.
When you fall,
we're talking about going into water.
Water's not soft, man. Especially
I know that it never feels good, but it's fun on the way down. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I mean,
water is just as hard as concrete.
Hey, all right. Have you guys ever jumped off a cliff that high? What's the tallest cliff you guys have jumped off of?
15 feet.
15? It's fun.
I already told you when I was 5, I almost died from probably 25 or 30 feet.
All right. But you were a little kid, and you didn't know how to land.
Was it shallow water?
No, it was because I flopped and I had the wind knocked out of me and it was rushing water and I got taken away with the current.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't just jumping into a lake that's not undulating or anything. You just, when you know what you're getting into, when you jump 50 feet, you already know what's going to happen when you hit the water. The funnest part is on the way down. It's going to hurt when you hit the water, but you have to know how to hit the water.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's why one of my favorite things to do at that public pool is just go to the first, sometimes the second platform, but very rarely, just mostly the first platform, just completely go up it over and over again and just run and jump in the water. And it's
by the way, I don't blame you guys for disbelieving me, but I've done it.
No, I completely disbelieve that those cliffs come anywhere near 70 feet that you originally claimed. You did the opposite of pushing the goalpost farther. You brought it in, said, all right, 50 feet. You just took 20 off of it, no problem.
All right, well, fuck it. I mean, it's still, as far as like jumping, I can do 50, 75. I know how to land just jumping. It really doesn't necessarily make a difference. It will ultimately almost feel the same as long as there's no fucking rocks in the way when I hit the water.
I would have said 66 feet, 6 inches.
66.6. So yeah, but I mean, no, I can't find the numbers for the amphitheater cliffs on Grease Ferry because I think it's it's regulated. They don't want people to know it's there, to be honest, I think, because they have it blocked off now. They don't want people to go there. I just remembered
how old I was exactly when I almost died from flopping in that thing. I was 6 2/3.
That's funny.
I just know it's extremely
6.66 years old.
I know it's over. I know it's at least 40, probably up to 60 feet, depending on the level of the lake. And they don't want people to go there.
He just increased it from 50 to 60.
Oh, it's your mama's. It's mother's milk, bro. Dude, I'm just remember going partying at damn park.
He's gonna push it back up to 75. He's gonna push it back up to 75.
I never said 75. Hold on, I never said it was 75. God damn it, I never said.
Yeah, that's where you started with 85, dude.
It'll be back up there as soon as give it about an hour. We'll be back up to 75 feet, and we were holding hands and doing cliff diving at the same time.
The listeners know. I never said it. Fucking 75. I said I thought it was about 50.
You started with 100, man. We all heard it.
It was about 60.
It was 31 yards.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a fun place to jump. If you want to have, but if you jump off, you have to fucking climb back up, and it's kind of a pain in the ass to climb back up.
It's a fun place to jump and a fun place to die.
Yeah, if you're a diver, you can try to dive, but I'm not a diver, so.
Dude, people used to do all kinds of stupid shit, and most people would get away with it. But then every once in a while, somebody would dance and be like, "Oh, it's so unfortunate. Did you hear?"
Yeah, I think, as a matter of fact, thinking back, I think people have attempted to dive from there and actually died trying to dive from where I'm talking about. So if I think about it, right, the same.
I mean, I don't know that it's true because I wasn't there, but people used to fucking ride fucking barrels down Niagara Falls. Okay, like what?
I think more people died trying to ride the barrel down Niagara Falls than lived through it. If the numbers are right, let me look that shit up. Because people do that, man. They're just like put themselves in a barrel and try to ride Niagara Falls and see who lives. And I think there's more people that died than lived trying to do that shit.
I'm guessing no. People wouldn't keep trying it if it was that way. I'm guessing most people made it. It was that unfortunate scenario. Like, did you hear about Joey? Yeah, like he died going down Niagara Falls.
But he didn't do it right, so I'm going to do it better.
He died.
I'm going to control my barrel on the way down.
What the fuck? Oh, God.
It's like when you go on a roller coaster and like most people make it through no problem. They're like, that was fun. And then all of a sudden you hear about that roller coaster that got stuck upside down and 3 people fucking slipped out of their seatbelt and died. You're like, oh, that's unfortunate. Let's forget about that. I'm going back when they open that ride.
Check this out. I mean, on that amphitheater cliffs where I was talking, like I said, I can't verify the foot above the water. I think it was at least 50 feet. And I said maybe 70, whatever. Still,
I thought you were coming back down and you jumped right back up to 70.
No, I'm jumped back in. I can't verify the level, from the. But what happened the last time I actually did that, I went with some friends of mine that we were camping at Damsite Park, and they had that fence, which was already broken down. I was like, I know where this is because when I was in high school, I knew exactly where to go, and we'd already done this many times before. Now, me and the friend that I was with and their son were the only people that jumped off this motherfucker. And it was freaking awesome. I don't know what it is. I just love jumping off of cliffs into water. It's just so fun. But I was like,
all right, dude. I want you to fucking on your YouTube channel. I want video. Of you
that, but it's not diving, it's jumping.
Fine, I don't care. Fine, cliff jumping. I want video of you cliff jumping this summer. I'm not going to ask you to do it. I'm not going to ask you to do it when it's cold out.
No, I won't do that. But yeah, sure, John, dude, jumping 50 feet into water, shit, easy,
dude.
That
But
was the last
honestly,
time
if you wanted to prove this, if the water's not frozen, come on, you can jump anything, man. Are you hardcore or not?
Yeah, listen, that was the last time
I could jump off a 50-foot cliff into water like nobody business. I mean, it ain't gonna hurt me at all. Watch.
And that was the last time we heard of Helio.
Bitch, you think I'm gonna die just jumping 50 feet into water?
Dude,
Yeah.
with the proper dare, it's possible. Yeah.
You think I haven't done it before? Are you saying I haven't done it?
Yeah, I want no part of your death, so don't do it.
What the fuck? It's fucking easy. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I've done it.
Dude, all right, this summer, this spring.
All right. Yeah, as soon as it gets warm.
Well, why does it have to be warm? The water's not even cold yet down by you.
Either there is no place here where I live to go 50 feet. Do I have to build a diving board? How about you send? I got to go.
What do you mean you have to build a 50? What do you mean you have to build a 50-foot diving board? Go to that cliff.
Go to the 75-foot cliff and go down a little and jump.
All right. I bet it will have to be in the summertime.
Why in the summer? Why does it have to be summer?
That's when
it's not frozen.
It's not gonna freeze there, but I don't know.
The water will probably be this time of year. The water will probably be warmer than the air.
Are you asking me to do this because you wouldn't do it?
No, I just want to see you do it like tomorrow, if possible.
Do you think I'm fucking no? If tomorrow, if I was there, I'd fucking jump off and show your ass right now. But I'm not there. I'm fucking 3.5 hours away from that motherfucker. How the fuck am I supposed to do that?
Who's the closest to Indio that we can go and get this done tomorrow?
Closest to Indio. Indio's in Boston. Fucking A.
I meant Helio. Who's the closest to Helio? What we'll do is, I'm not that close, but I guess I can get a plane. But if somebody can go pick them up and go there, I'm in Fayetteville. I'll meet you there with the camera. I'll meet you there with a camera. I'll be in the boat. I'll videotape it at the bottom.
I promise to God, if you took me to the same place I'm talking about and you saw this cliff, you'd be like, you ain't gonna do it. And I'll be like, bitch, I've already done it like 7 times. I already know how to fucking do it. So anyway.
We'll get people in the water to save your life when you pass out. Okay.
I'm not gonna pass out. I'm gonna jump off the motherfucking cliff and I'm gonna climb back up and say, I told you so.
Sounds like we're watching a NASA video.
Yeah, well, all right. Y'all motherfuckers get the funds together and watch me do it. How about that?
That's what. Funds for what? You got to go to a cliff. What does it cost?
It's going to cost you to take me there, watch me do it, and then bring me back.
All you need to do is set up your phone and then tell somebody where your phone is so that when you die, they can retrieve it and upload your video.
We'll just live stream it at that same time and make sure you just say your coordinates. So when we rewind it, we'll be able to find the phone.
Well, I don't know. If I spend the money to go to this cliff that I'm talking about, and
it's going to cost at least $13. Like, we're going to have to crowdfund that, fuckers.
No, this place is 3 hours away from me, so it's going to cost me money to get there.
All right. We'll
to access the park and not let them know that I'm actually going to access a restricted area.
What do you need, $150?
No, I need someone to pick me up and to film the entire event and then bring me home after I fucking show you fucking punk asses that I did it.
I'm going to bring my drone. I'm coming down. I'm off. We got to do this like, I don't know.
Dude, I would do it right now. Fuck it. Even if it's this cold. Fuck it. I could live through that shit.
All right, so I guess we're gonna have to do it tomorrow, Lou. I don't know because he said he'll do it right now, and the closest we can get is probably tomorrow.
Yeah, who's gonna pick me up?
We're gonna have to
pick
get
me
this
up tomorrow. Take me to Heber Springs. I'm gonna show you. Now we have to pull up to the park, to the park ranger gate.
Get you in the park without that park ranger. Don't worry about that.
No. All right. Well, you might have to rent a campsite, which it's not a big
What do
deal.
you mean we have to rent a campsite? That's bullshit, dude. Why do we have to rent a campsite for you to go to the cliff?
Or you have to pay a park fee for.
Yeah, we can pay for the parking fee or whatever it is to get a vehicle there, or we can park outside of it and just hike in. Like, do you want let's just do that.
We could do that. It depends on where you want to park and whether or not. I mean, Arkansas cops, sheriffs or troopers or whatever. Depends on where you want to park. I already know the area. I've been there at least 30 times, maybe 40, throughout, my time as a resident of Central Arkansas. I know how to, I don't even know what they do now, but I know this part that we're talking about where you're going to jump off, where I'm going to jump off this cliff is a restricted area. So we have to be sort of discreet.
That's how you do it then. You never even park a vehicle. It's even cheaper. You gotta freaking go in camouflage.
I don't know. They have a parking fee, like if you go in during the day, where you just want to swim and jump off the small cliffs. That's what you saw when you looked it up, right? You like people just jumping off the small cliffs, right?
We're not gonna worry about paying that because we're gonna go at night.
I'm not gonna fucking do it at night. How the fuck am I supposed to see anything at night?
It's
Helio's demise.
Oh my God! You didn't even give that caveat. Come on, man.
We're just going to call that video On a Cold Winter's Night. That's what it's going to be called. On a Cold
Winter's Night at Gris Ferry at the amphitheater cliffs.
The water's going to hit your feet day or night, so I wouldn't worry too much about when
I already know where the fucking water is. I've jumped off that cliff many, many times. And if I do it and you're there, Lou,
coming right now.
You don't have to do it with me, but you're sucking so much shit tonight, you have to do it after I do it.
If you live, I'll do it.
I'm gonna live. I already done it like so many times, bro. What the fuck? I know I'm gonna live.
But before you jump, you're helping me measure this motherfucker.
And before you jump, make sure you hand the keys to the live stream to somebody.
All right, you're gonna have to have like at least a 50-foot tape measure, and then I'll hold it while I jump.
I've got multiple 100-foot tape measures. That's not a problem.
I was gonna say 100-foot.
That's gonna be too much for me to. I'm gonna have to concentrate on how to land. I don't want to concentrate on your fucking dumbass figuring out how I'm gonna fucking land in the water, because I've already done it and I've hurt myself doing it a couple times, and so I just need to concentrate on how I'm gonna land without fucking hurting myself, let alone holding a tape measure on how tall this cliff is.
Lou, just so you know, that's his way of saying if he dies, it's your fault.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, well, it's okay because I'm not going to die.
No, it'll be my fault because I'm challenging him to do something he's never done before, but he's fucking making it up, so now he's got to fucking...
He's back to 50 feet, and he's back to 50 feet.
If I hadn't done it before, I wouldn't fucking make this shit up. I've done it fucking at least... Fuck you, bitch. I already did. You already know. I wouldn't say I'd done it if I hadn't.
Where's the location of that cliff? Come on, that's all we started with. Where's the location of that cliff?
I was waiting for a pinpoint on Google Maps, remember? So I'm going to calculate the exact elevation for you. And maybe it was 50 years ago when you did it, because that could have been when global warming started. So the water was really low, and now that the glaciers melted, the water rose.
I ain't fucking 50 until next year, god damn it. So, my
bad. I thought you were in your 70s.
Love the silence after that.
He asked me to give him an exact location of these cliffs, as if you could figure out the elevation of the cliff from Google Earth or Google Maps.
Yeah, dude, like literally that stuff's been measured. Like, yeah.
Really, literally it has, literally.
Dude, it's a very common place for people to jump. Somebody's measured it.
Well, I already told you where it is. Now, they don't call it the amphitheater, dam site amphitheater cliffs anymore, because the amphitheater itself is not utilized anymore, and the cliffs they have blocked off, not with like chain link. It's just like orange tape or whatever. It's just like, don't go over here. It's like, bitch, think I won't? And I'm working on it. If you think I don't have to prove my fucking self to you, asshole.
Yeah, you do. You made the positive plan.
Yeah, just post a pinpoint on Google Maps for us, and we'll be able to figure it out from there.
Let me find it. Hold on. We got Dam Site Park on Heber Springs, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah, Dam Site Park, if you want to know anything about what, this part of Arkansas, Dam Site Park is, they call it Dam Site, is because it's a major
it's near a
lake.
dam.
Congratulations. Someone figured out it's called Dam Site Park because there's a dam there that created the lake. And
on the side of it.
Wait. I just assume that they're calling it that because, it's a damn good park.
It is a badass park, but hey, check this out. There, right on the other side of the dam, there's a lake, or there's a river called the Little Red River. But they have a park right next to the dam called JFK.
Sweet. Do you got the pinpoint location of where you jumped yet? Feel like I'm trying to get a glober to point to the curve.
Where is that fucking cliff?
He's trying to find the cliff. Yeah.
It's like pulling teeth in here.
I know. See, right on the other side of this dam at Dam Site Park, they have this John F. Kennedy Memorial Overlook. See, this is going to help me find this cliff that he's talking about. Now, this is an awesome place to go, because when you go across this JFK overlook, which is really the dam in between JFK Memorial Overlook, and they also have this. Dude, if you like to fish for trout, you can go across the dam from the lakeside, and then you can camp there.
I once caught a trout this big. It was so big, like if you imagine my arms, I'm a 6-foot man, completely stretched out.
And you know what? Right when you go down through this JFK Overlook, they have what's called the Greers Ferry National Fish Hatchery. It's one of the largest.
Did you jump into the
it's one of the. It's
Is
one
this
of the
Tim Pryor we're talking
largest.
to?
It's one of the largest trout hatcheries in North America. It's right outside of Dam Site Park, across the dam, and I've camped on the other side of the dam and the riverside of the dam. So anyway, so let's get back to where we're trying to find this cliff. I'm looking through Google Earth right now. Let's see if I can find this cliff on Google Earth. Even if I find it, I'll just take a screenshot and see if we can. It's still not going to tell us anything. Maybe, if I click on it, it might tell me elevation. Maybe not. Probably
Give us the general area, like a square that we could all look at and try to find the highest elevation within that square.
Well, I'll tell you what happens with what's happening with the dam itself, the campsites and the dam. You have the Little Red River running through. Now I've kind of lost all of it.
And then also, please include a picture of you in a swimming suit jumping off of the cliff.
I promise nobody wants to see me in a swimsuit.
I do.
I do too.
Oh my goodness! Well, thank you so much, gentlemen.
Can you do the rock and roll sign? Can you do the rock and roll sign when you're jumping?
Stick your tongue out. Fucking Phil Slayer.
Damn, I can't even freaking. I was already on the fucking Gris Ferry Dam, and now I fucking lost it because you guys were talking shit.
No, that was like an hour ago. We asked you to pinpoint the location that you jumped from.
Dude, like a minute ago, I was right there at the Little Red River and shit.
It was at it, but you assholes fucking distracted him.
Yeah.
I'm the one who started talking about JFK River.
I'm back. All right, so
I'm the one who started talking about JFK River.
No, it's not JFK River. It's a Little Red. That shit runs. That shit runs from way in Missouri all the way through fucking Arkansas.
So now he's going to start talking about the other states it connects to and what they have to do there.
The only reason I'm talking about this is because Lou asked me to. I don't want to talk about it. He thinks that I'm full of shit about. He thinks that I'm full of shit about jumping off of fucking 50-foot cliffs.
I think you're jumping on lower than 50-foot cliffs and calling them 75-foot cliffs.
All right, what's the tallest cliff you've ever jumped from?
It's World Trade Center on 9/11.
This is crazy. It's just like, to me, it's easy to jump 50 feet into water. I know how to land in water because I've done it like multiple times. I don't even know why this should be a deal, but
if you've done it multiple times, show us where you did it from.
What did it? At Gris Ferry Park, Dam Site Park. God damn. But I'm telling you, if you try to find elevation angles or elevation levels for what you're asking me to show,
what I found about Dam Site Park was that it ranged from 4 feet to 40 feet. And
that's the park.
75 feet.
That's the park. The park goes deeper. It always the park, if you drive through it.
Right.
Shut the fuck up! No. I've been there my whole life.
Oh, okay.
The park, when you drive through the entire park, you're gonna keep saying as if I've been to that fucking park in my entire life.
It doesn't mean you measured it.
Jesus Christ! When you drive to the end of the park, it ends right at the motherfucking dam.
So this should be easy to figure out then. You go on Google Maps, you say, here's the area that the
Google Maps is not going to fucking show you.
No, it's going to be gone.
why are you making fun of what I've actually experienced? Can you tell me something about fucking Milwaukee that I don't know, and I can make fun of you all fucking night about some shit that you experienced in Milwaukee. How about that?
Not making fun of you. Just show me where the cliffs exceed 40 feet.
I just showed you Dam Site Park. If you want to find elevations of each individual fucking part of Dam Site Park, you find that shit, bitch.
Where do the cliffs exceed 40 feet? Where did you jump from?
Supposed to pinpoint the whole park, and I'll find it.
Just look up Dam Site Park, Dam Site Recreation. I'm looking at it.
I just want to click on things. I don't want to type.
Dude, I'm looking at it right now, but I'm not going to be able to find it on Google Earth. You actually have to be there. It's not going to be represented. The elevation is not going to be represented from the lake and the dam. It's right after the dam. The lake starts at Dam Site Park, but the elevation from Dam Site Campground, they're not going to give you elevation angles from individual points in the park. You could actually access the lake.
Helio, that's actually totally untrue. The way that they map this shit with like LiDAR and whatever else they use, dude, this stuff is like legit surveying equipment. They can be extremely accurate without like going down and
okay, you asked me to access it with Google Earth or Google Maps, and I told you it's
just point out.
Hold on, I told you it's impossible.
Just show us. I'm not saying that we're trusting the elevation that Google Earth gives us yet. I'm just saying show us on Google Earth where it happened.
Us? I thought you were asking me to show it to you. Where I jumped off of a cliff. It was in Dam Site Campground, and I did show it to you. I mean, you don't even have to. You can look it up for yourself, and I'm looking at it right now. I'll take a screenshot. Now you're talking about us. I know you're trying to make a point saying.
No, I'm not the only one I'm not the only one that thinks it's a great point that you should actually pinpoint where you jump.
No, it doesn't matter where it is. I do claim I can jump from at least 50 feet and land and live and climb out of the water.
That's not what you said initially.
What?
You said over 70 feet. You said like 75 feet.
I can do that too.
Okay, please show us that.
Well, show me a 70-foot place to jump off of.
No, you are the one claiming that you did it. Where was it?
Well, I didn't have an exact measurement, but these amphitheater cliffs are at least 50. But I mean, the principle works the same. I know how to land in the water. Might hurt a little bit, but I'm still going to survive. I mean, somebody thinks I'm going to die. You're full of shit.
Why do people die jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge?
Because
they don't die from drowning. They die from internal injuries, broken legs shoved up into their fucking brain.
How far above the water is the Golden Gate Bridge? And they're landing in salt water. So how far above the water is the Golden Gate? Why is no one answering the question?
Because that would depend on where you jump from. It's art.
Why is no one answering the question?
Look it up if you really need to know.
No, I didn't make the claim. I said I've jumped from 50 feet into water and I was fine. Couple of bruises. How far above the ocean is the Golden Gate Bridge that is saltwater? I jumped into freshwater. Saltwater is more dense.
All right, Helio, if you're going to keep talking about the Golden Gate Bridge, I need you to pinpoint it on Google.
I wasn't trying to dive, and I wasn't trying to. I mean, people like suicidists like jump off they're intending to die.
Show me on Google Maps where this Golden Gate Bridge is.
Well, I know it's in San Francisco, and it's San Francisco. It's over San Francisco.
Are you telling me you're gonna what? Do you not believe it's there on Google Maps?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Maybe Google's hiding it.
Of course, San Francisco Bridge. I mean, the Golden Gate is there over San Francisco Bay, but that's ocean
right.
water.
Pinpoint it for us.
Your mama can find it, even though that bitch don't even know how to use Google.
I'm just trying to see if it's possible.
Yeah, there's a big difference jumping into lake water and ocean water. So,
with that deep voice and that beard of yours, you always kind of did remind me of Paul Bunyan. So I guess I'm not surprised when you tell tall tales.
Well, you think I can't jump 50 feet into the lake water and survive? Seriously, Orion, do you really think that's?
No, I think you keep changing it.
Feet is all right.
You started at 75.
You said 75 feet.
All right, well, fucking, I really think I could. So,
I don't think you will, and can, or will even try.
Bitch, I can and could. I know how to do it.
We're all coming. Everybody's got time,
dude. It's not even that hard. It's like, are you all scared to jump 50 to 75 feet?
Yep.
No, I'm not scared. I don't want to break my bones and die.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm afraid to jump 70 or 60, 70 feet. I am.
Okay, I got you.
I work with heights, dude. I'm a carpenter. I climb ladders and I've done some 4 and 5 story tall buildings and shit and lifts and that's fucking up there, dude.
I broke the fuck out of my leg falling 15 feet from a tree. But there was no water there. It was the ground. It was in the way.
Dude, the water doesn't matter much when you're jumping from that kind of height.
Depends on how you land in the water. I didn't say it's not going to hurt, but you'll survive.
All right. But you did say you would pinpoint it on Google Maps for us.
Damn it. I said I would try to find it.
You literally said, okay, I will. And then we got all this.
Here's what I have. I told you where it is. You can find, it's not going to say
look, I don't know where you jumped from. You can show me where you jumped from.
I can't because I'm not there. I'm not even near that place anymore. I know that most people that I know, when they take a look, be like, fuck no, I ain't doing that. And you have enough time to say, oh my fucking God, when you jump off before you hit the water. But I think I could do it. You know, I could do twice that height and be like, "Oh my fucking
He's going to do
God,
100.
this is the
He's doing
craziest shit I've
150
ever
feet.
done."
He's doing 150
Boom!
feet now, guys.
Hey, now he's doubling. Are you doubling down right
Yeah.
now, Helio?
At this point, you need to get a parachute when you jump.
Are you
You know what? This would be really interesting. How about a promotion for Flat Earth? Watch Helio jump 100 feet into fresh water and survive.
I'm going to be sponsoring the leg break cam. It's going to be at the bottom, and people can super chat me.
No, dude, anybody's getting money off it, it's me.
Well, I'm going to have that thing shooting in high speed, slow motion cameras, so we can actually watch the bones go through your skin as they pop out your legs when you hit the water.
Here's the deal. If Helio lives, he gets 100% of the super chats. But if he dies, then you and I split them.
What do you think if I fall 100 feet? You think all the skin is gonna rip off of my bones when I hit the water?
No, I think you'll die without your skin falling off.
All right, so I'm just gonna hit the water and then they'll be like, "Oh, that was a good try, Helio." And I'll just be like floating around, be like, "Yeah, dude." Nah, I'm not a friggin' just jump and now 100 feet of it. What's like? Are we talking? Hey, are we talking about gravity?
No, not really. We're talking
I know. We're talking about weight and acceleration, but all of the globies were like,
and
see,
density.
these bitches are talking about gravity. I mean, they just don't realize it.
And what we're talking about is intellectual honesty. Somebody who made a claim and couldn't back it up.
All right, so yes, I've jumped from a cliff. I don't know if it was 100. I know it was at least 40, 50.
No, we're at 100 feet.
We're down to 40. We're down to 40.
Motherfucker, I didn't drop a tape measure on the shit.
We're down to 40. That's what the Pinterest article I posted said.
All right, so, but you asked me to go to Google Maps or Google Earth and find the elevation. I'm not going to be able to do that because that's not available on that app.
Are you smoking something?
I'm drinking something. I mean, that's.
Do you think that a campsite is not going to be mapped out on fucking Google Maps? The campsite probably even has a campsite numbers on it on Google Maps. I know a Google Map car drove through a campsite I was at.
All right, let me. I'm already at the damn site campground here on Google Maps. Well, I mean, it's not Google Maps; it's Google Earth Pro. So I know exactly where all this shit is. I've been to this freaking site since I was little. This is where the dam starts. This is where the Little Red River was dammed up so that it would form what's called Greers Ferry Lake in Arkansas. Are you guys familiar with that? No, you're not.
So listen. So far, we've got the history. We've got who made it, what day they flooded it, what's connected to it, but we don't have the location you jumped yet.
All right. So right here, after the dam site, what's called Dam Site Park, where I was jumping from. It's not even on Google Earth. I'm zooming in. I can't even find it. They don't give fucking campground locations on fucking Google Earth. Fucking, what the fuck are you talking about?
We'll find them.
They don't give elevation angles from this dam site park.
No, literally, I mean, they can tell you if you point to a place on Google Earth, it'll be pretty darn close anyway. It might not be perfect, but
I mean, they give you every single fucking campground name. It's like A4, 3-4, A8, B3.
I said the campground that I was at was mapped like that. The car had driven through it.
But it's not on Google Earth.
All I said was the campground I was at was mapped. I never said anything about yours. I said campgrounds are mapped.
Well, they're mapped locally, but they're not on Google Earth. There's certain roads. I'm looking at the shit right now. I can give you an
I'm going there to look too because it's taking you too long.
No, there's no marina. All right.
Ozarks.
All right,
we're all going to the Ozarks. Bring your fucking.
Check this out.
Bring your drugs.
When you go up to Dam Site, when you go to Dam Site Park, there's a marina that leads up into Dam Site Park. Now, when you get there, there's a marina there. There's also a beach to the east side. I mean, to the west side of it. And then there's a long road that leads to the dam. It depends on which way you go. And there's...
Helio, look, to make it easier, like I said, you claimed starting off 75 feet. Now you're down to 40. But, if you were adamant that you jumped much higher than 40 feet. So if you can find anywhere along that, near that park, the dam park, anywhere near there that the cliffside elevation says 50 or 55 or 65 or 75 feet, show us that.
All right, let me find this part of the camp, because they don't have details on Google Earth or anything about the actual campsite areas, but they do have roads anyway. But I know approximately where it is. And I doubt it's going to give me elevations. Let's see.
No, but what they can do is, if you can show us the area, then you can hover a cursor over the cliff, and it'll tell you an elevation above sea level. Then you can hover the cursor over the water, and it'll give you another elevation above sea level, and you can subtract the difference and find the height.
Oh, are you talking about on Google Maps or Google Earth?
Yeah, get something, an estimate anyway. It won't be exact, of course, but...
Well, I was asking, do you Google Earth or Google Maps?
Dude, if you can show us on Google Maps, we can do the rest for you. Just show us where you jump from.
I can't find it on Google Earth, so is this where it's just it's maybe a mile from the dam. I don't know. I can't find it on Google Earth, so I don't know what. It's like the dam goes like around, and then there's the marina. It's just a little bit down from the marina. If you guys are actually interested, I don't even know why you give a shit. Do you think I'm a fucking liar that I can just jump off something and I don't?
It's a Dam Site Park campground for you.
Yeah, I'm quite aware of that. So, but there's probably better detailed maps on fucking Google than on Google Earth. There's an amphitheater that's not utilized anymore, and
Does that
everything.
does an amphitheater ever have Alice in Chains in it singing? Well, you
Certainly
couldn't
not.
dam this river.
Certainly not.
Give a damn anyway.
Certainly not. But we used to camp up there and blast fucking heavy metal all fucking night. Oh, like at this time of the year when it's cold as fuck. And it's just like, why do you guys want to be up here? Because nobody else is here and we can party all night. We used to do that at Dam Site Park. That park, that's where we used to party when nobody else wanted to fucking camp, because that's what we did. We used to party in the wintertime when nobody else was going to be there. And so I know that park. So right down from
Point down that picture I posted that where you jumped from. That's Dam Site Park campgrounds.
No, that's not Arkansas. I don't know.
That's Arkansas.
Certainly doesn't look like what I was talking about.
Maybe none of this looks familiar to you. Let me post it.
It's like if you're coming.
I just zoomed in on that. I zoomed in on found Dam Site Park campground that you named.
Oh yeah, you better put Arkansas as a caveat because that's not.
Huh?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that he's looking at the wrong damn fucking
He's
site
wrong.
park?
He's wrong. He's looking at the wrong damn site. Because that's not the same Dam Site Park.
See, I'm picking
How do you know?
Dam Site Lake Park Campground, Carroll County, Arkansas.
That sounds like the one, Amelia.
No.
That's the one I'm picking.
Talking about Greer's Ferry.
Now we're changing the name up a little bit. All right.
I didn't change shit. I said that shit from the beginning. Greer's Ferry. Now watch when you look at Dam Site Greer's Ferry, you'll see a completely different picture.
That near Devil's Fork Recreation Area?
Yep.
Well, you gave a totally different location in that state.
No, Devil's Fork is a northern part of the Little Red River, which is.
Okay, well, I have to do your research for you, so here we go.
Bitch, I've lived in Arkansas my whole life, so.
And you still don't know where it's at.
I know where the fuck it is.
Now, what am I looking for from here? Where's this cliff?
It's called Dam Site Park.
I gave you Dam Site Park. It's in a different location.
Heber Springs.
3 hours away.
Heber Springs. I said that one 2 hours ago. Heber Springs.
New location, Heber Springs.
It's not a new location. I fucking said that right at the beginning. So anyway.
You get spiraled like blowbers. Okay, found Heber Springs. Definitely no water around it. It's actually in the middle of a city.
I'll tell you what, Grease Ferry Lake starts in Heber Springs. They have the dam there. That's they call.
Here we go.
Too convoluted, man.
Here we
So
go.
you start in the middle of the city at the river. You follow the river until it forks.
Found
Then
it.
Forks.
Found it. Helio jumped off of this shadow part. Watch. You'll see the dark shadow next to the docks there, or whatever those are. Yeah, docks.
Yeah, now you got it. That's what I was looking at earlier.
Yeah. So now we're going to zoom in and see where that's at, because I had to do the research.
I already fucking looked at it, but
You show it to us?
yeah, it's right around that camp there, that campground. The cliffs are on the northern part.
You ready? It's 137 meters at the water, and at the cliff, it's 148 meters.
Where? Which part? Which part?
I'm highlighting right where the shadow is. You touched it. Touch the lake, tells you how many meters above sea level. Touch the land, tells you how many meters above sea level.
I ain't seeing that.
Well, you got to look at the bottom of your Google Earth. Where the coordinates at. It tells you your GPS coordinates and location of your pointer. So if you're using this, you don't get lost.
I thought you were gonna give me a screenshot and tell me exactly where you're pointing on Google Earth, because from that marina there that you see on the left.
You're going to point where you jumped from, and then I'll give you the location. How's that? That way we're not just cherry picking.
I told you that I can't do that because
he already went and found the general location. Now, if you could zoom in on that and tell us more specifically where you think you jumped from, that'd be great.
It's a little more east of that. It's a little more east of that. If you think that's where it might have been, yeah, it's a little more east of the marina.
How much more east can I get? I gave you the whole marina with the whole east.
I'm telling you, there's a huge swimming area. That part of, like, right to the east of the marina and west of the marina. That's the big swim park where people just came and come and fucking hang out. But this part around around the cove there.
I got the swimming area. Yeah, that's totally opposite side, but yeah, it's around the different. It's a 90-degree angle from where that cliff jumping is at. I got the swimming area. It's marked off with little buoys, so you don't go swimming too far. I can see all that.
All right, can you zoom in a little more and find this amphitheater that I'm talking about? See where. So this is what I was having.
Amphitheater.
Yeah, but they don't use it as an amphitheater anymore. But there's just like this little formation that's not too far.
Overlook. Little Red River.
It's not Little Red River because that's Grease Ferry Lake.
I'm just naming shit so you can tell me how close I'm getting.
There's a road. There's a road. There's a road that goes through there, a main road that that campsites are based off of, and there's also, like, across from where the amphitheater is, there's like a bathrooms, like a where there's bathrooms and showers or whatever, and then there's some campgrounds. And then there's a restricted area leading up to some tall cliffs that lead down to the water, but they have it closed off. But anyway, so if you can't find that road, if you drive down it, it leads all the way to the dam, right up to the dam, and then you turn around, then it loops back, and you can actually dock. There's a dock there too, where you
Yeah,
can.
I'm following that whole road around. I'm still waiting to find out where you jumped from.
All right, so after the dock, you come. It's between where the marina and where the road comes back in after where they can park their boats and shit. When the road comes back up, there's a campsite over there. Well, there's not a campsite. The campsites are on the other side. They don't necessarily let people camp near.
Let me help the room out. Here you go. Click on this link.
All right. Let me see if I can find it. I already have Google Earth open. Let's see. All right, so this is like damn site. Road leads up to the dam. That's pretty much what I got. Yeah, the road leads around to the dam. Yeah, you go, for campsites, it's like, hey, you're in the dam site campground. That's the beginning of it. No, it's actually, you have to check in here down the dam site campgrounds.
He's been there so many times.
How many times you been there? And you give me a freaking cartoon Google Earth image of it. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm looking at. Fuck are you talking about? I'm the only person here that's ever been there, so fuck are you talking about? All right, so you go through. Now I'm seeing some details here. You go. I see the road now. So you come from where you check in. There's the marina. There's the road. It goes down through here. Dam site campground. There's a little park over on the side by the lake there. Site campground, and then all these other little things are campgrounds, a road, these side roads. I'm betting. So then you go here, and you see that little beach on the side here. That's the marina. Not marina. The docking lane where you can there's a launch ramp for boats that's near the dam. You see that? You're not seeing the same thing I am, but yeah. So the cliffs that I'm talking about are right about.
It looks like these cliffs are about 15 feet off the water,
They're
guys.
They're right off the corner.
15 feet above the water, guys.
It's much more than 15 feet up.
It must seem like a long way down, because I know when I jump 15 feet, I feel like I'm falling forever.
Dude, 15 feet is a pretty good jump, but it's not 75 feet by any means.
You'd probably be in the hospital after 75 feet. You would remember that.
I would kind of think, yeah. So, Helio, that was your pinpoint in that general area? Are there any cliffs in that area? Search down the coastline there for a little bit. See if there's anything bigger.
Yeah, that's the tallest. I looked.
Damn.
That was worth 2 hours.
Welcome to Globe Earth, Helio.
Wait, I missed that. The tallest is how many feet?
15, you guys said?
15?
Between 15 and 20 feet.
Almost 75.
Well, it is because it's farther away from zero than it was.
Wait, Helio, was that metric feet?
He's probably
I didn't.
in the spirit, like, fuck you guys.
I gotta say, like, I didn't feel like much of a badass from being able to jump from 40 feet with, as much ease as I did. But I guess in contrast to most people, maybe I am.
Yeah, that's badass. I'm not jumping I'm not even jumping anymore, so it doesn't matter. Jumping any height, not even off the ground to play games.
I did 100 once.
What? Your skin didn't
Yeah, I just
fall
about
off the
broke my
bones?
ankle. I wouldn't recommend hitting the water at that height. Is like, I don't know, it just becomes like concrete at a certain distance.
As I stated before, it's basically like hitting concrete.
Yeah, you get high enough.
Surface tension can't break fast enough, so it's like hitting concrete by the time you break the surface tension of the water.
Trying to find the.
That's why airplanes, when they fly into the ocean, they just crumple. Unless they land flat, nice and slow. Nice and slow, not fast.
Yeah, I only made that jump once because not only did it hurt landing, but I almost hit like the side of the cliff sticking out as I went down. So it was just like, it wasn't worth it.
Oh, so on the way down, death waved at you, and then you hit the bottom, and it gave you some pain. Said, "Don't do this again."
Yeah, but the pain was nothing because it was like, holy shit, I'm still here. Well, I'll just never do that again.
Right. So on the way down, you hit a rock?
No, but I it looked like I was headed right for it, but I just barely missed it.
Helio, your chat isn't scrolling in the live stream. You need to scroll it down so it's working.
What?
Scroll the bot down so it's on the bottom line so it scrolls. It's stuck.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I know what to do. All right, I got it.
Hola, muchachos.
Hola.
What are you guys doing?
This.
We're so used to just trying to pick on people for their bullshit, and there's no Globers around here, so now we're picking on each other's bullshit.
That's hilarious because it's true.
Who's under the microscope right now?
Helio.
Me. Yeah, it's me.
Helio, we're tearing him down now.
What bold claim did you make, Helio?
He'd been jumping from 75 feet. He's a cliff diver in Hawaii, and he came here to Arkansas to jump off cliffs.
See, now I'm full of shit. I said I'm a cliff jumper, not a diver. Don't fucking take it too far.
Just filling in the background for the listening audience.
I don't have big enough balls to try to dive off of a cliff. But
if you drive up a 100-foot cliff and you hit your balls right, they'll be pretty big.
Well, I try to protect my balls if I jump far enough.
Yeah, if you dive from that high up, man, I don't know. You have to be an expert.
It's gonna be
not to kill yourself doing it.
And for one thing, I didn't say I went from 100 feet. That's all. I mean,
No, only 75 feet, Miggy. At least 3 times.
Yeah, but that's pretty high in and of itself. 75 feet is pretty high.
It's no big deal, according to Helio. It's easy.
Yeah,
The weird thing is where he's jumping from is only like 18 feet high. We're just trying to figure out where the difference is.
And the reason they know that is because they looked it up on Google Earth.
Oh, so they got a citation on you, Helio?
Yeah.
You thoroughly debunked or what?
Yes, I did debunk Helio.
No, I know it's more than 18 feet. That's bullshit.
Welcome to 24 FE 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we debunk everybody.
Because I was fucking there, bro. I was there. I know it's more than 18 feet. So anyway.
Yeah, I know it might have felt like more than that, but
no, I fucking know it. No, I fucking know
it. I mean, 18 feet and 80 feet is a pretty noticeable difference.
No, I know that much, but I'm telling you, 18 feet, I know.
One requires a wheelchair afterwards.
Oh, God. Hey, I'm going to take, all right, if you guys fucking doubt me, I can take you there, right? I know exactly where it was, and I know what no fucking 18 feet.
Where this place is, too.
Mickey, we forgot to tell you.
Because you saw it on Google Earth?
Yeah, we're planning a field trip. We're going to go and watch Helio dive off a 75-foot cliff.
There you go.
Dude, I think we could even... I'd chip in for that, man. If you guys...
I didn't say dive! God damn it! Stop saying dive.
If he's going to dive, bro, I'm going to chip in.
Miggy, it's not going to be a dive.
His original...
So, Miggy, it's not going to be a dive, but I'm going to be at the bottom in a boat on the leg brake cam, and I'm going to be doing super chats from that before he hits the water.
Shit, dude, that's going to be awesome.
If it's a clear jump, I'll do it. Let's go.
Nah, for real, that's pretty awesome, Elio, if you're going to do that. Seriously.
He's doing it to raise money for Flat Earth.
He would do it tomorrow, but he would prefer to wait till the water is warmer in the summer.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it in the wintertime. The water has a tendency to turn toward ice as it gets cold. So let's make it like hot water. Maybe I'll be able to dive into 100-degree water.
Helio, is water softer at 70 degrees versus 40 degrees?
Probably is. It's maybe if it's 132 degrees, it would be even a little bit smoother to jump into, not dive.
Oh, so it should be like bath water, 90-degree water. You should be able to jump from 200 feet then.
Maybe, yeah. Dude, if it was like 40 degrees, would you rather jump into 40-degree water or 132-degree water? I mean, you definitely don't want to jump into 212-degree water, do you? About halfway in between might not be so bad.
You should live stream that if you're going to do that. Just saying, man.
I'm just saying, I mean,
that would be perfect.
They think that I'm lying about jumping like over 20 feet. I've done it many times, jumping over 20 feet into water.
I don't even want to see you jump from 75 the first time. I just
want for your Pelican case for your.
To be honest, I don't think it'd be a big deal.
Go to the 18-foot cliff that you started with and just show us that. And then work your way up.
Bitch, I know it's more than 18 feet. I've already done it a lot of times, but whatever.
Lou doesn't want to be disappointed, I think. He's like, just give us whatever you possibly can do right now. And then
start small and work your way up, man.
They think it's 18 feet because they had never been there, but I've done it. I've jumped off that cliff.
You jumped off it so many times you couldn't find it on Google Maps. I had to find it for you.
I didn't fucking carry a tape measure with me, but I know what fucking 18 feet looks like.
That cliff is more than 18 feet tall.
And where's the height on that Radwin that you found? Like that you debunked what he said? Like the height for it. How high the jump was?
You point to the lake and you read on the bottom on Google Earth, tells you the meters, and you point to the land and tells you the meters to track the difference above sea level.
But why does he say that it feels like it was more than 18 feet?
Because he started off saying it was 75 feet.
Oh, I get it.
So we said, no, you didn't jump off of that 40 times in your lifetime.
75 feet, 40 times.
And then it went to...
And maybe that multiplies into 666.
Then it went to 15 feet when he was 10 years old. So we're just trying to narrow this down.
No, we don't have to, but I guarantee I'll at least if it's clear water, I'll jump off a 50-foot cliff or whatever.
Well, it's not the case that if he didn't jump, it's more of a like how high was he when he jumped? That's
well, it's like, hey, it was
correct.
just I was just like it was a fun place to be, and to me it looked a lot more than 18 feet, and I'm pretty goddamn sure it was. And you have to have some big balls to just run and jump off of it. And
yeah, but would you bet the farm on that, Helio?
Yeah, I know it was over 18. Yeah, I think it was probably at least 40 feet. But I mean, I didn't measure.
How about 32 feet?
How about your mama? How about that?
I'll give you one last chance. If you say, yeah, 32 feet sounds right, then we'll let you go. What do you think about 32 feet?
How about you motherfucking come to Arkansas and stand on that cliff and look at it and tell me how far you think
I'm not only going to stand on the cliff and look at it, I'm going to go down to the boat docks and get in my boat and tape you at the bottom while I stream it with the super chat going.
Well, I've already done it super time, so once we measure it, you'll be like, damn, Helio was right. It's more than 18 feet.
Well, either way, the truth is going to come out, right? That day.
And none of us said, oh, it's more than 18 feet. You said it's 75 feet, and we said no.
I mean, it can't be a question of 18 versus 75. That's too
no, sure.
That's what I'm saying.
I probably did exaggerate. I don't know. I mean, I can't know, but I'm telling you, when you jump off,
you can know. You can hold the tape measure handle while we hold the top of the tape measure. When you drop down, we're going to know when it hits the bottom what the feet is.
All right. So let's do this adventure. Unbeknownst to the Arkansas State Police or the park authorities or whatever. Well, because I did this a few years ago, and you're not supposed to cross a certain section. Then you hold on to one end of the tape measure.
We don't follow imaginary boundaries, remember? We're just walking up there and doing it.
Well, wait, you were just giving me shit by clicking on little spots on Google Earth saying, well, I don't see anything over 18 feet.
No, you're the one who's done this multiple times, and it's no big thing. Don't let a little tape measure scare you away.
I couldn't find it on Google Earth. I had to find it for you.
Dude, I jumped off that shit
for you.
I jumped off that same cliff when I was in high school, and I'll jump off it again today. Well, not today because it's too
10 years
cold.
old, 16 years old, and future jump. That's 2 so far we got.
I think Helio's prime for this, man. He's
no, I mean, well, I'm not scared. I mean, it's just like, I mean, dude,
I'm not scared either.
Several times. Dude,
how many views do you have to have before you jump?
0. I love to jump off cliffs, so whatever.
Well, if you do it, I'm giving you a super chat. I'm going to give you a super chat.
Into water, not jump off cliffs into the fucking ground. I broke my leg falling out of a tree. I don't like non-resistance.
You don't like 8-foot falls, but you're willing to do 75 in the water.
He doesn't like non-resistance.
That's some big brass cojones, man, for doing that.
Dude,
I would
I
prefer.
bet you. All right,
I prefer non-resistance over resistance any day.
Even if it is just 40 or 50.
That's
He's
pretty
not
easy.
gonna. He's not gonna do it, Lou. Lou, he's gonna state it at 50 feet. He doubled down. It's 50 feet. He's said it about 30 times now.
I don't know. I already fucking said it from the beginning. I don't know how fucking far it was.
Is
But
it more
seems
than
like
or less
40 or
than
50.
50 feet, Helio?
I
More
think
than
it's
or less than?
approximately. It's probably approximately 50. But anyway, even
More
if
than or
we were
less than? More than or less than?
no, I'm not gonna.
It's
How
your
about
mama.
600 feet? Let's do a jump from 600.
No, that would be suicide.
Yeah, that's suicide.
Well, it's just
Let's
like
settle this right
I
now.
was telling them earlier. I saw there was a guy in I think it was the late '80s that did a world record dive from 170 feet. No, I mean he's a professional diver and he knew how to do it.
So we got
and they also had the top of the surface of the water being shot with water cannons to break the surface tension, so he didn't die going into the water.
Yeah, but that's a dive though, right? And there's a lot that can go wrong with a dive. Like, what's the tallest jump anybody ever did? Just jumping in.
Yeah, his dive. What he did it backwards. It was a scissor, and then he arced backwards, and then went in, and he was falling fast as fuck. Did they do actually something with the surface of the water so it would?
They'd have to have, man. If he hit it rigid like that, he'd kill himself.
Yeah, I didn't know about
find that video. I'll look for it.
But dude, yeah, I just saw it the other day on Facebook, and it was that's pretty fucking intense, man.
I'm just saying,
it's like 170 feet, man.
You know why they sprinkle the top of the water during the Olympics for high dives? You always see the sprinkle hitting the water so they don't break their face when they dive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like I said. I mean, jumping off this cliff, I freaking blacked my eye.
Hey,
really?
Do you see the picture in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, it's dangerous, Helio. Like, I'm surprised you didn't get more injured than just a black eye, man.
It's not the first time I injured myself jumping off
Helio,
cliff.
can you hear me? Helio, can you hear me? Do you see the picture in the live stream voice text?
Yeah. Gravity's trying to pull me to the center of
It's a picture of diving boards. You can kind of see them in the distance. It's not as good. I wanted to be closer to not diving boards, but they're platforms. They're actually not.
Yeah,
bending.
that's the one, Toby Dog. That's the one.
I found it.
Yeah, Rick Charles.
So what I'm asking is, when you look at these platforms in front of this, it's almost a 50-meter pool. It's like a few inches shorter than 50 meters or a few centimeters shorter than 50 meters, but it's almost 50 meters long, this pool, this picture. And the platforms, I'm pretty sure the smallest one is 30 feet, the second one's 40 feet, and the top one I'm pretty sure is at the very least 50 feet. So what I'm asking is, do you think that what you jumped off of is taller than the tallest platform you see in this picture?
Sorry.
25 feet taller than the 50-foot platform you see in this picture?
I would guess yes. I don't know. I mean, the only person in this room that has seen what I jumped off of is me. So I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, Google Earth is just looking at it on Google Earth is not giving a good representation of what I saw.
I'm just saying that the picture that I posted, I live nearby this place, and I jump off that first and second platform, every once in a while. And the second platform, like, even if you have your hands to your sides and your feet pointed, even then, your feet can very easily hurt pretty badly just by the very simple impact of your feet against the water.
Right. So wait, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. So Are you talking about the end of the pool? I'm misunderstanding.
Do you see the platform? You see the platforms, right?
At the very top, like at the top of the triangle.
No, the triangle is just part of the structure. It's an indoor pool. Okay, so that's just part of the structure.
Okay, so someone is jumping into the pool or diving.
You see the American flag, right? You see the American flag in the picture?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so the American flag is hanging from the support.
But this is a diving pool? This is a diving pool?
Yeah. The far end is a diving pool. Yeah.
All right. So the American flag is at the top of where somebody's jumping in.
No. The American flag is just on the support beam. So right where you see just above that blue sash is right where you can see the railings. If you look at the side, you can see the railings. So at the very bottom of the railings where you see just above the blue sash, right where you see the white or kind of gray painted concrete or whatever color that is, right where it ends there, that's where the very top of the 50-foot platform is. All right. Now, ordinary civilians, just regular people that aren't pro athletes, are not allowed to go off this because somebody killed themselves in the past going off this very platform. All right. Somebody killed themselves going off this doing a belly flop years in the past. So when they have open swim here, where you go and just open swim and jump off the platforms, they don't let you off the third one. All right. They don't even let you do it.
Oh, so the one to the left and right, those are different steps of the platforms.
Yeah, those are the ones that I go off of. Yeah.
All right. So, and you just dive, or is
no? I don't dive. I'm not that good at. Well, I need to practice more at diving. I just go feet first, like the way you described.
All right. So you go from the second, not the top one, but the second one.
Yeah, the second one and the first one that's lower than on the side. Yeah, both of them.
All right, and the second one is 40?
Yeah, 40 feet.
Yeah, and the top one is 50.
I think 40 and 50 are both pretty doable for water, as long as you're not belly flopping into it.
Dude, if you belly flop on 50 feet, you're freaking, your guts are going to explode out your back maybe sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what it said. Yeah. Some guy did that. That's why you're not allowed to use the third platform. Only pro divers, professional divers, and special events. That's the only time that anyone's allowed to use the third platform.
If you don't hit it straight on and you hit on an angle or kind of in a flopping way, you're very likely, it's very possible to break your neck. And then you break your neck and become paralyzed in a pool. You know, you can also get knocked out while that happens. Yeah, you drown to death and whatever else. That's what happens.
God damn.
Yeah.
I always aim my toe.
That's really thanks for bringing that up, because I mean, to be honest, with that perspective, I'm telling you, the cliff I'm talking about in Dam Site Park, it's not 18 feet. I know that. You guys can say, oh, well, you can't tell. It's like, bitch, I've been there freaking my whole life. I know it's more than 18 feet. And it's a very dangerous place to be. And
you couldn't find it on Google Earth. I had to find it for you.
Let's do backflips off of it.
Bitch, you know what?
Yeah.
Can you find it with Google Earth? Can you drive there and let's go and find out together that I promise you it's not 18 feet? Let's
launch a car. Let's launch a car off at Dukes of Hazzard.
I'm the only like I said, I'm the only fucking person in this room that has been there. So don't fucking look at Google Earth.
These people are in your room with you.
Me and some lint.
What about a cat?
You don't even have a cat there?
Not in this room directly.
Dog?
No. Why are you guys fucking giving me shit? I'm telling you, this
My
motherfucking
goodness.
cliff.
You're
This
so
cliff.
defensive.
Hold
You're
on.
so defensive.
This cliff is definitely more than 18 foot. Maybe it's
Sir,
less than 75.
Sir,
maybe
we're
it's
just asking you
50, 60.
questions. Sir, we're only asking you questions.
Sir, can you ask me directly? All right. Anyway, moving on. But yes, this, telling you that cliff is more than 18 feet. Anyway, So.
Sounds
We
like
should
a
be able to
radio
get back to
show,
the
and it sounds like a Dear Helio skit that we're going to be doing here shortly. Looks like we're going to fund this thing up, and we're going to go. We're going to go cliff diving with Helio.
We're gonna have a camping trip in Dam Site Park, and we're gonna have the sheriffs over there going, "What the fuck are all these flat earthers doing here, trying to jump off a illegal cliff that we blocked off because people have died over there because they don't understand how far they're trying to jump."
You do it first, then you ask permission.
Yeah, well, I never asked permission. I was just like, all right, it looks fun.
But they'll be thinking that we're trying to replicate Mad Mike.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point.
By the way, to bring it to perspective, those 3 platforms that I showed, like at no point in time in my life have I ever really thought to myself, "Oh yeah, I'm willing to go off the 3rd platform." Like that one's just too high for me. Like the second one hurts my feet. All right, if the second one hurts my feet, what the hell would I go off the 3rd one for? That's crazy to me.
All
you
right.
know, like at least.
So Ryan, you've gone off the second one. Was it 40 feet? 30 feet.
Yeah, 40 feet is far enough to go fast enough to make water hurt your feet when it hits it.
All right. Well, before you jump, see, I made a mistake of jumping, and I thought it was so fun that I was still looking at the water when I was going down. That's when I got a black eye from the impact of the water. Were you under training and said don't look out when you jump, don't look down because the impact of the water will.
Well, no, I just never did that. I mean, I think actually
I made that mistake. It gave me a freaking black eye. I was like, oh god, the water hit my face. But I don't know if it was 40 feet. These guys say that the cliff I was jumping off is 18 feet. I know that's bullshit, but whatever.
Keep in mind, Helio, you can look down, but you just have to make sure your head is straight when you hit the water.
Yeah. Your head. Well, it's just like you point your whole body like an arrow. And then once you hit the water, then you'll swoop. As long as there's nothing in the way. You don't want anything in the way. You'll swoop. Like when you point your feet down, you hold your head up, point your arms down to the side, you'll swoop up. And then once you realize that you're
so graceful at moving down, you're so graceful at cliff diving. I mean, jumping.
Once you stop moving down, then you start swimming towards the surface. And it's like, oh, it's over. Boom. But the experience of jumping that's where the experience is. But also hitting the water. I mean, if you hit it right, it's just like, see, I told you motherfuckers I could do it. And then you're right up. Then you right the surface, and you're like. Then you have to climb.
This is one of those things. You do it first, then I'll do it.
Actually, I gotta say, this is something I want to get back to. I might even do it tomorrow if it's open. Might not because the weather's really kind of bad around here. There's a lot of black ice in the roads. But
hey, well, we'll do this summer. Let's meet up and freaking do some cliff diving, man.
I was
cliff jumping, not diving.
Those are referring to just the concept of for exercise and fun. Because after all, it's great to exercise. It's great to have fun. But if you can exercise and have fun at the same time, then it's like,
I think your headphones need to be charged.
Yeah. Well, that's just the concept of if you do live near like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Where I guess the swimming pool I showed, like my brother Zach is an architect. He told me that this particular one, it's like 1 or 2 feet too short to be classified as an Olympic-sized swimming pool, which has to be at the very bare minimum 50 meters. So it's just a little short on that. But anyway, if you're near one like this with platforms like this, it's really fun to just go up the 30-foot platform like over and over again, and then just swimming to the surface, climb the ladder out, climb the stairs back up, and then jumping off the 30-foot platform, and just doing this all over and over again. Because like at 30 feet, it's just close enough to the water where the impact of the water doesn't really mess with your body so much, like however you hit it. But at the same time, it's just a really fun way to like do some cardio and get exercise. Just fall 30 feet over and over again.
Yeah, you jump, climb back up, jump, climb back up. But
Brian, your headphones are dying.
Cardio.
They need to be charged.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Orion's headphones, but yeah. There's a place I went with my brother when I first moved to Fayetteville, which is half a world away from Little Rock, but they took me to a place in summertime where there was a cliff. It was a section of, I don't even know what river or creek or whatever it was, but there were people like climbing the embankment. I don't think it was probably 20 or so feet. It was like there was like this major part where you could just jump off. It was about 20 feet, and then there was an extra part where you could just climb a little higher and jump off. I was like, well, you know where I'm going to go. I'm going to go to the highest part and jump off. But there's just where this park is, there's like a bank in, I can't even remember the name of the river. My brother will tell me later. It was just like this bank in the river, but it's just like this huge cliff on the side. And, like there's all these little steps that you can go up. You can climb up, just jump off like 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, whatever. Like, well, when I was looking at that, I was like, dude, I'm going all the way to the top. There's like this petrified tree, on this side. Like, that's where I'm going. I'm like, I'm going to step up. Like, there were some kids up there, and I was like, you going? No. I was like, yeah, you go. And then I went up to the top of it, and and this might have been out of bounds or whatever. And I can't. I think I sang. It was in this little bend of the river, and I think I sang, "Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain." Anyway, I think I sang that song, and then I and jumped like 20 feet, 20, 25 feet into the fucking water. I was like, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm stupid crazy sometimes like that. They were all like, who the fuck is this guy? And you guys were like, no, you thought you jumped 25 feet, but it was really like 10 feet. Okay.
No, he said 75 feet Helio, not 25.
Now it's 25.
No, I was talking about another time.
We did not debunk the other time yet.
Yeah, but you can't with Google fucking Earth, dumbass. I'm the only person that's actually been there, so
The burden of proof is on you, Helio. You're making the claim.
Okay.
I mean, for God's sakes, I at least posted a picture of the place that I jump off of.
And I had to go search for a place close to what I thought was where you jumped off of.
What, on Google Earth?
Where else was I going to look?
You haven't. I'm the only motherfucker that's been to that place that you think exists there. I've been there like 10 times. I haven't jumped off of the cliff every time I've been there, but...
Can I add something real quick? 10 times, but couldn't find it on Google Earth.
You wouldn't have found it if I didn't tell you where it was, so what the fuck you talking?
I know, I didn't find it because I had to ask you 3 times where it was, and you gave me 3 different names, and I finally found it on the 3rd one.
I mean, he's drunk.
Wait. I'm more astute than most drunk people, so I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
I mean, give the guy a break.
Yeah, give me a fucking break.
Well, I guess that's a reason.
Yeah, he's been drunk this whole time. Give him a break.
Yeah, I'm drunk most of my life. What the fuck are you talking about? No, but seriously, I mean, I don't know if you're trying to take the piss out of me, like,
you know what?
Hey, what's 20, 30 feet when we're talking about 38 million miles away, from Earth? There are all kinds of shit.
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing, and you're worried about jumping off cliffs?
I'm just saying I do it sometimes, and you guys are making big shit about whether I was wrong
in the
about
beginning
10 or 20 feet.
These guys are worried about jumping 20 feet.
Was I the one making a big deal about it, or
yeah,
were you?
Actually.
Oh, really? Okay, well, my bad.
Oh my God.
Hey, it's still fun though.
I know, it's a blast.
Jumping from really high is really fun. Into water, fun. Now, how far you can jump before it's a very it can be physically cause problems, like if you don't land. Yeah, if you don't land right, it can be a problem. Like 10 to 20 feet, belly flops can hurt. It hurts your internal organs from 10 to 20 feet, but if you jump from, 30, 40 feet, as long as you land right, you'll be okay. If you know how to land.
Helio, this one time in Compton, I got jumped into a gang.
So somebody beat the shit out of you, but you survived, right?
And the piss, too. And the piss.
Were there 75 people there, or were there a couple of people?
Hey, this one time in Heber Springs, I jumped off a cliff into water I survived, and I climbed back up the cliff, and it's like, bitch, I can't believe you did that. And it's like, well, hell yeah, I'll do it again. And I did.
And then he said it was 75 feet high. Then he changed it to 50, and he's sticking with 50, and it's not even 50 feet high anywhere in the whole state.
It was 75 the first time they measured it, 50 the second time.
Well, there is global warming.
It is. Hey, check this out, though. It is right next. Hey, it is right next to a dam. So, I mean, if you look at the map, it can be higher or lower because it's
too dangerous.
Right the fuck next to a dam.
Might as well just crush some cans instead. It's too dangerous.
But
Julio,
I
you
did it a lot of times, and I'm still alive. So fuck you,
Julio, you were
bitches.
playing Omaha high low, huh?
I might as well be, I guess.
So 2 hours ago, when this conversation started, I walked out to the kitchen. I don't know, got a glass of water, looked out the window. I'm like, oh, sweet. So a couple minutes ago, I went out in the kitchen, looked out the window, and there's like an inch of snow on the ground. Snow's here.
Oh, it's snowing there, bro?
What?
It's snowing over there now?
Yeah, we're getting some crazy storm right now. The one everybody's worried about.
Well, the snow isn't the problem. It's the cold because it's going to instantly freeze everything after the snow comes.
Yeah, but we're in Cleveland, so we're used to it. It's just I was just surprised.
Oh, Cleveland,
in that little amount of time, that means like a giant cloud blew in full of snow, and now we're getting tons of snow just like that.
Yeah, it happened here in Arkansas.
I'll be snow blowing tomorrow, I'm sure, because the way it's coming down right now.
You ain't going to be able to blow this snow. It's going to freeze before you even get the snow blower out. It's cold as fuck here right now. It's -2 degrees in Arkansas.
That's cold as fuck.
Yeah, it is.
It's like -20 here. God damn it,
Bro, it's like 50 here and it's cold. This is Southern California.
I feel you.
Because you're from California, where
I feel for you.
Where everybody wears shorts and tank tops everywhere.
And people go barefoot too, if you can imagine that shit.
Oh, 2 degrees. Oh, you're talking Fahrenheit. Yeah, that is pretty cold.
I go barefoot here in the wintertime. I would be barefoot outside today at some point, I'm sure, in the snow for at least a couple of minutes. Because I don't need to put shoes on to run outside to the mailbox.
You were just checking the mail.
Neighbors think I'm crazy when I do that, but wakes you up. I go outside with no shirt on too when it's snowing. People think that's nuts, and really don't feel it for the first couple of minutes when you're used to it. You feel it in about 3 minutes. You just want to die, but first couple of minutes is all right.
I get a lot of inspiration from the local wildlife. They don't wear anything outside.
I look at that same way too. If they're outside running around, it must be decent.
Hey, you know what's really crazy, bro? I went in Vaughn's the other day without a mask on. Yeah, you know what I mean? Fucking nuts.
I don't even know what that is.
Without a mask, you know?
No, where you went.
Oh, to Vaughn's, the grocery store, without a mask on. I risked my life, bro. I made it though. I survived, but by barely.
You don't have to go to the hospital or anything.
No, I just skated. I skated by death, bro. I looked it in the eye and I walked right past it and checked out my groceries and left.
Good for you.
It's risking it all.
Thank you.
You should be more careful, Flatterday.
I know, dog. I know. I really should be. I used to walk around with garlic in my pocket. I had garlic in my pocket for like a year straight, dude. I was on some vampire shit for a while. You know what I mean? I'm over that shit now.
But I'm a little curious. Do they require face coverings at that place?
No, it's at your own discretion. You know what I mean? But most people wear them just to be safe.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm curious. Is it actually most people, or is it just some?
No, I'd say now it's dropped to probably 20% people wear them still. You know what I mean? It's weird because you'll see a couple like a husband and wife in the store, and like the husband will have it or the wife will have it, but the other one won't. It's weird. I don't know.
It's just one taking one for the team. You know, as long as one of them's protected.
I know.
Shouldn't be too bad or something, I guess.
Well, you know who the weak link in is. Weak link is in that system.
The net system? What do you mean?
In the guy and girl couple, when one has one and one doesn't. You know who the weak link is? The one wearing the mask.
One's on the verge of breaking down. Have to do everything possible.
Exactly. The one that had to look both ways before getting into the car in his driveway.
No, guys, you want to know the one that really just pisses me off, and I've seen it like at least 3 times, maybe more, is when it's like a mother or a father with their child at the grocery store, and the parent is not wearing one of those things on their head, but they're making the child wear one. Like a 4-year-old or a 3-year-old, like a toddler. And I'm like, and I'm thinking in their head, I'm guessing in their head, they're like thinking, oh, I took the juice, but maybe didn't give little Jimmy the juice or something, like, which in that case, I'm thinking, like, I'm hoping that's the case, because at least they didn't give little Jimmy the juice. That's a good thing, right?
Maybe they're just like, I don't want
the juice box. He got the juice box.
Well, I mean, to me, the downside is they're making little Jimmy wear a fucking, whatever the fuck those things are on their heads.
People are stupid. Remember that.
They're like, I don't want little Jimmy to grow up the way I did, maskless. I want better for him.
Everybody just staring at his face. You know what I mean? Come on, he doesn't need to be looked at. You know what I mean? People don't need to know when he's smiling or anything. You know?
2 inches of snow. I just opened the door. I have a entranceway on this part of the house. Just looked outside. Now there's 2 inches.
It's all adding up.
It's so cold right here, I can almost see my breath outside. Not quite, but almost.
Oh, man, you're going to die soon. Are you like in Hollywood area?
Like 45 minutes north of there. Right along the 101. But where I live,
you're not by all the weirdos then?
It just depends on what you consider weirdos. I mean, we got some trannies living right down the street, dude. I don't know. When I first moved in here, there were shootings almost every weekend, dude. Now it's all gentrified and people are selling their houses and doing Airbnb. So the city keeps coming by and random people are taking pictures of the house because we got radiators, washing machines, tires, fucking everything you could think of in the front yard. You name it, we got it. Just sitting there rotting, dude. This house. If I cared, dude, the thing is though, I kind of like it. It's funny, you know what I mean? But this house is like an eyesore for the block, and this is not that good of a neighborhood, you know what I mean? And this is the eyesore of the block right here. Proud to say it, you know what I mean?
I guess Hollywood's taking over the whole state.
You guys ever heard of RSO Farms? Flat Earth Farms weed?
Nope, because our stuff has to come.
I know what RSO is,
our stuff.
I've never heard of RSO Farms.
Our weed in Ohio has to be, and our labs have to come from weed farms in Ohio.
Oh, okay. Well, they got the up here in California in Humboldt, they got Flat Earth Farms. Daryl Davis, he's a couple of flat earthers I know, like Nathan Thompson's worked there. Travis Finley from A Plain Truth worked there for a while. Ray from Boston was like, "Hey, this dude's been trying to get a hold of you for a while, bro. You got to ask him for your pack." I was like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Just hit him up. Here's his number." And I hit him up, and he's like, "Oh, I love your music. What's your address?" I gave it to him. I didn't know what he was going to send me, bro. Jeez Louise, the package I got yesterday. there was like 7 quarter pounds of different types of chronic, like 20 different types of vapes. I mean, the crazy butter, like stuff. I was like, whoa, what's this? You know what I mean? I just usually smoke weed. I mean, I'm gonna try that butter. I heard it gets you really high.
Dude.
Yeah, it's cool, dog. I was like, damn, I haven't had that much weed in a while, dog. It was a big ass bag, bro. I was like, wow, I'm gonna have to do a video for this dude for sure and throw him in the next song. You know what I mean?
You said he hooked up flour and extracts?
Yeah, bro. Yep.
Hell yeah, did you tell him Earth is flat?
No, he's a flat earther, bro. I guess he's a fan of my music, you know what I mean? So I was like,
oh, that's right. He listens to your music. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I was like, damn. You know what I mean? And then Bear Collegiate, is a coffee. He, you know what I mean? The coffee company. It's a. You heard of Bear Collegiate? Yeah. He sent me coffee, dude. Now I'm spoiled, bro. Like, I went and bought a grinder and everything, drink that coffee, and then like now, like, any other coffee anywhere else is just ugh. You know what I mean? Real good coffee, dog.
Does he sells beans or ground?
He prefers not to send the ground because he likes them to be fresh. So the first time he sent me ground and beans, and then the next time he just sent me all beans. And so it forced me to go get a grinder, you know? Dude, I didn't even have a coffee pot before that, dude. My neighbor found one like brand new on the side of the road, and I cleaned it up, and it works perfect. Some
Such
dude
a
got
nice smell grinding up those beans.
Dude, I know, in the smell. Oh my god, dude. Boston Ray asked me on his live stream, he goes, hey, do you think Bear Pelagic would you should try to make like a Keurig kind for I'm like, dude, do not say that again. You're gonna be so insulted. He's like, no, the Keurigs are wonderful. I'm like, dude, shut up. This fool fucking takes that shit way too seriously. Don't even joke around like that. You know, that'd be like compared that'd be like a bottle of Merlot compared to like dude, just like the cheapest like natural ice, dude. You know what I mean? Like, ugh.
You can put your own grounds into Keurigs. Now they have like empty pods.
Yeah, but it's still hot water going through plastic, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still shit.
Yeah, it's fucking gross, dude. Anything that goes through plastic is just gross. It's cheaper, but it's like, dude. I mean, now at the liquor store, they're selling like 40-ounce bottles and 32-ounce bottles of like Miller and Budweiser, and they're in plastic. I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? How are you going to pour out some 40 for the dead homie from a plastic bottle? It's not even cold. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's disrespectful as hell to the homies.
Hell yeah, it is, bro. You know what I mean? But I don't know. When I was a kid, everybody right here drank 40s or 32s. But I don't know. I don't know what the kid. Nowadays, my grandson gets paid to watch kids play video games. You know what I mean?
Do they even still sell like St. Ides? And I know they have oldies still, but have you seen St. Ides?
Yeah. They still sell that. Not right here, but when I go to LA, they have all the old school brands of 40 ounces. You know what I mean?
I haven't tasted that stuff since I was probably in my 20s, early 20s.
Yeah, you'll find if you never taste it again, bro. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's nasty. I don't like malt liquor at all.
I like Guinness, dog. I love Guinness, bro.
It's like the opposite end of the spectrum from malt liquor.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Guinness is
like
so good.
I like lagers, like light lagers.
Yeah. Oh, have you tried Corona Familiar?
No.
It's like a dark brown bottle. It's pretty good. It's like Negro Modelo. Like dark Mexican beer is pretty good. You know what I mean?
I do like those Negro Modelos, a little lime.
Shit's fire, huh? Negro Modelo.
Oh, yeah. I went through a phase drinking Tecatis because nobody would drink them, take them out of the fridge and drink them.
Dude, I'll drink Tecatis over any like Budweiser. I won't drink Budweiser Miller cold. Yeah, shit, I can't drink it. It gives me a headache, though.
Yeah, I drank Budweiser for a long time, and then I stopped doing that about a year ago.
Yeah, can't do it, dog. Can't do it. I was chilling with this chick last night. She had like an expensive bottle of like Pinot Noir. I don't know if any of you guys know anything about wines from California, and you ever heard of a wine wine company is a Pinot. They use Pinot Noir, whatever they're called. The wine company is called Westmar, but it's like two words, like Wesmar. And he's been, I don't know, he's had his company now for like 20 years, but that's my older stepbrother's company. He married a chick whose family like was millionaires into the grape business and shit, and fucking. When they have the DEWs and the fires up there in Central California, you see that it burns like right to the edge and leaves like laser precision up to the edge of the grape fields. They never burn the grapes, dude.
Hell, they got to keep the alcohol for the masses,
right? Is it true? Have you ever seen the experiment with a grape in the microwave? How it turns like to plasma?
No.
Yeah, it's a trip, bro. Really strange.
Like any old grape?
From what I've seen, yeah. I haven't eaten microwave food in like almost 4 years, so I won't even have one in the house, dude. That's straight weaponized technology, dog.
Based.
I'd rather eat stuff frozen, dog.
Yeah, it's creepy how if you microwave water, let it cool back off, and water a plant with it, it'll kill the plant over time.
Well, that's what your pizza pops are doing to you over time.
Exactly.
God damn it, someone just gave me a microwave for the first time in my life. Now I gotta think about this.
Toaster oven is where it's at.
Yeah, is this really what I want? Yeah. I'm not the person I meant to become. I have a microwave now. What happened?
It won't hurt
microwave, Netflix account.
Right? Pretty soon they're gonna have phones that microwave shit for people. You can heat up. You can heat up
microwave you.
I know, right? I am a microwave.
Yeah, they already are.
That frequency is a microwave frequency.
Actually, now yeah, it is. But now the frequencies are millimeter wave frequencies, which I think is even smaller than microwave. Do you know if a millimeter wave is smaller or microwave is smaller? Anybody?
I don't know. Radio waves can be the length of a football field. Microwaves are smaller than that. Next is heat. What? I have no clue.
Yeah, well, I mean, what they mean when they say like the millimeter waves is each wave of it coming, because it comes out like a spiral. I guess like an ice cream cone spiral, right? But then if you look at it from the side, it's going to leave a symbol like it does on the top right-hand corner of your phone. So it's going to look like a pyramid made of just lines, right? And so like those lines represent the side of the spiral. And so the millimeters there's only a millimeter between each line. And the signal doesn't travel as far. It's real thick, though. Real thick signals. I think when they went to the moon, the signals they were sending back then, they were millimeter waves. Each wavelength was a mile apart.
They really should have wrote down that or saved that technology. It's amazing how far they could call.
I think they made it out of snow, and after it got hot, it melted, bro. If you think about it, what they used to save the technology was more powerful than the actual technology, because they destroyed it and they can't rebuild it. You know what I mean?
It's a painful process.
I know. Yeah,
they have very low pain thresh tolerance level. So
dude, I wonder if Don Pettit was talking about the Twin Towers and not the moon technology. You know what I mean?
The Twin Towers were built so bad they should really not have even been able to stand up on their own as it was. You saw how easy they fell. The beams turned into dust as they were falling. That's how poor quality steel they used.
Well, I think it had termites. There was termites there. You know what I mean? That's why they fell like that.
Well, they were steel
There's no
termites.
floors from like 40 to 90 or something.
You can find steel termites everywhere.
It's in nature, bro. It's just in nature.
It's lucky some people were called in that day not to come in because the way that thing fell, I'm surprised it didn't fall earlier. And the one behind it too, that one just fell for no reason. I think it had sympathy for the other two.
Nice.
Just a miracle that Lucky Larry is still here.
And also, I didn't realize that they had there was hardly like anything in them in the middle of them. They're like bare bones.
Yeah, they're all cleared out. Nobody was renting them. That's why
They were like wedding cakes, bro. Like wedding cakes.
The place was empty because the rent was too high. And in order for them to get new tenants, they had to clean the asbestos out. That was part of the agreement. So to move new people in, they would have to renovate the whole building. So the scam from the beginning was when he bought his insurance policy with double indemnity damage for terrorism.
And that was like, what, 5 weeks before the attacks?
Yeah, $3 billion insurance policy paid him $6 billion, I think. Or was it $1.5 billion paid him $3 billion? I forget.
I think he took over the lease just a matter of weeks before that happened.
Yeah,
that is correct. And also, yeah, he had built like over doubled. It was, the policy was I'll look and find it.
Yeah, it doubled in venom terrorism.
And his wife scheduled him an orthodontist appointment that day. So Lucky Larry just slid right through.
Orthodontist?
Yeah.
Look, Larry's getting braces fixed.
But I thought it was an optometrist, bro. I thought it was an optometrist appointment.
It was one of those. It was something like that.
It probably would have been an optometrist, so like with the all-seeing eye reference. Hey, you guys
probably.
You guys know that? You guys know the date that they dug? You know when they put the shovel in the ground and do the ribbon ceremony. The date that they dug ground at the Pentagon.
Pentagon, yeah, 9/11, yeah,
9/11, 1941, and then the building in the center of the Pentagon was called. It was a hot dog stand called Ground Zero Cafe.
1941, 60 years before 9/11.
Yeah, dog. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. You know, because everybody always used that term ground zero, right?
Yeah, I lived in Washington, D.C., or Falls Church, Virginia, which is part of that weird, that diamond shape. One of the points.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so I was that close to the Pentagon, and there was no planes. Sorry, guys.
Well, they don't have any video of any plane. They put out like 5 frames or whatever it is.
I drove by the Pentagon as soon as that highway right next to it was open. I was on it, driving a circle around it, and there was nothing there. And I was driving to think, oh man, I can go and they wanted volunteers, donate water and this and that. So I got in that line and I said, do you need any help? This is 2 days or 3 days later. No, we're all good. And I didn't see anything, and I was right there at the entranceway.
Yeah, that should be just about the most protected building on Earth. And they have no video to show for any plane that came anywhere near it. They seized all the video footage from the surrounding buildings and stuff. Yeah, there was no plane.
There was I don't even think there was anything, because I think I would have heard something.
It was just a play without the NE at the end. Just a play, bro. Didn't they show footage from the 7-Eleven like 2 blocks away, though? The 7-Eleven had camera footage of something flying overhead because 7-Eleven was a part-time job. You know what I mean?
The most well-secured building on Earth, though, had 5 frames that showed nothing. Or maybe it's 8, whatever it is.
With a hot dog stand in the middle. Can they blow that hot dog stand? You know what I mean? Hey, you guys ever heard of the Titan building in New York? 33 Thomas Avenue? That's supposed to be the most secure building.
No windows?
Yeah, bro. Well, there's like they have like gunner slits where like there's a square and then they go outwards in each direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that thing's
But
ready
yeah,
for a
they're like
zombie horde.
slits. Yeah, dude, that's a
Imagine
gnarly
a
looking
plane being
building.
fly through miles of protected airspace and even getting anywhere near that building.
Dude, fuck, bro. Yeah, that building's gnarly, bro. That building's so gnarly.
Well, I meant the first one, but yeah, maybe that
Oh
one
yeah,
too.
I'm sure they could have taken out that building with a plane too, though. You know what I mean?
Pretty sure planes, when they hit buildings, they disintegrate. But I don't know. That's just physics. If you imagine being a giant baseball bat or being one of the buildings and the plane standing still and you could swing a building, what do you think would happen to the plane when you swung the building at the plane?
Oh yeah, the building would disintegrate
Yeah,
into the plane.
the end of the building would poke through the plane, and then it would,
You guys want some more trivia from Connecticut? Well, let's just say this. I was making a rap song at the beach. I dropped my shit in the sand and it became a sandy hook. So from that place, as the crow flies, just exactly 33 miles from where George Bush was born. And in that place, they used the Bushmaster, bro. I love the Bushmaster. Here's some more trivia. The Georgia Guidestones are 666 miles as the crow flies from the United Nations World Headquarters in New York.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm. Look it up.
Point it out on a map.
Let me give you guys some references. Go to www.mctoon.com. Oh my god. Motherfuckers are actually citing this dude as a source. mm. Here's some even weirder stuff. In the German New York Times, I tried to get the article and then they took it down. The head of Pfizer said that he was going to pay the money to have the Georgia Guidestones restored as long as it could be done before February 23rd of next year. So right away I see the number. I'm like, February 23rd, that's 223 backwards, 322 backwards, right? 322, March 22nd was 1980, was when the Georgia Guidestones were laid down, right? Now, trip on this. It got exploded on George Bush's birthday. He turned 76 on 7/6, his birthday, right? Now, if from the day they were destroyed and they rebuilt them on 2/23, it'd be 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days, bro. But, you know, numbers don't mean anything. These are just coincidence. I'm a coincidence theorist, bro. You guys believe in coincidence?
Most people are.
Hey, man, you got a bag of that coincidence on me? I heard that shit's good.
Maybe you guys can talk to Ascension. Ascension may be our only hope to keep this VC alive for the moment.
I just realized the winter time is the closest that any of us flat earthers ever get to space, because it's when we get close to our space heaters.
Yeah. Yeah, I space out in front of those in the wintertime.
Space out in front of a space heater. Make that part of a song.
Is that what you take with you to space? A space heater? Stay warm. Just pick one up at the Home Depot and launch.
and the Globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cockus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
The Mystery of Gravitation appeared in the Earth Review magazine, April 1893. In the National Review for January 1892, there is an article by J.E. Gore with the above title. The writer commences by saying, quote, "The law of gravitation discovered by Sir Isaac Newton is believed by astronomers to rule with absolute sway throughout the length and breadth of the visible universe. Gravity acts in proportion to the mass and inversely as the square of the distance. This is the law of its action. But the inquiring mind is tempted to ask, how does it act? What is the mysterious mechanism which produces gravitative action between two distant bodies unconnected by any material bond? We cannot from experience gain any explanation of action at a distance." After this confession, Mr. Gore proceeds to give or quote a number of hypotheses or scientific guesses as to how bodies can act at a distance while unconnected by any material bond. He does not go to the root of the matter and question the existence of this mysterious something called gravitation. He only proceeds to inquire how it may possibly act upon the most distant planet, comets, meteors, and revolving double stars. Now, sir, would it not be more scientific first to prove the existence of such a force before proceeding to inquire how it acts? I think so. But as the writer speaks of, quote, Newton's discovery of universal gravitation, he perhaps thought this inquiry was unnecessary. But before inquiring, for instance, how the sun manages to pull at the moon, or how the moon pulls at the earth, without any connecting rope or chain, I should like to know how and when Newton discovered that such action does take place at all. Can any reader enlighten me on this point? As far as my reading goes, at present it seems to me that Sir Isaac Newton invented the idea of universal gravitation rather than discovered such a force, and that he invented it because it was necessary to his mathematical device of a revolving and rotating earth and sea globe. This is a very important question. Was universal gravitation a real discovery, or was it a mere scientific idea and invention? I affirm it was the latter, and I deny that the idea of solar or stellar gravitation has any true basis in the facts of nature. I shall appeal to the article in question in support of my contention, which article was written by a Newtonian. First, I ask, why is there so much mystery surrounding this doctrine of gravitation? In his History of Physical Astronomy, Professor Grant says, quote, "Whether gravitation is a quality inherent in and necessarily coexistent with matter, or whether it is a principle essentially distinct from it and operating merely on its constituent parts, is a question which, in all probability, is destined forever to prove irresolvable to the most penetrating inquiries of the human mind." That is, to put the question in plain words, does matter itself attract? Or is there something else distinct from matter which does all the pulling? The learned professor says that he does not know, and that in all probability no one ever will know. What is this but a veiled confession that the astronomers themselves know nothing at all about it, that it is all philosophical hypothesis or scientific guesswork? In a letter to Dr. Bentley, dated February 25th, 1693, or about 10 years after his supposed discovery, Newton makes the following confession, quote, "That gravity should be innate, inherent, or essential in matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance, through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to the other, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers." This is very kind of Newton, and very flattering to the penetration of his readers. He leaves it for them to decide, and now they appeal to him. I agree with him, however, in saying that it is an absurdity to believe that bodies can act at a distance, and such distances, and that they can pull one another about like the great globes of the universe are said to do, and this too without any chains or couplings. Yet at another time, Newton seems to fall into this very absurdity. Newton says, quote, "Have not the small particles of bodies certain powers, virtues, or forces, by which they act at a distance? What I call attraction may be performed by impulse, or by some other means unknown to me." On which the above-mentioned writer properly remarks, "This passage clearly shows that even Newton's penetrating intellect was unable to frame a satisfactory theory of gravitative action. Then why, I ask, believe in such an absurd and occult property? Newton confesses the idea to be a, quote, absurdity, yet he is compelled to adopt the absurdity himself, or to confess that gravity acts by some means unknown to him. Another time, he supposes this secret force to be a universal repulsion, which of course is the very opposite of universal gravitation or attraction. But as Taylor remarks, quote, "This ingenious scheme of universal repulsion leaves no room for that self-repulsion of matter exhibited in the phenomena of elasticity." And as Mr. Gore reminds us, these phenomena have indeed proved insurmountable difficulties in all kinetic theories of gravitation. This confession is honest. Thus the best astronomers are all at sea respecting gravitation, and they are each propounding theories respecting it which are mutually contradictory and destructive. Yet this baseless idea of gravitation acting on all bodies, and in all conceivable directions and distances, is a fundamental doctrine lying at the very basis of the teachings of modern astronomy. It is one of its main pillars, if not its chief support. Without solar gravitation, the globe would have flown off at a tangent into space, and would probably before now have collided with some other world than ours, and we should have been suffering or consigned to a worse fate than that which we were threatened last November, owing to a predicted collision between the Earth and a comet. See the Earth Review for January. However, as we have fortunately survived this catastrophe, I would modestly ask any of our learned scientists to try to explain for your readers how the sun can possibly pull at the earth at the distance we are told of 92 or 93 millions of miles. What is the connecting rod or coupling between the two bodies? What chain exists between them? Of what are its links composed? And where is it attached? Is the force incessant? And if so, what keeps it up? Does the sun exhibit any loss of energy or force for such tremendous and constant dynamic expenditure? Does the force come out from the sun to the earth, or vice versa? And if so, why does it turn back suddenly on reaching that or any other body? These are practical questions. No locomotive that we know of can drag the railway carriages after it unless they are first carefully coupled onto it, and by some extraneous power. Why should the sun or moon be able to pull at the globe with all its weight of mountains, seas, and continents unconnected by any material bond? Such an action has never been known to take place on the earth. Then what reason is there for supposing it takes place in the sky? The idea is unreasonable, contrary to universal experience, and as Newton was obliged to confess, philosophically absurd. It is so great an absurdity that he says, "I believe no man, who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking, can ever fall into it." Now, sir, I believe the same, and I am delighted to be in harmony with so great an authority as Sir Isaac Newton on this point.
When it comes to belief, here are our choices, ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. In the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and we got here from goo to you by way of the zoo. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and ETs seeded the goo to make you. Those are our choices. I don't know about you, but I'm going to go with option number 1. And I'm not going to try to bend option 1 to match that other stuff. They are completely and totally incompatible. So, one of the things I often hear about this is, well, Rob, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, it's too big a conspiracy. Have you heard that before? Have you said that before? It's too big a conspiracy. No way. There's no way that could continue, right? Well, okay, let's think about that. Is it really too big a conspiracy? Compartmentalization. Do you think a private knows what the sergeant knows in the military? You think the sergeant knows what the first lieutenant knows? The first lieutenant knows what the captain knows what the general knows? No, they know only what they need to know to do whatever they've been assigned to do. That's compartmentalization, right? Look into the Manhattan Project. If you want to really understand compartmentalization at work and hundreds of thousands of people being involved and tens of billions of dollars being involved, the vice president himself didn't even know what was going on. The person in the office next to you didn't know what you were doing, and you didn't know what he was doing. No problem. Compartmentalization. The mechanic doesn't know what the king knows. Start looking into some of this stuff right here. Learn about the Illuminati, Freemasons, the Vatican, Jesuits, Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg meetings, Bohemian Grove, Committee of 300, Council of 13, and just the tip of a very big iceberg, right, of control. Again, that's how compartmentalization works. Not a problem. What government is trustworthy? You guys think the United States government is trustworthy? What about the Russians? The Russians must be trustworthy. Oh, I know. The Chinese are trustworthy. Or maybe the Koreans. Oh, Israel's trustworthy. Yeah. Governments are full of conspiracies. The military answers to its government. When it comes to the space program, a little over 500 human beings have allegedly been to space. And of the 500 plus individuals who have allegedly been to space, a vast majority of those come from military backgrounds. How many of you know militaries are trained to keep secrets? Right down to the private. Has to be able to keep its nation's secrets, right, from the enemy. Right? So you already have people who have been trained, military trained, to keep secrets for a government that's anything but trustworthy. Then you also have, combined with that, many of the guys that are involved, not only are they in the military, but they're also in secret societies. Secret societies. You think they might have something to do with keeping secrets? Maybe. Just maybe. Space programs also answer to their government. All nations who signed the Antarctic Treaty are, in my opinion, suspect. Secret societies keep secrets, right? How many of the astronauts were Freemasons? Well, when I started looking into Freemasonry and what they might potentially believe and have to say concerning this issue, found something really interesting. Albert Pike is one of the recognized authorities in the Freemasonry world, was a prolific writer about Freemasonry. Chapter 1, talking about the apprentice in Freemasonry. You can look this up, freemasons-freemasonry.com. It's their own website, right? They're telling you this stuff. Right at the beginning of it says, the dimensions of the lodge, our brethren of the York Rite say, are unlimited, and it's covering no less than the canopy of heaven. To this object, the canopy of heaven, Scripture calls the firmament, they say the Mason's mind is continually directed, and thither the hopes at last to arrive by the aid of the theological ladder, which Jacob in his vision saw ascending from earth to heaven, the three principal rounds of which are denominated faith, hope, and charity, and which admonish us to have faith in God, hope in immortality, and charity to all mankind. Accordingly, a ladder, sometimes with 9 rounds, is seen on the chart, resting at the bottom on the earth, its top in the clouds, the stars shining above it, and this is deemed to represent that mystic ladder which Jacob saw in his dream set up on the earth, and the top of it reaching to heaven, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it. The addition of the 3 principal rounds to the symbolism is wholly modern and incongruous. When they get down to the square and compass, The square is a right angle formed by two right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, that trigonometry, which deals with planes and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. Did you guys get that? The compass describes circles and deals with spherical trigonometry, the science of the spheres and heavens. The former, therefore, is an emblem of what concerns the earth and the body, the latter of that what concerns the heavens and the soul. So they're telling you in their own iconography and the structure of their Freemasonic lodges that that's structured after the firmament, and the square and compass represents the plane earth. Coincidentally, many of our astronauts, were Freemasons. Maybe they were hiding something. Why was NASA completely run by high-degree Freemasons during the Apollo missions? Why were and are so many of the astronauts and others within NASA Freemasons? Could it be that they knew something and were/are therefore responsible for protecting the secret? Consider what Albert Pike had to say, what I just showed you right there in Morals and Dogma. In their own writings, they describe the ceiling as the canopy of heaven. To this object, the firmament, they say the Mason's mind is continually directed. They later say the square is a right angle formed by two right lines representing the plane earth. Right there. Okay, let's continue. Most are just doing their job and have no reason to question it. Oh, I've got a friend that works at NASA. Oh, congratulations. He builds stuff. Cool. Oh, I got another friend. He looks at a monitor and reads data. Awesome. They build stuff to put on something that goes on a launch pad with very few people are going to be involved with, that's going to launch and go who knows where. And by the way, they all lose contact with whatever they shoot up as soon as it goes over the Indian Ocean.
Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost.
Why are you telling me that you lose contact, even today, with the stuff that you send up when it goes over the Indian Ocean? Could it be in that blackout time that somebody's switching something somewhere and feeding data to the people that are looking at the monitors? Maybe, I'm just suggesting, maybe that could be something like that. They build stuff, whoop-de-doo. They read data on computers, oh wow. They lose track over the Indian Ocean. The conspiracy of cosmology is no bigger than that of evolution. Is every teacher and everybody in on the conspiracy of evolution? No, they're just parroting what they've been taught themselves. As are so many other people with cosmology. It's the same thing, no different. And they put it in a textbook and nobody questions it. All right, then what's the motivation? Why would they lie? Well, I think this billboard says a lot. In science we trust. Freedom from religion. They got their prophets, right? Scientism is a religion. This is my theory. First, get people to doubt Yahuwah's word by destroying the very foundation of our Bible, Genesis, specifically the creation account. Number two, set up a new paradigm where God is out and science is in. Evolution removes Yahuwah from the equation. Number three, when evolution finally runs its course and becomes utterly bankrupt, introduce the idea of intelligent design, but deny the true designer his due credit and place it rather on ancient aliens. Number four, promote the ancient aliens theme as much as possible in all forms of media by perpetuating the concept of Earth as a tiny blue marble orbiting an average sun in an average galaxy among trillions of other galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. With so much potential for life to exist in such a vast expanse, the idea of alien scientists being our creators seems a lot more plausible over time and heavy indoctrination. And number five, the stage is set for our alien creators to return and bestow upon us their miracles, signs, and wonders in order to convince us all the more that all religions are false. When we put our trust in them, finally, when Christ does return, we are all convinced that he is the enemy and our united world gathers together to make war with him. I went to a conference, it was called the Contact in the Desert Conference out in California, and it was the who's who of the ancient aliens crowd. Everybody you've seen, the big hair guy, Giorgio, Eric Von Daniken, they were all there. It was a whole weekend of these guys talking about, the Anunnaki and who seeded our world, and they're coming back, and we've got to ascend, and we've got to be ready for them and all this stuff. And oh, by the way, they have an enemy. We may have to help them to defend against. And there's a sense of urgency. They're saying this. They're saying that there's a real sense of urgency. The beings that they're in contact with in these alien abduction scenarios are saying, hey, people got to get ready. You got to embrace us. You got to be ready for us because we have an enemy. You're going to have to help fight against them. What does Revelation say? The armies of the world are gathered together in the valley of Megiddo to make war with him who's coming on the horse. If 2% of what I heard at that conference is true, the church is woefully ill-prepared to deal with what's coming. How many of you know Scripture talks about a great falling away, an apostasy? I'll tell you, because most of these churches out there aren't talking about any of this stuff. When a mile-wide spaceship parks over the city, they're going to have no answers for it. And we've had the Catholic Church all along saying, yeah, you know what, evolution, I think that might be true. Oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, plurality of worlds, the church fathers, so-called church fathers, were talking about ideas of plurality of worlds. There could be other aliens out there. Well, if you open the door to the possibility of other life forms out there, did they fall too? Did they have an Adam and Eve that sinned and need a Savior? Did Christ have to die for them too? Or is it possible that they didn't fall? They didn't sin. Ooh, then we might have to learn something from them. I mean, you've got the Vatican saying, if ET shows up, we'll baptize them, ... if they need it. We could have something to learn from them. I'm telling you, something's coming, and what intrigues me about this topic that we're talking about this evening is it nullifies and obliterates all of it. If we're in an enclosed world cosmology, you can forget evolution and ancient aliens goes out the window. There's no likelihood. It's not even remotely plausible.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Broadcasting straight to you from a spaceship currently tracking the USS Eldridge over the... Wait, where did it go? It was right there a second ago. Now it's gone. Better keep an eye on that area. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Strange World, where the truth is often stranger than fiction. I'm your host, Mark Sargent, the creator of Flat Earth Clues, which propose that all of us are living inside a Truman Show enclosed structure, thousands of miles wide. Check it out at enclosedworld.com or just Google Flat Earth Clues. You'll find it. Trust me, I know. My good friend, personal wingman for the show, is Jonathan from Jersey. What's going on, man? Jonathan?
I'm doing my best mime impression. I don't want some listeners out there.
Nice.
Language and keep silent. I'm going to do some mum and shans.
Nice. That's good. So, where we left off, where our heroes left off, was a Saturday, which we are not on as of right now. We are currently on Tuesday night. Because for those who are listening to this on YouTube, you're probably wondering how the show get out so fast. You just got one out on Saturday and now you're on Tuesday. It's because now we have moved to Tuesday night. So those who want to listen to us live on Truth Frequency Radio, real people, real radio, Truth Frequency Radio, please tune in on Tuesday nights. And it's a late one for you night owls, people that are driving late, people that are staying up and don't have anything better to do. Tune in and we will entertain you. I promise. So,
polite, you know that?
The what?
You're so polite.
Actually, we got ripped out of our Saturday time slot.
There you go.
And now we're stuck in this crappy who cares Tuesday. No, that's not true.
I was going to say, now we're on Tuesday night, so anybody with a job, any of the, our regular listeners are probably sleeping. They're going to have to listen on the next day. But all those losers out there, all the haters that like to make negative comments on the board, they'll have nothing to do on a Saturday night now.
Good point. Right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And speaking of that, as you know, because I really wanted to recap it, with the last show we did, which was only a couple days ago, was Robert from the U.S. Navy, missile instructor. And that video did really well, where he came out and basically said, look, I've tested and anyone that missed it, please go back and check out episode 21, where we had a U.S. Navy instructor that came out and said, there's no curvature where I'm coming from. And he's saying it from the curvature standpoint, from the Coriolis effect, which means he couldn't identify anything that said the Earth was spinning. And he said the navigation in the southern hemisphere was all wrong. So what more do you want? In my opinion, but it was a fun interview. I really enjoyed it. What about you?
I like that guy. Is he back?
Is he back? No, he's not back right now. That Navy sound from the either the bridge of a standard ship or the Starship Enterprise, because a starship is still a ship. So yeah, we still get the Navy thing going there. But yeah, it was fun, and we will definitely have him back. So anybody who has questions for him. I didn't see that many in the forums because he covered a lot of technical stuff. But anybody that has questions, please email us, email me, msargent23@comcast.net. Let me know what questions you might have for Robert. Anything else? Because there was one that came up, and he was kind of talking about the satellites and the GPS system. But I think he kind of addressed it. I don't think if they access any other satellites, and if the military did access other satellites, I don't know if he could tell us anyway. But it didn't sound from what he was saying that they access satellites at all.
No. We spoke afterwards. We spoke for a good hour.
Yeah.
And he thanked us again. He said, the reason I came on your show is because of your format, the way you guys are, you're more laid back and you're open and.
Yeah. Good point, by the way, because, sometimes we get, hit a little bit, although I would have thought that somebody would have come after me for introing the show with Johnny Quest. And nobody did. They were all, wow, Johnny Quest. But it's true. We go at kind of a laid back pace, and it really, here's the thing. Even though that show, the last show we did was a little more serious, I don't think we're going to treat it any differently, regardless of who comes on. Really, why would we? That's the format. That's why he came on in the first place. He said, look, we sound like fairly normal guys, and we weren't doing the doom and gloom thing where I'm sitting down. It's like, okay, Robert, tell us right now, and it's like real serious. What does this mean to the flat Earth community? Because the flat Earth is still a really exciting concept and a really exciting idea. So why should we doom and gloom it? I'm not going to do it. I'm saying, look, this could change the world in a great way. It's it's a little bit upsetting that the Navy trains its people, to think that the world is flat, but they're just one group, and which we'll get into a little bit later. Where you think he's the only one we got? No, my friends, we have more. They're
what's coming next? I can't wait. And
oh yeah, well, I mean the one after this one tonight, or this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one. Yeah, I mean we got more. In fact, we'll probably hint to it afterwards. The next guy on our docket. Is should I intro him now, or do we want to talk about the Navy guy anymore right now? What do you think?
Don't let the cat out of the bag for the next one.
Okay. Well, I won't for the next one. Okay. Well, let's talk about the Surveyor, because that'll be in the title of this show. Before Robert from the U.S. Navy contacted us, a couple weeks prior, actually, I got an interesting call from a surveyor, and by that I mean a land surveyor, commercial land surveyor specifically. He doesn't shoot the line of sight on homes or anything. He does commercials, commercial property, big things like car factories, airport runways, stadiums, that sort of stuff. Big tracts of land. And for those of you who don't know what a surveyor is, one, you should be looking this up. You should know this, though. These are the people that come out before the foundation is laid, before anything is laid, and they look. They look at elevation, how the ground is laid out, and they spot it for you. And they say, okay, this is how the ground is laid out to the inch, and less than an inch. It's spot on, and their whole job is just checking the ground. They're setting up before the first piece of concrete goes down, they lay it out and make sure the land is laid out exactly before the bulldozers show up. That's what these guys do. And this guy had listened to our show some weeks ago and said, and the whole flat earth concept was kind of getting under his skin. And he's done this his whole career. He had done it from 1979 all the way through 2011, which was 32 years. And he was backtracking. He called me about 3-4 weeks ago, and he said, look, I think you guys may be onto something. He goes, look, I'm a career surveyor. All we do is check the level, the levelness of the ground. And he goes, in 32 years, he goes, I don't remember ever dealing with any curve whatsoever, no matter what we did. And I go, okay. And he goes, well, tell you what, I'll call you back. Let me look through my records. He's going to go through his records all the way back to 1979, because it takes a little while to remember that far back. And then once we did the Navy show with Robert from the Navy, it jogged his whole thing, and he completely got out of his chair, left a message for us during the show when we were talking to Robert, and then I called him back, and we did a little pre-record with him today, which we'll play for you in a little bit. And I did a pre-show with him where he was going, yeah, absolutely. He's basically going to say when he comes out here that he did his entire career in the Midwest, started in Indiana, and he did big tracts of land. And he's basically saying, look, the whole industry of being a commercial surveyor, everything is based on a plane. It's based on a flat model. They say when you shoot your lines and you lay out the land for the construction teams, you're basically working on a flat plane. And I thought that was intriguing. So that's where
it's so funny because it's like it's so simple. You think somebody else would have like tripped upon this years and years and years ago.
Yeah, you would have thought so. But in fact, again, it was one of those things. Yeah, like us, like everybody that's gone down the flat Earth road. It's like, wait, why didn't I think of this? And this guy was saying that here's the problem, and he actually asked this when he was younger. And apparently, this has just been passed down from generation to generation of surveyors, where they say when somebody asks, well, what about we deal with the curvature? And they go, and the saying is, oh, just don't worry about it because you're working on a flat plane. Right? The project you're working on is a flat plane. Well, the problem is everybody is working on a flat plane. So, and you'll understand when we get into this, this little interview I do with this guy runs, 35, 40 minutes. But you'll understand, and if anyone has any questions, please ask me later. But what they're saying is every surveyor that goes out builds his model like the ground is perfectly flat. Like you're working on a flat chessboard. But the problem is that you're working on your chessboard and you have to interlock with somebody else that's working on another project next to you, and he's working on a flat chessboard. The problem is eventually those chessboards have to butt up against each other, and the curvature has to come into play at some point, and it never does. Everything interlocks perfectly like Legos, and in a city. So he's going, it doesn't seem like much when you're just working from one piece of property to another, but think about an entire length of city. A city from beginning to end. You can't tell me there's no curve from there's not going to be a conflict from one end of the city to the other end of the city. There's going to be feet of curve that nobody takes into account. They don't even talk about it. So I know, kind of getting ahead of myself. So
isn't that how like 13th and a half floors get built and things like that? Just
well, no, that was his point. He's going, look, there should be mistakes. If it's curved, what he was saying is, if it's curved, there should be mistakes everywhere.
Exactly.
Because eventually people are going to have, even accidentally, there should be mistakes because people are going to run into issues. Basically, so let's say here's the mistake I'm talking about. So I have my chessboard, right, that I'm building. It's perfectly flat because that's what the model I'm building is. And the guy next to me is building a flat chessboard. The problem is if we actually had to take into account the curvature of the Earth, somebody eventually is going to forget the formula. They're not going to plug in the curvature formula. So he's going to butt up against my chessboard, and it's not going to work at all. I'm going to say, oh, did you check your curvature? Did you? And we're going to go back and forth. That argument never, ever happens.
You're going to appreciate this then. You ready?
Yeah.
Before you even told me you were going to speak to the surveyor.
Yeah.
I wound up a couple days ago putting a picture of the circular chessboard from the Millennium Falcon on your video.
Are you serious?
I told everybody, here's a hint. I didn't even know you were going to interview this surveyor.
Really? Well, do you want me to? I wish I had reverb on my side because I'd say you're doing it again. And it's late. So
please say that they think I'm just full of crap,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just thought of the chessboard just now, and I could have said my giant square plastic mouse pad or anything else, but a chessboard makes much more sense. But I'll give you the other analogy because I didn't say this on air with him, which was it's like people are still not getting it. It's like, okay, a surveyor builds his thing on a sphere. It's like trying to cover a basketball with wheat thins. Those little brittle square things. Yeah, you can cover it. Let's say you just glue and you glued the wheat thins all around the basketball. Yeah, you can cover it, but the squares don't line up perfectly because they can't because they're squares and you're working on a sphere. What he's saying is that everything works. You wonder why all our cities turn out great and everything's built just fine? That's because we're just interlocking squares to each other, big flat squares. He goes, there is no curvature. Not that he's ever seen. Now, he's not gonna necessarily wear a flat Earth T-shirt and start walking down the street or anything. But he's saying, look, I 32 years surveying. That's all he does is measure flat land. Never saw it. Never accidentally saw it. Never talked about it. Never had discussion, either inside of work or outside of work. With you'd think over a couple beers somebody would mention something. And so why don't we? Should we cue it up at this point?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah, let's give it a shot. All right. And I'll mute my microphone.
Different types of surveying is construction surveying, where you take a plan and project all the points outwards, and then information gathering, where you have an existing topography or land and you gather information.
Mm-hmm.
So I pretty much started with some known points and projected information out for projects. And anything from, the runways at Federal Express to auto plants that are Toyota that's, a mile-long project, which should have had some sort of overlaps in the
And so you, again, just to break it down, you were the guy that came out and surveyors came out and they basically leveled they set all the land points before the foundations are laid, before anything. So they're there before the
one that would come out and I'd always say, give me 2 coordinates and 1 elevation. That's all I need.
Got it. And for the so for the blueprint guys, they would, you had to basically set, you put the points on the land, and then everybody shows up and starts building the building.
Well, exactly. I'd put the stakes in or paint lines and start digging, and every single measurement that went into the building, I was the layout guy.
Got it. And how accurate do you, when you were doing it, we've got time, so we can go into the nitty-gritty of stuff, but when you were laying it out, how accurate did you have to be, since your whole job was based on fractions of inches, how accurate did you have to be on a fairly big project?
Well, in theory, we want to be exact. Okay. So when you're projecting things out, you try to get as close as you possibly can. But then in the building process, we know you can't be exact, so there's tolerance,
Okay. Got it. But the tolerances still are fairly tight.
Well,
it's not
exactly. And with concrete matching up and capping a wall, it could be an inch off or something. But your marks, my layout marks should have been absolutely correct everywhere.
Got it.
And the variance comes in the actual building. So they wanted me to be exact every time.
Okay. So you were a surveyor in the United States from 1979 until you retired in
11. Well, 30 years. Yeah.
So 2009, roughly.
Well, 11.
Oh, 2011. So 32 years.
Uh-huh.
Got it. So you're surveying, United States, and you specialized in large construction surveying, not houses or anything like that. Manufacturing plants,
sports stadiums, Eli Lilly projects, big turbines, big buildings, Toyota, mile-long car plant, Federal Express, the tarmacs at the airport.
Wow.
And I even got a bonus for holding my grades perfect.
Nice. Even better.
Upgrade versus to finish grade, to meet specs for minimums and not go over on concrete volumes. Everything. Perfect flat. Perfect.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. And when what do you think the longest project was? Not necessarily the widest and the longest. What do you think the longest stretch you shot?
Well, the Toyota plant, I think, from one end of the project to the other, that's the biggest one I was on.
Do you think that ran over a mile?
Yes, and the airport also, but I had my little area,
Okay, got it. So that all being said, obviously, like most people, you haven't been looking even into the flat Earth thing that long. What was the first thing that kind of caught your eye? Were you just on YouTube and happened to run into it?
Well, yeah. I think it was through the moon stuff that tied in.
Okay. And then when you saw it, what started making you think about what you were doing as a career surveyor? What kind of made you start scratching your head?
Well, parallax and the water thing, and I've always and no mistakes in my back. I mean, I never had any major mistakes because it would have been a daily joke. Oh, curvature of the Earth. Oh, made a mistake. Curvature of the Earth. Oh, we don't match each other. We don't match each other because you came off of that point and I came off of this point, and there's curvature in between. It would have happened every day.
Got it. So let's kind of delve into that a little bit, because you and I were talking about this off air, which was when it comes to point. So like you're working on a project and somebody else is working on another part of the project. But everything that you've told me so far, and we'll get into it, is that surveyors work on a flat plane model.
It's called a plane survey.
A plane survey. That is your technical term for it. And so if you're working on your plane survey and another guy is working on his plane survey, well, there's a problem there if you guys end up meeting each other, because technically there should be a curve if you believe that everything's curved, there should be a curve in between you two. Therefore, where your edges match up, there should be a conflict, right?
Well, exactly. And the USGS markers don't give you any limitations on how far you can project that plane.
Got it. Let's talk briefly about it, about the USGS markers. So in the world of surveying, when you were going through it, starting out in '79, because you mentioned, when somebody asks about how to handle the curvature, people keep referring back to the USGS markers. Is that true?
Well, yes. They say don't worry about it. Our project's not big enough to worry about, and that's for geodetic surveying, and we're just dealing in plane surveys here. And most building projects, even railroads and highways, are plane surveys.
So as far, in fact, okay. So I want to, because remember, I'm going to break it down for everybody. So there's plane surveys, which is what you do, and then there's geodetic surveys, which supposedly account for the curvature of the Earth. And if people don't understand what I'm talking about, it's like those little sections on a soccer ball.
As the plutonic solids, like the tetrahedron would be the most basic, smallest thing, but every plane would be sea level, zero. And where you encounter problems is where you extend past the boundaries of your shape. If I only went halfway to the edge of the triangle starting off in the middle, I'm going to say that's zero. But to you have to extend past your plane. You're going to say it's low.
Yeah. Yeah,
all the USGS markers are randomly placed wherever they could find a hard spot, but they don't have any boundary limitations for the geodetic shape it's supposed to be making.
So does there anybody know what the geodetic shape is?
Well,
since the USGS.
I'm just getting into this, and I never inquired because it was out of my field. I didn't need to worry about it, and it's strange that it supposedly exists, but it's never a problem.
So do you know anybody off the top of your head, I got to ask, do you know anybody off the top of your head that actually, because remember, you're working on a planar model, did you ever talk to anybody in your career that was actually using the geodetic model on their project?
No, and I've looked at plans, and you would think on the plans for major projects, it would say this came off of this. I mean, and it does note it came off of this marker. It's where we got our elevation. But they don't tell you how far you can go with that, projecting it out. And someone that would come from another direction would have a different, for existing stuff and future stuff. If they came off a marker that was closer to their project, is what they would do to try to reduce the error. It wouldn't match.
So this is great stuff. So again, I'm just going to keep clarifying because there's some wonderful little details in here. So the USGS, in order to account for the geodetic model, which nobody uses, place these markers, which are just and the markers are what? Just little flat pieces of concrete that they put in random spots all over the United States.
It's usually a brass disc that has an X on it with the plane coordinates and an elevation.
And these are located. Can people find these geodetic markers at just about anywhere?
Well, they're typically like on bridges, on highways and stuff.
Got it. So it's just a and are they indicated by anything? Is it something like if I was driving down the road, if I wanted to find my nearest one, would I just look up online and say geodetic markers? Is this something that the general public can access, or is it just for certain
websites? But I don't know. I never had to use them. I'm just going with the theory of the geodetic survey versus the plane survey.
Got it. So in 32 years, you never even had to reference one of these markers?
No.
Even though you were working on giant projects?
Yeah.
Like car plants and airports?
Plenty of them. But I never checked into one or anything, everything. And see, we never had real discrepancies with elevation, which you would think would be a big problem.
We'll be right back, everybody. More Strange World. Stay tuned.
Freaky Friday with the Woo Crew. Fridays on Truth Frequency Radio.
Welcome back to Strange World, where the truth is often stranger than fiction. I'm your host, Mark Sargent. And with me is Jonathan from Jersey. Say hi, man. Jonathan.
I don't know what to do with myself tonight.
Because we're running a pre-recorded thing?
Let me just say one thing, because I don't get the chance to talk. I go crazy. Ready?
Yeah, go.
All right, this for you, Mark.
You're the greatest guy in the whole galaxy.
Wow, that's from the Jetsons, isn't it? That's Elroy.
Okay, I annoyed some listeners out there. I've done my job. All right, whenever you're ready.
In fact, I'm scared that I actually knew that was Elroy from the Jetsons without even thinking about it. Yeah. So just so where we left off was this show. We're talking with John. It's a pre-record, so don't call in yet. We're talking with John, a surveyor, career surveyor, 32 years out of Indiana, who basically called and said, you know what? That flat earth thing makes a whole bunch of sense because he did a whole bunch of surveys for 32 years and it was all on a flat plane. Curve was never taken into account. So let's pick up where we left off, shall we?
Here we go.
The theory of the geodetic survey versus the plane survey.
Got it. So in 32 years, you never even had to reference one of these markers?
No.
Even though you were working on giant projects?
Yeah.
Like car plants and airports?
Plenty of them. But I never checked into one or anything, everything. And see, we never had real discrepancies with elevation, which you would think would be a big problem.
Yes, you would. And again, for those people that aren't quite getting what he's putting down here, he's basically saying that if he's starting his project on a plane, on a flat map, and another guy's starting on a different project on his flat map, where those two flat maps meet, and in construction, I would imagine they meet all the time.
Well, they have to, yeah. Your whole city would have intersection points.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. Perfect example. From one city to the next, you've got a whole bunch of different surveyors working on different plane models, and these models have to link up. And where they link up, unfortunately, the distance between one end of a city to another, there should be a little bit of a curve there, and that means the models won't match up. It's like fitting two pieces of tile together, but you've got different tile workers working on it, and
they're different shapes.
And they're different shapes on top of it. They're not even like you're matching up a square to a square.
I'm wondering if you actually took their geodetic markers and placed them, what kind of shape you would end up with.
That's brilliant. Yeah, in fact, somebody should do that if they're listening right now.
Because their reference elevation on a geodetic model is based off a plane. or a radius, which is only good for that exact location.
Wow. Okay, so the markers, and for the people that haven't referenced the clues and they're just listening to this for the first time, what's interesting about this is the markers were actually put down by the USGS, which is the United States Geological Survey, which happens to be the creators of the azimuthal equidistant map, which happens to be a plane map. It's not a globe map. It's a plane map. The same group, basically the map makers, the premier map makers of the world, have a geodetic model out there that the surveyors don't use. Yeah,
it's there, but don't worry about it.
Okay. Let's get into that a little bit, because
what came first, the mistakes in elevation, or the globe model, and we tried to fit all our math to fit the globe. It appears like it's straight, but you're actually looking crooked because of refraction and gravity. I mean, you're going to tell me that all my projects, even though they look straight, they were actually crooked. Well, how does that work?
Yeah, and the odds. I mean, and if you're doing this for 32 years, basically your whole career is shooting these lines.
That's all I did every day, was to set up these instruments, go through I would be sometimes hungover, whatever, but it was just routine. I mean, it was routine to go through this process to get your instrument height and your elevation and projecting them out, making some drawings to say I need to end up here and putting it out there. And I never once. I mean, after it became routine, you don't even take into consideration curvature, and everything always works.
Everything worked. Everything that you butted up against, all the other projects, because especially if you're talking about the Toyota plans and an airport runway and a stadium, you're going to run into all sorts of different plans and models all around you. And nothing conflicted with anybody. Everybody, the plant got built, the runway got built, everything got built. Nope. And you're saying that after all that time, nobody had a problem with anything. Everything just lined up perfectly next to each other because they were...
For the most part. I mean, sure, there's mistakes, but you could track it down to something, and it was never attributed.
But it wasn't based on the mistake was never based on the curve of the Earth.
You took your plane too far to match up to my plane over here.
Yeah.
It never, ever. I mean, it would have been ludicrous to suggest that.
Wow. And there was something else that you mentioned to me yesterday, which was when you asked about it. When you asked about it when you were at one point in your career, even the book. You said the book said don't. Pretty much the boiled down version was the book said the instructional book on surveying said don't worry about it. Can you kind of expand on that?
Well, because of the type of survey we deal with and the way it's done, you assume everything around you is on the same plane that you're on. But in reality, every point wherever you're at has its own... I mean, a point has no dimensions. It's not a plane. But in order to work around a circle, there's an infinite number of points.
Yeah.
So depending on how close together they are, or how far apart they are, you can't take a tangent line from one of those points and end up at another point.
Got it. So
you're as soon as you start working your plane survey, in theory, everything you do projecting out from your starting point's wrong.
Well, so just to be clear, the surveying books basically say, you know what, you're just going to be working off a flat model. Don't worry about anything outside of your flat model because you don't know what's outside there. But everybody else that's doing their same thing, they're reading the same thing. So, okay, my flat model is hooking up to your flat model, which is hooking up to your flat model, which means it'll all work out just fine.
It does.
So the curvature is more or less just ignored because no one's ever seen it. So the textbooks say, don't worry about it. It's nothing to sweat, right?
Well, right, and it's just like almost like Al Qaeda,
Oh, do tell me how Al Qaeda. Oh, because
you can't find them, but they're there.
Nice. That's an interesting comparison. I like that.
It's like gravity, too. I mean, it's there. You can't see it, but we have no other explanation, so we're going to go with this one, even though it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So the curvature's there. The surveyors, it's not like you guys are privy to any weird secrets. The surveyors are told, we know there's a curvature of the Earth. We're just not going to work with it, though, professionally.
I know. Well, I asked a couple guys, and they've got these total stations now that do all the work for you, that you don't have to consider much. It's not the instrument. And it has a function built into it for curvature.
Okay.
But you'd have to be doing a geodetic survey. And I'm just curious. I want to find two markers that are close enough together that I can do a plane survey between them and just see.
Yeah. Yeah. Because everything that you saw over 32 years says that it isn't there. You couldn't prove it.
Exactly. All the evidence says that it's not there. But I never did the super long distancing,
Well, but it doesn't. I mean, even again, a mile would be 8 inches, and if the curvature is real. And in fact, I had several people that mentioned to me, just kind of in passing, over the last few months, they would send me things. It's like, look, if you're making a building that's say half a mile long or a quarter mile long,
think of the plant in Dearborn that's 25 miles long.
Wow, that's huge. I didn't know that plant was that long.
Yeah.
25 miles long, that's a lot of elevation drop. That's a lot of curvature.
Yeah.
And it's a huge amount, and you would have to take that.
All built on plane surveys.
It's all built on plane surveys. Wow. And was there and the same thing somebody wrote me recently about, because I get an email probably once a month about railroad tracks. Because railroad tracks are technically built on just interlocking planar models. You're just going, because railroad tracks can connect together. They're literal. They're the same size. And people are saying, well, don't you account, people have been asking recently, don't you account for curvature of the Earth drop? Because if the railroad tracks were exactly straight, they would just start getting higher and higher and higher. And they'd never follow the curve. And no different. That's an easier example, but that's really no different than a giant car plant. The only difference is you're dealing with a lot more material.
Yeah, it's there, but don't worry about it. And everything comes out right.
So, and surveying's been around for a long time. Surveying is an old profession. I mean, it's been around
because a lot of this is attributed to refraction.
Yeah.
They say that's why it looks like it's straight, but it's actually curved, and you're seeing on the curve. It's because of some type of refraction. And I'm going, did we discover refraction, or did we have to find something to lend to the globe model after?
Yeah.
Because surveying was around before.
Oh yeah, surveying's been around for a long, long time. Right. I mean, hundreds of years.
Well, right. I mean, they built the pyramid somehow.
Yeah, there you go. That's a perfect example.
We were told, since nobody knows, well, they probably built some forms, filled it up with water, marked the water level, and there was their get-go for their foundation.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
And that water seeks its own level.
Yeah, water does seek its own level, which is why, again, the obvious the bubble levels on every level.
That's surveying, and I made this little logo in college that was a plumb bob hanging over water.
Okay.
Those two physical constants that never change. It's like the law.
Yeah.
It's like physics, one of the physical laws. Water seeks its own level, and you dangle something from the string, it follows a plumb path perpendicular to water level. Now,
interesting.
I'm curious. You did a lot of research with airplanes.
Yeah.
As you would extend your altitude, like 15 miles high at 30,000 feet, whatever, your distance would be much greater than the ground distance.
Ah. Interesting.
If you were on a flat plane, it would be exact. So on the long distance flights, how do they determine mileage? And the real telltale would be, how do they cost in dollars?
Yeah, good point, which is why the AE map, and I keep hearing more and more examples of it. I heard it from that Navy guy just the other day, and that is when you get to the southern hemisphere on a plane map, the distances become exaggerated, and you have to account for that. I don't know if you heard his example when he was talking about it, that even when they were down almost towards the southern part of South America, they would still turn the fleet back and pump and take them through the Panama Canal for no apparent reason, even though it should.
I heard him say that.
Yeah, and that would make sense if it was a plane, because on a plane, when you got out that far, the oceans would be stretched way further. The oceans would be bigger than what we see on a normal Mercator map.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, and so again, why would you turn the fleet around when you were, pushing, getting towards Chile, off the coast of Chile? It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna take the Panama Canal. So what are you talking about? We're right here. All we have to do is turn the corner, and it's like, no, somebody at the higher levels knows this stuff. But in the surveying world, that's not necessarily the case. It's just that things are just passed down, and nobody takes notice of it, because you're working on your project, and you've got your friends working on their projects. And when they connect, they work. Nobody questions it because it works. It's like, oh yeah, well, everything looks good. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Nobody ever questions the curvature of the Earth. It's never, in fact, in the 32 years that you were doing surveying, you guys never, when you're sitting over coffee, never came up.
No, never. I mean,
and the books say, you know what? It's just a side note in the books where they say,
plain survey, it doesn't exist.
Literally, it doesn't exist. But nobody questions it. It's like, well, your survey is absolutely flat. So that's all you have to worry about. That's your math. That's your wheelhouse. That's all you have to deal with.
Our variations is not curvature; it's topographic variations for the ground.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm scratching my head on the geodetic map that the survey uses. If you were to place all these markers on the globe and place them the right distance out from the center on the right radius, what would that? How do they do that? Because the mountain ranges and stuff that vary so much, they're going, well, this is going uphill, but it's also going downhill at the same time around the curve. And the plane survey says it's going uphill, but the geodetic survey is wrapping it around some radius point.
Wow. So let me throw another one at you. You mentioned, did you say recently you came up with the idea when you were thinking about this that once the GPS system, the global positioning system, designed by the United States Department of Defense, because they'd never do anything underhanded, their satellite system could coordinate with the USGS, since these guys are brothers, organizations, and they could correct any issues with the geodetic model markers.
Well,
didn't you?
Right, and I asked them that, and they said they're correcting them all the time. Like there wasn't anything special about the advent of GPS. That everything was wrong, or 90% needs corrected, or it's like, oh, everything's all right. And in theory, every time they add one, there's corrections to be made, because where the intersection between the geodetic survey and the plane survey, everything's wrong. So every time you add a point.
Still there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So just again, to be clear on this, you have strong doubts that the geodetic model was perfectly accurate to begin with. If anything could make it more accurate, it'd be a satellite system. And especially since it's a one government organization tying to the other one, it's like, okay, let's put some beacons down and firm up all the markers that we've got all over the place. But they probably don't care, because no one's using that model. So they're saying, oh yeah, we got the GPS system, we're going to hook that into the USGS and look at the markers, and we'll fix all those. But since no one's using the markers, it's probably just an inter-office memo in case that question ever comes up, like you asked them. And they say, oh yeah, we're updating them all the time. It's like, really? Because people would you'd see people out there at those markers with some sort of satellite uplink.
Well, and even the electric, we got started off with the EDM, the electric distance measurement, and then it got built into the total station, and now they don't even use tape measures anymore. They don't even use tape measures anymore. You just shoot the light beam. It's more accurate and quick. So how many corrected, though? I mean, they had to do a correction process with the new instruments coming out.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. But so you were kind of fortunate in what you were doing, because you started in the 70s before they had the light beam measurers.
Right.
And so when
our instruments have gotten more sophisticated, where we can go longer distances, and that's where I start scratching my head. Is, they make a laser to put stuff in, it'll go out 600 feet.
Yeah.
And I used to go, use it to its maximum. Mm-hmm. And it came out, there was no problems with the intersecting planes,
So laser to laser, you would think that if one laser point to another laser point, it being that accurate, you would think that one planar model would butt up against another planar model. It just wouldn't fit. It's the short version of this, folks, if you haven't figured out what we're talking about here, is that it's like a giant jigsaw puzzle when you're talking about surveyors, when you're building towns or factories or whatever, and the puzzle pieces are odd sizes, they're supposedly odd elevations, and they have to take into account the curvature of the Earth. But they all end up working fine. We all live in cities that are built. The streets are run just fine. The plants work. The stadiums work. The airports work. But it should not be that easy if there's curvature of the Earth. There should always be a conflict. And even by accident, there should be a conflict. If somebody, I'll give you a perfect example, and correct me if I'm wrong here, where let's say a surveyor, let's say the world is a globe, somebody forgets to take into account the curvature, and he shoots his plane, and the other guy takes his curvature in, he shoots his in accidentally, they should have a problem right there.
Exactly.
But in 32 years of you shooting planes and butting up against every sort of plane you could imagine, from 1979 up until 2011, you never had a problem with anyone that had, you never got to a point where you guys were sitting around going, well, this doesn't match up because you forgot to take into account the Earth is round.
Never once did that come up.
or in conversations about anything.
Or even another project within the company, or other companies, other people in the field in the same city. I never heard of it.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you worked with, and what part of the country did you mostly work in, or were you all over?
Well, Indianapolis area.
Indianapolis, okay, Midwest.
Much flat,
Yeah, but you were. I mean, there was a lot of different projects out there. You probably talked to a bunch of guys, and worked with whole tons of different construction people, and the conversation just never ever came up.
Nope. Not one.
Well, you heard it. You heard it here. Career surveyor, 32 years. He worked
construction surveys, so don't confuse that, because I know that when you do survey work for boundaries and work off of these points, they do take it into consideration. But to what degree, I don't know. But the theory, I think you can. I mean, Mark, think about it.
Uh-huh.
If you start off and say it's a plane and take your elevations, you end up it's a plane.
Mm-hmm.
But if you start off and say it's a ball and take all your elevations and force them into the grid model, I don't know how you can take these points and locate them besides off the plane model, because that's how they're taken.
Yeah.
I mean, because the ground varies, and there's, I don't know, so we came up with 8 inches in a mile with a slope.
Yeah.
But you can go back to parallax, and the 6-mile stretch of water that doesn't have any slope to it.
Yeah, and that 8 inches a mile.
Liars can figure, but figures don't lie. I mean, they're trying to force the globe into this system of coordinates, but you go back to the most basic, and that's why I have water on my logo. It's the most basic, fundamental principle of building, that it's going to seek its own level. And you can trust the water more than a level that works off a little bitty spirit that's placed inside the long thing that you got to have both of them matched up. The water itself is the very best telltale.
Oh yeah. That is one thing that has not changed in a long time, which is the bubble levels, the or all the different sophisticated water levels that you guys use. Which
gyro. I mean, the water was the only way we had to determine level.
Yeah, an interesting point that you would bring up the gyro, because the gyro is what the military uses.
All the mathematicians never came up with a correction for curvature with the distance on how far you could level with water.
Yeah, excellent point. Wow, really good stuff. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. Was there anything else, any other little details you wanted to add, as far as anything that kind of got you scratching your head that hopefully isn't keeping you up at night? And again, I thank you for reaching out to me and saying, because people who don't know, John called me and says, "Hey, look, there's something for certain."
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Welcome back to Strange World. Segment 3. We are in segment. Sorry, go ahead.
That was good, man. That audio. That's. I didn't get to that. No, because you sent it to me earlier and you said let's play it tonight.
Yeah.
Crap.
You liked it?
I can listen to it after the show. Yeah, I got to go back and listen, man.
Yeah, it's real interesting, and we'll talk about it in. We'll run it down in a second. But I'd like to thank you for helping me change up my music, because a lot of people are saying, yeah, the video game music's okay, but you really should pick some cool track.
That was a good one.
The one that we just came in with.
Yeah, it sounds familiar, but I can't place it.
You're lying to me. You know exactly what that track is. You've heard it a bunch of times. It was played most notably on Goodfellas.
Oh,
when
God.
Ray Liotta was running away from the helicopter.
You're right.
I believe the artist was Harry Nilsson, award-winning singer. I don't even know if he's still alive, but he was one of those interesting artists that didn't go on tour. He was one of the most famous artists that never went on tour. And but thank you. Yeah, it was a song from my little collection. I actually listen to that on my iPod when I'm climbing hills or doing treadmills or whatever. It's a cool song. I love that song a whole bunch. And thanks to you, man, for laying it out there for me, and Chris at the studio for getting in there for tonight, because I really like. I mean, I love inspirational music, and that is one of the tracks I love. Go ahead.
No, I said thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Also, thank you for. I know that you weren't in. You were busy trying to get your YouTube channel up, and so you couldn't get in on that interview. But John, the surveyor from Indiana, I think he's out in Colorado now. He was really interesting to talk to. Good old boy. Love his laugh. And he was real basic, real down and dirty, which is, look, we worked on a plane. That's what our projects worked on. This globe thing, this curvature, this sphere, I've never seen it. It was brilliant. Excuse me. So.
And you know what? When old timers tell you, this is the way it is, you listen.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are the guys that built the roads, the bridges, like everything that we think of it, the infrastructure.
Yeah.
And,
this guy built a stadium. I mean, you talk about your America, apple pie baseball. He built a stadium. He built a car factory, an airport runway. He did this that was his life. That's what he did for 32 years. Yeah. And Flat Earth shook him out of his reality. And he said, you know what? Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to call us. He could have ignored it. And he didn't. I love the fact that he came forward. I love the fact that Robert came forward, and the guy that eventually will come forward, hopefully, for the next show.
And not for nothing. On an aside, I mean, being that it's in the conspiracy category,
yeah.
Was it the truth for 9/11? What is it, the architects and engineers?
Yeah, the engineers that stepped forward.
That's it. I mean, the same kind of peer group, 50 and older, old timers, people that really know metallurgy and.
Yeah, and that you're right, and that's a great point, because the engineers that stepped forward about 9/11, because the whole concept around how 9/11, the official government concept, was insulting to the engineers. I mean, they looked at it's like, whoa, you're telling me the engineering was off? No, that building could have withstand artillery fire, and it went down like a sack of rice. Yeah, don't tell us the engineering was bad. I love that. By the way, we should probably take some calls, shouldn't we? Or try to. I know it's late and it's Tuesday. I don't know if anyone's still up, but we could try to take some calls. You want to take some?
Yeah, I got it queued up. I think all you have to do is when they call in.
All right. So the number, we'll talk about some other stuff, but you guys want to call in and ask us any question about anything. It doesn't have to be about Flat Earth, because we're going to be talking about some other stuff. Because as of now, Jonathan is actually on the 23rd of September, and I am still on the 22nd, so I'm safe.
Why'd you tell me that?
Oh, you didn't remember that it's actually 1:00 in the morning over there?
No, but I forgot. Now I'm all creeped out.
You should be. I'd be creeped out. Anyway, the phone number to call in, guys, toll free, 1-866-378-7884. Or if you want to do it by letters, it's 1-866-37-TRUTH. That's Truth Frequency Radio, and we've got the phone line up because I'm staring at it. So if somebody's up late and they want to talk to us, feel free, because I know Jonathan would. I think he may even sing before it's over. I don't know what he'd sing, but yeah. And while we're waiting, there's a little before we dig into the September 23rd doom and gloom, because why not, right? By the time this show ends, it'll be September 23rd where I am. I got a short letter, because we get letters from fans, and this one was really, really interesting. It was short and to the point, and it specifically referenced the last show we did, which was episode 21 with Robert from the U.S. Navy. When Robert came out and said, "Yeah, there's not curve. It's not spinning. The maps are wrong. The whole thing's screwed up." Love what he did there. And so this is from, I won't say her last name, but it's from Denise. And Denise says, have been into Flat Earth since June of last year. This is the best video I have seen on the subject. I have flown many long-haul flights and have been out at sea a lot. I know the Earth is flat, but now I am done. No more to add. Basically her version of case closed. We'll pass it on to my sheeple friends who think I am mad. Wow. I was on to 9/11 2 days later and had to wait for years for people to catch up with me. Wow. Mark, I am blown away. I am speechless. Thank you so much for your work. Blessings, Denise. So thank you, Denise. It was great. I'm not taking much credit for it. It was Robert that came out and wanted to talk, and Jonathan and I asked the right questions apparently, and plus he approached us, and it worked really well, and it's getting a bunch of hits. And although I will say, did you catch that thing that I told you about, that one of the devices it was being restricted on for a while?
No, which one?
Oh yeah, it was Android. I had people, and it was mostly people out of country, which doesn't surprise me because of the title of the video. The title of the video was flat or U.S. Navy missile instructor confirms flat Earth. I think it probably would have taken longer to release had I said something like whistleblower or something like that. But I just said confirms. And you know how the vetting process goes. They're going to look at anything. Because if somebody comes out, like some Navy comes out, look, here's the secrets to the new spy plane. They're going to check everything that mentions U.S. government. But the point is that Android phones were not running that video, which I thought was really strange. And it took me a while, but I had multiple people in different parts of the world, and most of them were international. I thought was interesting why Android phones internationally would not run episode 21, and I can assure people I uploaded it the same as I do every other one. But I said, okay, try it on your PC, and when they got to their PC, it was fine.
So you think it was just the keyword U.S. Navy?
Yeah, it's because it's what I would do if I was gonna vet something, if I was gonna monitor outgoing stuff that was outgoing content that was coming out of this country. Yeah, you look for anything military that says because who knows what you're going to catch. You know how these guys are. Somebody could release a real secret.
Sure.
Not that flat Earth isn't, but but people were saying, oh, weren't you worried about him coming out? It's like, what? How are they going to approach him? Because if they approach him and say, the Navy guy, if they approach him and say, oh, you shouldn't talk about flat Earth, he's going to look at them like they got a bug on their face. And he'd be like, what are you talking about? You mean I can't actually talk? You mean it's real? It's actually flat? No, they can't. You can't address that. It's a tough subject for the authority to deal with. So anyway, just my thought. How you doing tonight, by the way?
I'm all right. I mean, I don't know. After tomorrow, they might have to take me to Lark Hill for a checkup. But...
Oh, is that the mental institution near Jersey?
Lark Hill? Yeah, I think it was featured in V for Vendetta.
Oh. Lark Hill was the one where V, otherwise known as
FEMA camp too, right?
What?
It's like a makeshift FEMA camp where they do experiments on people on the red list.
Nice. Okay, well, let's get into it then. Let's get into it, because I wasn't going to do it, but, we might as well talk about it, because I like today's emails were starting to get frantic, and people were saying, what's happening? What's going to happen? Are you worried? Are you worried? Are you worried? It's like, maybe. I mean, I was there, sure. I watched the Pope get off the plane live. As far as I knew, nothing happened to him. So what's happening tomorrow? So tomorrow is the 23rd. And, for those listening on the East Coast, it's already the 23rd. What is happening tomorrow? The Pope visits the White House. He does not address Congress until Thursday. So he's going to be addressing Congress Thursday. I think he's just doing meet and greets tomorrow. Tonight, he's probably resting, listening to the show, that sort of thing. And then the Chinese leader, the Chinese president, is actually in Seattle. He's actually right down the road from where I am. Talk about weird. The Chinese president's in Seattle, about 30 minutes away from me. So that's kind of interesting. He's going to be, and I think he's going to head off to Washington, D.C. in the next day or so. So I think he'll be there on Friday. And then the Pope makes some sort of speech in New York on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And then of course, there's a supposed meteorite that may hit tomorrow.
I think I posted something. They said tomorrow's the start of the fall equinox. Or no, maybe the 24th. And that the sun is going to be perfectly positioned above the Washington Monument, thereby casting a shadow perfectly to the Capitol.
Really?
Yeah, let me find it.
Was it designed that way?
I don't know what. I haven't confirmed any of this. I haven't researched it. I'm just.
It wouldn't surprise me. The Masons did build that one. There's two Washington monuments actually. Most people don't know about the second one. There's the Washington Monument, near the Capitol. But there's also the Washington Memorial that was built. Oh, I cannot remember the city, but look that one up. The Masonic Washington Memorial. That thing's huge.
Let me read this.
Go ahead.
Sorry. On September 24th, 2015, the fall equinox, Pope Francis will be the first pope to speak to. Oh, they misspoke. Speak before the Congress. The sun will align atop the Washington Monument that day, and its shadow will stretch to touch the U.S. Capitol dome, symbolically connecting heaven and earth.
Huh.
So that's a little weird.
Yeah, what day is that?
September 24th.
So, Friday.
No,
that's Thursday. That's Thursday.
Thursday. And I'll feel more at ease once he gets away from the East Coast, when he makes it out west.
Yeah, and I still haven't heard anything. The rumor was that Putin was going to be in town. When I say in town, inside the states. I heard he was going to be around as well, but I hadn't seen anything on him, and I would thought they would have covered it. So,
the Dalai Lama too.
Well, the Dalai Lama is coming to Colorado, but that's actually I don't think he's not in right now, and I don't think that would have been much of a. Compared to the others. I mean, the big three, that would have been interesting. Having the Pope, Putin, and the Chinese president. That would have been interesting. So, and then, of course, all the other fun stuff. CERN is supposedly firing up on Thursday as well. Oh, wait. Same time that monument thing's happening. Creepy. Yeah, that would be something. But if you... Go ahead.
6 days.
The what?
Something about 266 days. It says 266th Pope visits the White House on the 266th day of the year, which is 266 days from conception to birth. Is that right?
Wow. Okay.
Well,
now I'm getting a little worried. And I mean, yeah, I like numerology as much as the next guy, but wow, that's some pretty interesting stuff. Huh.
Hey, what was it? What are the odds of that?
Probably not good.
Yeah.
So, people have been asking me, it's like, okay, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think is going to, how this thing going to tip off? It's going to happen. It's like, okay, look, first of all, officially, I'm not betting on anything because again, I've been burned every time, not too many times in the past. I've been burned every time in the past. So if I had to take a guess, if it was me, if I was writing the plot, if I was writing the screenplay on this, and you can add to it or do whatever you want, but if it was me, I would stage, note the word I said, stage, some sort of ISIS attack while the Pope was around and the Chinese president was around. That's what I would do because it's easy to do because you could use some of the guys. In fact, here, let me run with this for a sec. You could take some of the guys from Jade Helm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And give them ISIS uniforms. Let them run amok somewhere, stage like some sort of fake event where they get a lot of camera time. Maybe. Oh, here's one more for you. Oh, okay. Let me go down this road. Say this faked ISIS attack somehow assassinates the Chinese president. The Chinese blame the Americans on bad security. Things come to blows. We start a war with China. How's that?
Wow.
What do you think?
I don't want to endorse that. I don't want to.
No, I'm saying, if you want to pick a plot line that would be feasible, that's what I would do. Because people say, oh, no, he's going to get shot. Well, Pope's going to get, attacked while he's addressing Congress. I'm going, are you kidding me? Do you know the security on that building? It'd be insane. If you're going to do anything with the Pope, it'd be in New York, I would think.
Opinions expressed by Mark Sargent are not opinions shared by Jonathan the Wing.
I'm just saying, people ask, and it's like, look, I'm just saying, if you want a plot line that makes sense, that's you go down one of those two paths. But you have to. The point is, you've got to start with some sort of staged, and I say staged because it would not be a real terrorist attack, because I don't believe, and I've said this on air, I don't believe that ISIS is a true terrorist organization. I think they're backed by an alphabet group, one of ours, probably. You disagree? Do you have any opinion on the 23rd? I know you don't want your opinion is you don't want to give it energy because the energy may manifest something.
No, because I've been looking at like conspiracy sites for the past couple of weeks, and there's a lot of fear surrounding it. It's like if there were more like good outcomes, if people were looking forward to something beautiful to happen, then it'd be great. But all I'm seeing is negativity.
It's true.
And Melissa said, she goes, "What if they announce there's a flat Earth?" I said, "Well, then we're vindicated." I said, "My son will tell his mom, see, Dad was right."
Okay. Let me go the other one. Let me go the flat Earth route because it does tie. I still think it ties into this. You and I have discussed this many times. Like, why is this topic even being allowed to? If you want to use the word manifest, that's one thing. Why is it being allowed to be openly discussed with little or no resistance? Why are there no panels? Why are no astrophysicists coming out to counter anything? Why is this, there's no magic bullet to knock this thing down?
Why is Virgin and the Maze Runner out in the movies right now?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, by the way. I forgot. I'm not going to dig up my email because if I do, Windows 10 will crash. The fan that wrote me to mention the Divergent, the third in the trilogy. Do you have that email in front of you?
No, I can look.
Where basically what they said was the trailer just gives it all away. They weren't even hiding it. Where the trailer said, in the second movie, the world world was destroyed, world was changed, the world was torn down, and then the third movie, they will go beyond the wall. How does that? What is that about? What was the other one?
Maze Runner.
Yeah, I didn't. You had to tell me. I didn't even know the second Maze Runner was out.
Yeah.
Which the Maze Runner second one, they go beyond the wall.
I mean, it's the same visual.
Yeah.
You can't just make a perfect flat Earth with a dome. That would be too obvious.
Yeah, I mean, if you could you put any more predictive program? I mean, this is the most blatant predictive program I've seen. I mean, you actually just say it in the trailer. Oh yeah, you're going to go beyond the wall. Oh yeah, this movie's going to go beyond the wall too. What? And when's the Divergent one coming out? Not till a few months. I don't think.
2016. Yeah, it'll be a summer flick.
Yeah. It's too easy. So yeah, but okay. So
what's worse though? Not so much the people that are keeping us in here.
What?
Right? Like, I mean, guards run a prison, but they don't really run the prison. They don't make the laws that imprison people, falsely or otherwise.
Yeah.
Just doing their job, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is, who's on the outside commanding these people to do their damn jobs?
Yeah, there is that. I don't necessarily want to get into the Nephilim discussion, but it is an interesting one. I also had a person send me and several people have made videos on it already. Biblical ramifications of Revelations 10, which I thought was very, very interesting because it's what I consider one of the most unique passages in all the Bible, and I've thought about this one since Sunday school, back in the day, which was that an angel came down, put his 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea, and uttered this sentence, these words, right? And these words were repeated by the 7 thunders over the world. And the guy that was writing this chapter of Revelation, he was told by whatever thing was looking over his shoulder, do not write down what he said. That secret that he just said right there, you don't say it. You do not utter the words. And I was going, wow, that's pretty interesting. Could it have been simple, like the angel came down, so yeah, by the way, the world is flat, because that would pretty much be a giveaway.
But you know what? When we talk about these things, and we just come up with these fantastic ideas of what ifs, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We always think, well, what if it's a Nephilim, or what if it's this? But here's a what if that's not too happy.
Great, here you go. What do you got?
But it's a dual-edged sword. There's some that believe that we're going towards singularity and advancing technologically, right?
Yeah.
But like you saw in that movie, The Signal, or The Matrix.
Yeah.
What if there's already technological presence that's outside the dome, outside this thing? And instead of being confrontational like the Borg, right, and being really overt, where we can then defend ourselves, or like the Terminators, where if you can see it, you can attack it.
Yeah.
But what if they're doing it real subtle and they're introducing technology so that we willingly go towards it? Phones, nano, and all this other stuff.
Oh, sure.
Eventually embrace it, and then... So what if that's on the other side? What if it was organic and it went technological, and then they created organic again? Now we're going back to technology again. It gets kind of trippy. But
yeah, I don't think that's creepy necessarily. It's trippy, sure. And yeah, if you're talking about the last 5 minutes of The Signal, then it makes a whole lot of sense.
The question is like, why would we meet that with such fear? Like, why are we so fearful and aggressive? Right? What if these are very benevolent beings that said, "Look, we created you. Look at," and they start to explain DNA, and they start to explain the model of Earth and why it is the way it is and how incredible we are. And then all of a sudden, like we seem to think that when we have these, like if we become technology advanced, that we'll somehow lose something in ourselves.
Yeah. I was just going to say that. You're right. That because we seem to hold on to whatever the thing we can't define, which is the essence of our humanity,
right?
And we hold on to it like grim death. And if anyone tries to even diminish it or fade it or dilute it in any way, we consider it an atrocity. However,
the heart transplant, or they get a prosthetic or everything, they're still the same person. They don't lose any part of themselves. Their soul is still who they are.
Yeah, and you're right. And it'd be it's also hypocritical, because everybody knows full well that if we came up with what was that Bruce Willis movie where they jacked into those robotic bodies? I mean, if we could, let's put this. We'll put it to the phones. Anyone wants to call and talk about this? 1-866-378-7884. That's 1-866-37-TRUTH. But to your point, if we had the ability to put our brains into some sort of techno body, most people would do it, because they wouldn't. Because there's the other side, and that is they don't want to lose the last part of themselves, which they consider their soul. And so, yeah, they'd put themselves in a machine body in 2 seconds if they had the money, if they had the means to do it.
Well, I think the intermediary step is the avatar model.
Yeah,
because it seems like there's a lot of resistance by people saying, "Oh, I don't want to be a robot person." They think they're going to become an android or something. They're going to lose. Again, where does the soul go, and how does it transpose or move into a robotic body? But the avatar seems to be the mix of both tech and organic. Then it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Got an excellent point. We'll see, but I don't think All right, let me go with the silver lining version of the 23rd, and that is what if? Not even just the 23rd. What's moving forward? Because let's put it this way, folks: if the 23rd, if this week thing doesn't happen, then Flat Earth's going to get a whole lot bigger. Because then everyone that was focused on all this other stuff, the conspiracy stuff, there's only one thing to turn to, and that is Flat Earth. Because the doom and gloom evaporates, and then what do you got? In that case, does flat Earth become a tool for the authority at large? Maybe. Maybe not. I mean, you could turn it into everything could be turned into something awful. But let me ask you. I'll ask you.
Go ahead.
If the flat Earth had the power to unite humanity, which it does, unite humanity in a way that nothing else has united it, should we use it? We'll find out that after the break.
The Rundown live with Mike and Kristen, Monday through Thursday on Truth Frequency Radio.
Welcome back to Strange World. I'm your host, Mark Sargent. With me is Jonathan from Jersey, and that was Joe Jackson, Stepping Out, one of my favorite early and one of the original MTV videos. I remember watching that a long time ago. Actually, believe it or not, we have callers because I blame myself. I'm not going to let Jonathan take the blame because he asked me, he goes, "Hey, are you on the phones?" I go, "Wait, I'm on the phones? I thought you were on the phones." And so we pulled up the control panel, and sure enough, there were actually callers in there. So right now we have Charles from Tennessee on the line with us. What's going on, Charles?
Hello. How are you all doing tonight? The show's doing real well.
Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. What's on your mind this late evening?
Well, as far as all the predictions about what's going on,
yes,
there's nothing we can do except embrace it, whatever it is. I do believe if there were tragedies on the way, I have a gut feeling that something has intervened and changed it. I had that feel. There was a massively weird sunset yesterday. I mean, the sky, the clouds were iridescent. It looked like a 3D special effect. Colors were not quite normal. Everything, and it was one of those panoramic. It was on not just at the sun side, the opposite side.
Yeah.
And an effect I talked to you about in the past was real predominant too. When the sun got right to the horizon on the west, the east side lit up. The mountains on the east they just looked like flamethrowers were on them. And then this sense of peace came over me. I think that the true highest power of the universe might smack down some people, but for the most part, I think the meek will inherit the earth. I think that's so well ingrained in the Bible that I think they're going to quit screwing with us. I don't think they're going to have the power. And when you amass the power of the world together, which I think Prince Charles is supposed to be in America this week too. It's everybody. I think, and if all this crap was going to happen to America, like an asteroid, and they knew it was going to happen, do you think they would be in America, in Washington, D.C., at sea level? No, they wouldn't.
Excellent point. You're right. You had some mixed messages there. Jonathan, you had something?
Would get out to Denver to higher ground and then underground.
yeah, there is that. But Charles may have a point here, and that is, you know what? I liked your first part, which said, you know what? Whatever comes, it's going to come. But you think we may have a reprieve on the way because maybe we've earned it, maybe we haven't. But we'll have to see. Interesting.
I like that.
Remember your Bible where Lot was told, "Go find one decent man, and I will save the city." I think there are decent people in America. And I think decency, in the face of all the crap that's been thrown at us, is really rearing its head. I think people have nailed down and they've started throwing all the shackles off. You know, and it's happened to me. It's happened to almost everybody I know. And it really started with the flat Earth thing.
Yeah.
That just, you know, when we talked in the past, I said that was one of those things where peace just, I saw it. I immediately started realizing all these observations I'd had my whole life. I said, this can't be right. This, you know, I knew it. I didn't question it.
Yeah.
It was just one of those answers.
So for you, the flat Earth was kind of an answer, and you didn't brace against it much at all.
I didn't brace it one bit, and it was like it flipped. You know, in a Rube Goldberg machine, you have one lever, one mechanism that flips another mechanism. It started the mechanisms flipping, and then whip, 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 whip. This thing fell away, this thing fell away, this thing came to me, peace in this area came, or this anxiety, or this lack of functioning. Because when when all the basis of your reality is not, you're observing things, and your gut and your soul realizes, hey, this isn't the way we've been told, that right there sets up a big conflict.
Yeah.
An inner conflict. And as people, just the flat earthers dropping the conflict, I don't think we should be to the point we have to tell everybody.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, your real witness to anything is your example. If you got your act together, they say, why? You just say, I realize we're not spinning in space with everything going to knock us out of balance.
Got it.
I think rationality is the foundation, and this is rational.
Fantastic. Hey, Charles, I hate to do this to you, but we have another caller that's waiting, but I thank you very much for reaching out. Please, we're going to do more call-in shows, and I'd love to talk to you again. Okay.
And I want y'all to do one thing: list your bumper music. It's really, really great if you could list it on your YouTube thing, because there's 2 or 3 songs, especially your lead-in song for the show.
Oh, okay.
That is fabulous.
Well,
and then that be good, and may much insight come your way.
Okay, thank you very much,
Jonathan. Your show's great. Jonathan's show's great too. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. That was Charles from Tennessee. Nice to talk to him. And yes, I will definitely try to list the bumper music if it isn't already listed, because of matched content, which YouTube is so great at doing. So there you have it.
But he was really positive. I like that.
Yeah. There you go. You don't have to go, which is part of what our show is about. You don't have to doom and gloom this whole thing. You know, I know it's a little easier for me to say because I've got enough stuff prepped up that I can survive a year. But even without that, I would still be looking at this like, look, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And, you know, for me, it's kind of a long overdue thing anyway, because I believe in Act 3. For those people that don't know, it's like, look, I believe in any movie or book or screenplay, the big, you know, ending of the show, the big finale. What's it going to be? You know, spin the roulette wheel and tell me what it is, because I've been looking for it.
All participants muted.
Are you not working your phone machine right? Do we have another? Did that person that was calling in, did they stay on?
It said 2 other callers, but then they dropped off. So I don't know.
Okay. Let me throw the number out there. We have an open slot. If anyone wants to call in, 866-378-7884 or 866-37-TRUTH. That's the Truth Frequency Radio hotline. Talk straight to Mark and Jonathan on this late evening, which is now the 23rd of September. We're now in it. Does that mean anything's going to happen? Your opinions. You know, take your pick. What you going to go on this? You know, thinking, you know, run through the streets with your hands in the air, screaming, 50s movie style, Or are you gonna, stand outside and just look up and grimace, say, "Yeah, bring it. What you got?" That's what I'm gonna do. Seriously, something happens. Honestly, I wasn't kidding when people say, I get an email I think every week about Nibiru, for example, even though that ship came and went a long time ago. And I said, look, if that thing shows up, if it rears its ugly head in the sky, I'm seriously going to just walk outside and go, really? Really? That's what you got? Because it's a little late to the party.
When I hear Nibiru, I think of that movie Melancholia.
Yeah. Which we talked about on our movie, End of the World movie show, part 1 or part 2. Melancholia with Kirsten Dunst, Kiefer Sutherland, Alexander Skarsgård, and some other people. And that movie ended. Was that Lars von Trier? Yeah, that was Lars von Trier. He that was about as he didn't pull any punches at the end of that thing.
I thought it was brilliant, though. It was just
it was
perfect.
Yeah,
and that scene on the golf course at her own wedding made sense. You know what I'm talking about?
There, where she had the affair with that guy.
Yeah, you can't really call it an affair. It was kind of like she knew what was coming, and it's like, what does it matter?
Yeah, what does it matter? Why am I getting married in the first place? Yeah, you could tell the first part of the movie didn't really make sense until you saw the second part. Most people say, "Oh, the first part of the movie was boring," but it's like, no, psychologically, she kind of had a sixth sense, and she was already spinning around and in a really, really dark place way before the thing showed up. And I thought they handled the whole planet thing pretty well.
And it was funny because everybody around her was like, snap out of it. Like she was known for being that way, and they just wrote it off to being bipolar.
Yeah,
which, like super weird. And I thought there was a kind of a reverse foreshadowing when her mother gave that toast at the wedding.
Yeah,
I thought maybe her mother was afflicted like that, and that she had the same abilities.
Yeah. I mean Lars von Trier, he's one of those directors which actors just, if they know he's got a new project, they just contact him immediately.
Right.
Yeah, he's an interesting, and the cinematography was beautiful. That's some of those super slow-mo scenes that they did in the beginning. That's how he started the movie, with those weird super slow-mo scenes, and it was like, wow, it's just gorgeous to watch. So yeah, neat. I hope it doesn't turn into Melancholia, though. I think that would be a kind of a anticlimactic thing.
Yeah, plus, I would more like the Death Star, like.
Well, that would be really interesting because if the moon all of a sudden killed its cloak, the moon crater cloak, and all of a sudden we realized it was a giant spaceship. Oh, that'd be classic.
But it would be instantaneous, and it would be less, scary and traumatizing. Because Melancholia, you knew it was coming as it got closer.
Yeah, and so many people would get the Star Wars reference. Is that would be the running joke? It's like, oh yeah, it's the Death Star. In fact, that's immediately what it would be called. There wouldn't be any other name for it. They wouldn't say spaceship. They wouldn't say UFO. They wouldn't say Nephilim. In fact, that's probably the reason it won't be the moon, because people would immediately make the Star Wars reference, and then George Lucas would get the trademark on the moon.
But you know what, though? In an ironic way, it would be the most fairest thing to do.
What?
Like have a Death Star blow up the Earth.
Why? Why is that fair?
Those that believe in God will get what they want, and they'll get to go to heaven. And it doesn't matter what religion they are; they don't have to fight over it, right? It just happens.
Yeah.
Don't believe, go back into nothingness, so it doesn't matter anyway, right? The rich can't escape into underground bunkers and get away, so everybody else is left behind. So.
Yeah, I suppose, but what's the point of it? It doesn't feel like it's like, what I mean. Are they even going to turn off the cloak before they fire? And plus, why haven't they fired by now? They could have done it at any time. What are they waiting for? But I could say that about a lot of things.
So it's kind of like nobody knows what life is definitively. We've talked about this many times.
Yeah.
So what if we just wake up on the other side of it and we're like, holy crap! It's like when you slap somebody out of it, or wake somebody up when they're dead drunk, and it's like, what happened? Where was I? We're out of it.
I liked your, before I say what I liked about your thing. Anyone wants to talk to Jonathan and I about this, please call in, toll-free number. And we're going to open up the phones more and more as we do this anyway, because we've got the hang of the phones. One, We're not turning off with those weird messages anymore. The number to call, though, 866-378-7884 or 866-378-37 And just assume that if we don't have a guest on, that we're just going to turn the phones on. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if anyone wants to prep for next week, for the next week's show, although next week's show, we have a guest, I think. But assume if we don't have a guest, and maybe I'll just put an email out or I'll put a quick YouTube saying we'll take calls tonight. People will stay up and give us a call and talk to us.
Yeah.
Why not?
If it's not an enclosed world, maybe you can make a note of it on all the YouTube videos too, the new time, and then be sure to call in.
Yeah.
The number.
Yeah, good point. And by the way, for those of you who didn't catch the first part of this, we are actually now on Tuesdays. So the YouTube thing will probably go up on Wednesday instead of Sunday. So Wednesday, anyway, the point is it's on Tuesdays. So don't start running me emails and say, why isn't the show on Saturday anymore? What happened? It's like, well, because we got bribed by the Illuminati. It was a briefcase full of money, and we got moved from Saturday to Tuesday.
And by the way, reading the comments on the last, I know we talked about this earlier with the missile instructor confirming the flat Earth, Robert we had on.
Yeah.
There were some excellent comments in there, and I just want to thank everybody again who support the show.
Very positive. I liked there was a neat mix of positive comments, pro-military comments. People were saying, God bless our troops and stuff like that, and proud of him for coming out and saying it because we need more people like that, and we've got a little time left. Maybe we should sort of hint on what I'm gunning for on the next episodes. So we had Robert from the U.S. Navy, from the Iwo Jima. It's a WASP class ship, and then we had the land surveyor. That was today. So that's sea and land. The next one we're going to have, hopefully, cross our fingers, is under the water. Can you take a guess at what that might be? No, it's not James Cameron as he keeps hovering around the Titanic. It's not that. Not with Bill Paxton right next to him, because I think that's all they do now. But yeah, that's what we're shooting for. So yeah, the next show, if everything goes well, will be a guest, and it's going to be another reveal thing where it's another person from a technical background is going to confirm what we already know. And that is, look, if you're out there with a professional background in something that kind of ties into this, and it won't, your job won't be at risk. I'm not asking people that build satellites that go nowhere to tell us what's going on there, or an astronomer. Astronomers seem to have bad luck with this, if they come out and say stuff. But definitely come out. Why not? It's time, isn't it?
I can't wait for that next program because to have him and possibly Robert on too in the future. I mean, I think more come out and start, speaking about what they're seeing.
Yeah, and I should have seen that coming, which was, of course I knew that we weren't going to get any astrophysicists to jump the line, or astronomers or anything like that. But the military service, that made perfect sense. Someone that deals with long range weapon systems or medium range weapon systems, and people. So like, we're not going to get anyone from that deals with like intercontinental ballistic missiles, any ICBMs or anything like that, because that's, I think that ties into a little bit of national security. But it was great. He talked about stuff. No security laws were broken. Naval intelligence did not show up at my house, and you didn't get any calls or any weird phone things, as far as I know.
You know what's sad though?
What?
How because of society, the way the world is, because of egos and pride, even like with scientists, when they're proven wrong, they don't want to reverse themselves, in the papers they've written and admit, I made a mistake, I made a miscalculation.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't want to recant.
Yeah.
With those that have economic investments and interests, like they don't want to admit, okay, we made a mistake, whether it's GMOs, whether it's anything,
whether it's vaccines.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm thinking like, because we were talking about the 23rd, we talking about a lot of things.
Yeah.
What if the financial system, because that's on the radar, has to collapse the world over to then say, okay, being that we're starting from nothing, we might as well divulge everything, right? Because
that's also a good one. And you're right. You and I have talked about that, where you bring down the financial. You make sure that you core out the American financial system from the inside for years. And then if America's the linchpin, which everybody else goes to, because the dollar is the default currency out there, it still is in a lot of places. You pull the pin on that, America collapses. Well, America's financial sector collapses. But yeah, that's a great start.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to follow through at that point. I mean, we've been kind of seeing the rumblings of it over the last few weeks, where you get these kind of dips, and they kind of like what kind of seeing what's happened. Like today, what happened today? I heard it was down for a while, then I think it kind of recovered. But I don't. I mean, it's a good start if you want to start something like that.
As far as the flat Earth goes, and it being revealed to the world, there's parts of the world that, again, they still believe in a flat Earth. I was just watching a documentary last night called Monk with the Camera.
Yeah.
And when this guy went to become a Tibetan monk, like, he had to convince them that we live on a globe.
Yeah.
He already believed we live on a flat Earth, so.
Yeah. I mean, the flat Earth is a great. Again, that's right. I'm sorry, I completely forgot that after the show, after the last break, we were going to segue back into your question, which was I forgot what the question was.
I want to get this person because I think they've been waiting. We got about 6 minutes.
Oh, we got somebody?
Yep.
Yeah, hit me.
You're on the air with Mark and Jonathan.
Hey, caller. You there?
Yeah, this is Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can. What's on your mind this late hour?
I was just checking you guys out, and it's got Chris and Cherie's picture up there, so I thought it was them at first, but I listened, and you didn't sound like a girl, so I've heard her many times, and I recognize your voices. I just can't remember which show you're from, and when you started talking about melancholy, I decided to stick with it. Check it out, and you encourage people to call, so here I am.
Right on. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Baltimore.
Right on.
Maryland.
Cool.
I understand there's another Baltimore somewhere in the Midwest, but
this is the Maryland one.
Baltimore City.
That's all right. Yeah, this show is actually Strange World, and I don't know if Chris and Cherie are actually listening right now, but their show is usually on Saturdays, unless they do more.
Okay, you're the cowboy, right?
No. We're the Tuesday's probably screwing you up. Normally, we're doing we do a Strange World show on Saturday nights, and we just.
I thought your logo, your picture was a guy in a cowboy.
Oh yeah. It's not a cowboy hat. It's kind of like an Indiana Jones hat, but yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Yep.
You're right. Yeah.
Yep. No, it's okay because some people have mentioned that it kind of looks like a cowboy hat.
We got a real shocker for you.
What?
Not only do you,
good picture.
Oh, thanks.
It's flat.
Oh yeah. By the way, Did you kind of know what the premise was behind the show, that the Earth isn't actually round, but it's actually flat?
Well, it's funny. I've heard. I think for the first time, I actually heard the subject taken seriously. I think it was your show, but it just so happened that probably about 9 months prior to hearing that show, I had made a comment to my mother about a point in law about a court case and proving a point of law, an element of a crime, being that it was difficult to prove that someone was actually in a state, being that the lines were not necessarily clear except on a map, and they were really fake lines, and it actually is an element of a crime. Somehow we got on the subject of things taken for granted. And I said, how do you even know the Earth is not flat, like they say it is? Because in all actuality, everything's relative. If you look at Einstein's theory, the closer, or depending on your position to something else, it could actually be completely different depending on someone else's closeness to something else. Sure. And I said, for instance, the floor in the kitchen here is pretty clean, but it could be viewed as dirty, depending on if you got closer and really examined it with a microscope, or if you stepped far away and examined it with another type of viewing device. I said, by the same measure, I use every day in my retirement, I do a lot of construction, and I use levels and rulers, and everything relative to what I do is flat. I depend on that, and so does everybody else who does anything requiring a certain type of precision. And I said, maybe if you get out to a certain distance, yeah, absolutely, maybe it is round, but we're depending on two people that work for the government who's time and time again been proven to dispense a lot of lies. Again, in a court of law, one lie and a jury can disregard everything else. I don't know why we trust really anything that we hear from strangers from the government.
Hey, did you?
We had this conversation.
Did you happen to hear the? It's interesting you mentioned working with construction, and we're running out of time here, so I have to make this quick. But did you happen to hear the first part of the show where the surveyor came on and said that look, everything he does is flat?
I didn't. No. I only listened for about maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. No worries. Hey, I hate to do this to you, but we got to wrap up the show here. But thank you much for reaching out. If you're up, again the next Tuesday, reach out to us again. Okay.
And by the way, Mark, real quick, I think he dropped off. If you're standing on the side of the road, you're looking straight across the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody comes racing by you doing 50 miles an hour, it's going to seem like, whoa, they just raced by you.
Yeah.
But if that same driver is looking at you from down the block and then they pass you and they turn their head as they're passing you and keep on going, to them, you're relatively standing still.
True.
So it is all about perception and wait, that's my show.
Oh, that's your show. That's a great segue. And with 30 seconds left, right? We have 30 seconds left. Any parting shots? So we talked to a surveyor. We took some calls. We talked about the 23rd.
And I got
else?
the soundboard working tonight.
And you got the soundboard working. You got the phones working. Telling you, may not be doomsday yet. We may have some gas left in this tank.
See, there's a reason Mark keeps me around after all. What do you know about that?
Anyway, guys, thanks very much for tuning in. Talk to you next time.
Thanks.
Marshall, Will, and Holly on a routine expedition met the greatest earthquake ever known. High on the rapids, they struck their tiny raft, plunged them down 1,000 feet below to the land of the lost.
Come on, get out of here. Come on. Come on, Holly, let's go.
The land of the
Hello.
What
up? What's up, dude? Is everybody else in here asleep?
Maybe. I haven't heard anyone talk for quite a while.
Oh, we were just waiting for B person to show up.
I knew that. If I was just gonna say I knew creation bears awake, he's always fucking cracked.
It's still nap time. Still sleepy time on the flat earth, I guess.
That shit's funny. Are you still going pretty hard with the sound effects?
Yeah, I'm staying up. I still add some every now and again. There's a gentleman named Aethergris who sent me a whole bunch of them that are really good. So, yeah, still working on it.
Yeah, Aethergris is really cool. He was back in the other server, back in the day.
Yeah, solid addition to the team.
Yeah, I kept telling him, bro. Like, I would send him links to this Discord, and he finally actually came in. So I was really happy about that. He's a good dude, like I said.
The first time I heard him speak, I thought he sounded like Crow 777.
Crow 777.
But I don't think everyone's familiar with Crow.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I'll drop a link to his website. I used to watch Crow's show all the time. Thought he had some good gravy. He's done some episodes with some of the bigger names in this community. Not this Discord, but just kind of like the truth. He's done a couple episodes with Owen Benjamin. He's had some really great podcasts with David Avocado Wolf. Yeah, I'll drop a link to his website.
And I don't know if you know, Mike has a ton of feedback.
Say that again?
Your mic has a ton of feedback.
Oh, okay. Let me switch. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Is that any better?
That's better? Yeah, that's better.
Yeah,
cool.
good.
Yeah, basically I was just
He's shouting out my nigga Crow 777.
That's funny.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of things that I would pay for. Subscribe to my Patreon. I never did that for really anybody except for Crow. I paid for his website to get he does a 2-hour show. So the first hour anyone can watch free, and then the second hour is members only. So that was the only thing I ever really paid to watch, and I enjoyed it. There was no qualms with me, so I mess with Crow big time.
That's cool. I'll have to check him out. Is there new material in there or whatnot?
Yeah, he does shows. I still get an email saying he's doing a show all the time. They're not on YouTube. They pulled him off of YouTube, just like some of the other big names. So he's had to like put it all on his website. But yeah, go listen to some of the episodes if you're into like health. There's a lot of episodes with people who come on and talk about like things that they do that keep them healthy or little things in their diet. There's some episodes about law. So those two topics were really like interesting to me. They've had a lot of interesting guests that go on and go pretty in depth. So yeah, I mean, I'm over here selling Crow, but he has some free content I would recommend you go watch.
Is there like some sort of a, what do they call that? What is? You know, I'll definitely check him out.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, a while ago when they started taking people off of YouTube and whatnot, like this was a long time ago, but I literally I stopped researching pretty much anything to do with the subject because I couldn't find anything, and it took me using half a brain cell to go, oh well, maybe I'll check like Discord and this other website and whatnot, which was BitChute, and yeah, eventually I started looking elsewhere for material, but at the time I had no idea that YouTube censored all that stuff because stuff like that was never done before. Now it's really bad, dude. I'm surprised frickin' Miggy's not awake giving his sermons. Usually he's up bright and early in the morning.
I got something I had saved on here so you can hear what his voice sounds like. 'Cause the first time I heard Aethergrist, I was like, dude, is this Crow? What's up, Crow? Yeah, he didn't know who he was either, but this is what his voice sounds like.
Even in the supermarket, the only thing that's abnormal is there's no toilet paper on the shelves and the pasta's all gone. But other than that, people are out doing what they do. But even that's kind of a tell, you know, how self-centered do you got to be to go like clear all the shelves of something, a necessity like toilet paper? And that goes to show what a fearful mindset does. You can't even have a concern for the other people around you. And to some degree, fear is designed to do exactly like that, to cause trouble, to cause issues, the social distancing. It's not a fellow.
Exactly like him, bro.
Yeah. So.
Pretty damn close. That's wild. That's actually wild. Maybe he is just in disguise. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, dude, I go and research some of the stuff like sometimes, but most of the time just hopping in Discord, I can hear kind of what people are looking into within like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. It's always interesting to hear what people have to say about what's going on, but yeah, fuck bro. It's exhausting searching the internet like endlessly just to find little breadcrumbs. So
Yeah.
I'll definitely check him out.
Word, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and like now there's so much fake stuff out there too, so you have to like sort of filter through all the fakeness
to
find something that's real. Jeez, Lou, feels like negative 37. Good lord.
Yeah, I'm in northern Minnesota. Everything's shut down. Everything's closed. They're like, stay indoors.
Yeah, it's not much better here. We're seeing negative 31, making it feel like negative 31. 5 inches of snow.
The other day I was talking to this dude who's like, I don't know, in Greece or something, someplace in the Mediterranean. And he's like, oh, you live in northern Minnesota. What's the temperature there? And I was like, oh, it's 5. He's like, oh, yeah, 5. That's not too bad. I said, Fahrenheit. And then he's like, oh, yeah, that's getting kind of cold. Below 0. He's like, holy shit. How do you survive? Why do people live there? You know?
I've definitely thought that before. Like, why I spent a lot of time in California and then I came back to the Midwest and I'm like, why do people enjoy this this like wintry weather? But actually, when you get used to it, you can start to enjoy it a bit more. But negative 37 obviously is not that fun.
It's good though because the dogs, I mean, they go out and they get their business done and they come right back in.
So, I don't know who the comedian was, but there's some funny jokes about like during this kind of weather, dudes who like step outside for a smoke break and then just like freeze.
Oh man. Damn it, dude. I want to get up and make some coffee. I'm just too freaking tired, dead.
Kind of one of those days.
Yeah. Ah, man. Normally I wake up, I'm pretty good to go, but right now I'm just like, bleh. Maybe I should get one of those, like, order something off of Uber Eats, just a coffee from one of the stands. I've never actually done that, but considering it.
the other day on a discussion, sort of political discussion server. There's this guy who got all mad because one group took the other group's Vanity link because they lost a number of server boosters. So he found something in the Discord's terms of service that if you violate intellectual property, you could get your account banned. So he was the case he was making was a vanity link is IP, and everyone just the whole room just laughing at him, because like dude, seriously, like where did you get that from? Like the read of it basically of Discord's TOS is like no posting music or parts of work or creative work or but all this different stuff that goes around with IP protection. So then another dude joined the server with the same name, and they're going to say, "Hey, is this smart Ivan or dumb Ivan? Let's test it out." They go like, "Hey, can a word be intellectual property?" And the guy's like, "I don't know." And we're like, holy crap! I don't know what's worse: thinking a word could be IP, or not knowing for sure if a word can be IP or not.
What was the word again?
Debate.
No.
Yeah, so I've tried to analyze in my point of view here. So you've got two people. You want to decide which one's dumber. One says the word debates is intellectual property. You can't use that. Only the one person can use it. And if you use it, Discord will ban your account. And he's opened tickets and talked to Discord mods to prove this. But he won't show you the screenshots. And another guy, you ask him, "Hey, can a word be intellectual property? Just a random word in the dictionary." And he's not sure. He just doesn't know if words are intellectual property or not. I'm not talking like a proper noun. Like sometimes with video games will be like, I can't think of one right now. Not Pac-Man. It had Super Mario, like Super Mario. The word super, but yeah, Super Mario wouldn't be. The word super is not intellectual property. The Super Mario would be. I don't know. I'm sure there's some video game out there that's got a name, just a common vernacular, but they capitalize it to show that it's a proper noun. So, so anyway, this dude was like, "Holy crap, dude! All you gotta do is just say it's like just walk us through the thinking. How come you don't know this, right? You don't even know what to say. You go like, I mean, I could say like you're unsure of how to answer, but you're being a little conservative." But he went on to explain he really doesn't know. He doesn't know for sure if a word is intellectual property or not.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I'm like, yikes. Like actual yikes.
Is he just like that desperate to ban people, or?
No, I think he was just really confused on reading the room or figuring out who cares. Like or I don't know. I'm not really sure. I just thought it was kind of funny. Like when you think someone can't get any dumber, there's even dumber people out there.
You got some activity in the lobby.
All right, let's check this out.
Equinox, everyone, everywhere sees the sun rise, due east and set due west.
Did you hear about the what's going on in the ISS?
I saw your post about they're having to send like a rescue mission or something. A rescue rocket.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago they have a leak that they're keeping the cards close to the chest, right? They're saying there's a problem on the ISS. There's a leak. Don't worry about it. It's a micrometeorite. It's a small problem. It's no problem. We're going to have to send a rescue vehicle. Like, holy shit. That escalated quick. It reminds me of that meme where the dude's just sitting in his living room, and the whole living room's on fire. He's like, this is fine.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, dudes, you have a leak in supposedly a space station, and you're talking about it's okay. Nothing to see here. Like, no, that should be a big deal. That's why it's so hilarious when Don Patet's question or answer to that Smarter Every Day was, then you got a leak. He's like, that's a problem, bro, right?
It's called real good engineering. Okay.
when you read the article, it's like a common question that people ask astronauts is there an escape vehicle? And there's like, no, there isn't actually an escape pod. Like, holy crap. Like, how dumb are you that you think, like, there's like, like Star Trek. It's like, get in the escape pods. You know?
Gold pluses can now see people that have joined the server. So.
Oh, yeah. On the log, the server log.
Yeah. I'm gonna start using that. I might recommend you can prompt some of these people. Now I didn't realize you can, if you're on PC, you can see who's got banned already. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's really good too because you can. What I've noticed is a lot of people like in CogDis, I'll look up to see when they joined with that user information. And then if you see like, say, like user A, or I don't know, like you see they all joined at the same time. It gives you a little context that okay, they're together.
Right.
And then you can play it off a little bit. You can be like, hey, I noticed you guys talk at the same time. Are you guys from the same server? And they, if they're honest, they'll be like, oh yeah, we're from the same server. But if they try to lie about it, you're like, wow, dude, right? I can see you joined at the same time. What a coincidence, right? It's like you'll even lie about that, like.
It's bad liars. I think Nathan's about to go live in a few minutes. I might pop over there for the housekeeping questions. Maybe pop back over.
All right, take care.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning.
Yo, hello there. Can you hear me? I want you guys to send me the best flat Earth documentary. Yo, can you guys hear me? I want to ask something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said, like, do you guys know any good flat Earth documentaries that you can send to me? I have free time, so I want to watch it.
Yeah, go on the server here. If you drop down, there's additional information, A through M and M through Z. Pretty much any topic you're thinking about, you can find multiple sources discussing it on the flat and stationary Earth.
Where did you say? I didn't get it.
Okay, go all the way down to the bottom of the server.
Okay.
You'll see two boxes. Additional information.
On the bottom of server, there is the arena, and then there's other. The arena is the max that I can go down.
Oh yeah, go up from the arena.
Okay, I'm going up.
Additional information.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, so what topic are you interested in the most?
Flat Earth documentary.
Yeah, referring to...
Like anything, bro. I just want a documentary.
Okay, then click on the random one.
Okay. No, like not like this. What is a good documentary that you watched and recommend to me like that?
Yeah, to go to the bottom of the server here, you got additional information, A through L and M through Z. Click on the topic that you want to look into, and there's information there posted going back years, and new information being posted every day.
Okay. But there's not really a YouTube video, you know? Wait, I'm gonna find it. Learning curve. Oh, level. Oh yes, this one. I love this one. Level. Okay, I found a good one, bro.
All right.
This documentary is called Level.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it and come back. See you later.
Yep, take care.
All right. Greetings. Hope all is well with everyone today.
Meow.
I slept in. Normally I get up a lot earlier than this. It's funny, normally I go to bed like way later, and then I'll wake up early, and then this time I went to bed early and woke up late. Must have needed the rest.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go with, too.
So this term right here, model, they keep using the word model, but I don't think they know what it means. It denotes a set of plans for a building. So when they use the word model, they're openly admitting that the Earth was constructed by a creator, someone who built it, whether they know it or not, whether they believe in a god or not. Every time they use the word model, they're talking about a creator who built a thing. I just think it's funny. Oh man, it got windy quick. It blew over the rocking chair. It's solid wood, like this is one of those old ones too, where it's heavy and it still blew it over. Like, holy crap. In a world. Oh man, that's right, I was reading a whole bunch of like really cool books from back in the day. Get back to doing that. This one dude, I like... his interactions with this professor is funny to me. Dude says he's too old to learn about a new worldview, and then the guy's like, you're never too old to learn. And this is from like 100 years ago. Did I show you that conspiracy? I don't know. Like, I showed some people that before.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Let's see if I can find it in order. Here we go. Okay. I'll put it in the live stream. I just love how civilized they are. They're so polite. This is a globie and a flat earther discussing the shape of the world with one another, and they're obviously colleagues. And obviously they're talking, like this one guy's from Harvard. They're both like professors. Very intellectual, like highbrow conversation here over the shape of the world. It's pretty cool. People talked with more elegance back then. Honestly, reading some of these makes me feel ashamed to be speaking English in modern America because of how ridiculous it is. Our words have melted down into garbage.
Lots of triggering going on.
Yeah. But let's see, if you don't know what a word means, then somebody can make a sound effect with the meat in their throat, and then you'll be offended by the sound that came out. Oh no, a sound. I'm so upset. You should apologize and feel bad about yourself. It's ridiculous. People are so freaking weak these days. Like, I get it being polite. You know, you don't intentionally try and instigate somebody or hurt their feelings. But I'm talking about somebody just hears a word and they just get triggered and flip out. And it's like, You probably don't even know what that word means, and that's why you're freaking out, though. Somebody used it against you, they turned it into an arrow and shot it at you, and then you got hurt by it, and now you think it's a weapon. Like the word whore does not mean what people think it means deer. And yet it became something that means something bad. But if you think about it, if somebody is a deer to you, but you're a whoremonger, you are literally selling into slavery or servitude the people who are dear to you, then a whoremonger is far worse than a whore. People don't know what words mean. Same goes for the word harlot. They don't know what that means either. Or worship. That's the funniest one, that nobody knows what worship means. So then they'll try and apply that to cultist type stuff. They don't know what cult means either. And they don't realize that they are worshiping the globe model and the heliocentric model, that is worship. Especially when you attribute such value to it without any evidence, you're just believing. It's no different than worshiping Santa Claus the night before by leaving a plate of cookies out for him, just in case. See a little bit of refraction, see some bendy gas, and they're like, oh, the whole world must be bending then. They probably spill some gas on the ground, like gasoline. And then they'll see, oh, the tree. Hey, look how bendy that tree is. It's such a bendy tree. So weird. It's weird that trees bend sometimes. They dance, I guess. This one guy's like, some of these experiments are interesting because I haven't seen anybody actually try and perform exactly that, like down to a T, how they were described. Like this one right here. It's a natural proof. And it involves using boats. You position the boats and then you have them all viewing one another, then based off of his hypothesis, it should always be flat. Like it should give you a flat kind of measurement due to the level of water. And like, that's interesting. I'd like to see that experiment, like done now in modern times, using modern tech, modern boats. This is from 100 years ago. It'd be cool to do. Everybody wants some experiments. There you go. A professor come up with this one. A natural proof by the water. Suppose you put 5 steamers on the ocean, as it is done. Out here, I hate that little thing because it's like a freaking closed parentheses, as though it's supposed to. I'm going to edit that out because it always messes me up when I read it. As it is done here, at an equal distance from one another, as far as the eye can reach. Blah, blah, blah. Surface of the water flat. I just read it. You can read it. I don't feel like reading again this morning. I have not had my coffee. You guys are too quiet. Wake up. You're deafened there. Well, you can't hear me telling you you're deafened, I guess, unless you're on the stream. Somebody joined deafened. That's what I was saying. God, I talk too much when I wake up. Well, fine. I'll talk to myself. How are you doing today, Aethergris? Oh, I'm doing okay. It's a pretty good day today. A little chilly. Oh, really? Hey, Aethergris, didn't you say you were going to go get some coffee? Yeah, man. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. All right. Good morning, Flat Earth.
What up?
How's it going? I hope all is well with everyone. I got my coffee, ready to relax. I'm a little depressed that I missed the sunrise, but that's okay. I love watching that every morning. Make a habit of watching the sunrise and the sunset. Most people don't do that, but I think it's important. That's a question I want to ask. When's the last time that you watched the sunset? Or when's the last time that you've seen the sunrise? I mean, really watch it, not just be awake while it happens. I mean, really watch the sunrise or watch the sunset and observe it. Kind of relevant to the, well, yeah, it's directly relevant to the shape of the earth, but I'm more so just talking about, you know, enjoying life. Stop and smell the roses once in a while. Early morning and kind of late evening meditation is important for everyone. One second. Alrighty. I think I'm going to avoid the lobby for a minute. It's too... Oh, okay, nobody's posting. I'll put it this way. This, deadly kitten person.
Oh, he's still at it?
Well, no, they stopped. But I just want them to join VC and chat and do it respectfully. Just chill, listen, share their perspective, listen to ours, and then have a conversation about it without any weirdness. But I'm uncertain on how they would actually act in VC. I mean, they're not being completely disrespectful. They're just being obstinate in the chat. So that's okay. Like, I haven't seen any ad hominems like, oh, you guys are just idiots. Like, they're trying to conversate with somebody that they perceive to have intelligence. So that's cool. And that's the thing. I don't think that these people are idiots for coming in here. They may think that we're idiots for questioning the world, but I don't think that they're idiots for thinking that we're idiots. Like, if you have an established worldview and you believe that it's intelligent, then anybody who conflicts that, of course you would defend your worldview. Of course you would think that people who are against you must be ignorant of things that you know and they don't. Obviously. So I don't blame them for that. I just think that they should control themselves. There's no need to be insulting. We're all just people here.
That's the key, though. They don't see you as human, even, or a person.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They think that if you think the Earth is flat, you are a subhuman mongrel.
Yeah. Troglodyte. Knuckle dragger, still living in a cave.
And you need to be punished. And they'll use like this sort of weird internet combat to punish
shaming.
you.
Social shaming is a weapon of these people, and it doesn't have to do with left or right paradigms either. Social shaming is a weapon of those who wish to control the narrative and those who aren't confident in their own beliefs. They'd rather put shame on other people for disagreeing with them than face reality and have intellectual discussion or civilized debate and discussion about the matter. Instant insults instead. Whereas if you look at intellectual people, even if they disagree, they don't jump to insults. They'll be like, well, here's my reasoning, and they'll present logic. And then there's logical debate and discussion to be had. Yeah, you're right. They don't see us as people at all. Another thing is, for a lot of these people, this is just a game to them. They log onto Discord and they come and hang out with people who they perceive to be just NPCs in a video game, i.e. us. We're just their game, their entertainment. They interact with us and then they log out and go laugh about all the stupidity that they perceive to have seen. That's the bad thing about echo chambers, too. You get in the wrong echo chamber and they'll have you laughing about anything. You can make anything look dumb if you've got enough people laughing about it, just talking crap, and it doesn't matter what it is. So you just make up anything. Man, you know how stupid coffee cups are? And just make up the most, like, off-the-wall lines about it, about how fragile they are and how dumb that people are who collect them. Like, we could just make something as simple as a coffee mug look like the dumbest thing on earth if we wanted to. Echo chambers are a bunch of parrots just squawking the same thing over and over again until they feel pleased with themselves.
It's interesting too when you get them when you get them to invite you to their echo chamber, because they say, we didn't get our say on your server. I'm like, okay, well, sure, I'll come to your server. And then they just all start saying the same thing. And like, I'll screen cap it. I'm like, you've had 8 people call me a bot. 6 people say what I said was word soup. I go, you guys only exist inside an echo chamber.
They'll use words like word salad.
Yeah, this isn't an echo chamber. You're here. I go, yeah, it's me and a bunch of people all echoing exactly the same thought pattern.
Yeah.
Not one of you is thinking differently than the rest. Like, one person says something and it echoes across 8 accounts.
Yeah.
So either you're socks.
We're guilty too. We're guilty too. Like when we start bandwagging against people because one person jumps in, says something dumb, and then like everybody gets like a bunch of rabid dogs, like wolves on a rabbit. Like, come on, man. We do the same thing too, though. We'll bandwagon and be like, oh, well, blah blah, and then all the same exact thing echoes like a bunch of parrots. Like that's why I'm with what was being said. I can't remember who said it, but basically that one at a time, like we stand in a queue, wait our turn thing. It makes less confusion and it makes it sound like we're less rabid about it. We do sound like everybody sounds like insane cultists when they start kind of like going off and you got like 6 people versus 1. But like just like your experience going over there into the globe echo chamber. Yep. It sounds like walking into a temple and all the cultists are pissed that you disagree with their doctrine. This is why I love that you guys, though, because the way that true flat earth believers are, we collect worldviews. None of us have a shared worldview. Like, we have a general shared idea of, like, okay, yeah, this is what we observe. But none of us have a shared map that, like, yep, this is it. If you don't believe this map, you're not a flat earther. Like that no true Scotsman fallacy. We don't do that. It takes all kinds over here. Bunch of different types of eyeballs seeing a bunch of different spectrums of light. Nobody can see the same image. I think it's hilarious though, because if you present things like, all right, I don't believe in it, but it's a very interesting worldview, especially considering that fisheye lenses curve both ways. So when you start bringing up inverse Earth to globe earthers, it makes their minds crash. Like they already have a bad enough problem trying to talk to flat earthers about stuff. But then, and like I get it, a lot of the inverse earthers are real militant about their beliefs, but it's just hilarious how badly the globe earthers' minds crash when an inverse earther talks to them. Like it's even worse than when they talk to flat earthers. They come talk to us and they'll be like, you're stupid, and then they go talk to them like, you guys are insane. But to me, like, it's all, like, those two are equal beliefs, like the Earth being round and the Earth being inverted, because you can take a fisheye lens and bend things both ways. And water has taught, like, the way that the waves go, like yeah, okay, water, bendy, whatever. You got bendy water, then you can invert it all the way around the whole universe, I guess. And then simulation theory, that's just a freaking huge, that's a trap. Simulation theory is a trap to get people's minds outside of everything, but still trapped in that kind of figment world that the globe Earth presents, the void. You're drifting in this void of things that mean everything, yet mean nothing at all. Because you could just be a brain in a jar imagining all this, and everybody you interact with is just an NPC created by a scientist who's doing experiments on you. My point isn't to go into speculation type stuff, it's to point out that the world has gone so far into speculation that they're untethered and unhinged from what reality actually even is. Now, these days, people look in their pants and can't tell if they're a male or a female anymore. Let me digress from that one real fast, though. These days, people don't know their political leaning anymore. Everybody wants to be centrist as though that's some kind of like new fad and you're intelligent for being one, but that's just fence sitting like on the next level. Okay, yeah, I don't want to offend anybody, but also everybody's dumb at the same time. What is that? Sounds pusillanimous. Timid and cowardly. I am too afraid to have the courage of my convictions to stand up for what I believe in, and I don't want to offend any of the people that I have to interact with on a daily basis, so I will say things that make them happy and keep my true opinion to myself. America. In a world where no one can prove the curve. What does the card say, that Illuminati card? Like flat earthers are onto something?
Yeah, they know something.
Yeah, flat earthers know something. When you apply... I don't consider Enoch biblical. Even though it is canon to some people's Bible, I don't consider Enoch biblical because so many Bible believers reject it as being canon. So, to me, it's simultaneously biblical and secular due to how people believe. So I can talk about Enoch, compare it to other religions, and be like, yeah, see, it's everywhere. It's not just Christians. It's everywhere. My favorite thing to do, though, is to compare the Norse lore with the Hebrew lore because the shape of their world is almost identical, and the overlap of certain words is very interesting. Like Yggdrasil and Israel, and I'm like, is Yggdrasil the house of Israel, though? Like where Israel lives? You know, the world tree? The tent of God? It's just interesting because obviously the world's going to see similar things. And then that's another thing too, that entire word, world. Biblically speaking, when they say the word world, they're not talking about the world, they're talking about the cosmos. Like, the Greek word is cosmos. So it's cosmos worship. And then you look at modern space agencies, and they definitely worship the cosmos. Then people look at these wizards on their ivory towers of intelligence and say, behold, look at how strong our appeals to authority are. And see, our bandwagon is so sturdy. It can hold so many people. That's an interesting thing, too, when people say, like, that one guy came in and he was kind of a bit, you know, had a couple too many, and he kept on calling us all stupid and saying, you guys just think you're smarter than everybody else, and listing out that, like, 8 billion people disagree with us. Which I pointed out that there's like 120 million babies in the world who don't agree with either of us. So that number, his numbers are flawed, like completely, obviously.
Yeah, dude like that turned science into a popularity contest.
Another thing is they don't take into consideration lobbyists and the sheer amount of money that's spent to push ideas. They just completely ignore that. Yet they'll pay attention to it when it comes to politics, but when it comes to the world, oh no, God forbid, nobody would ever lobby to project a worldview upon anybody. Nobody would ever do that. I also think it's hilarious when they act like Russia and China and America all agree on the shape of the Earth, yet when you cross-compare, like you compare and contrast the evidence that they provide, their models, the globe that they portray, they're drastically different, as though they're portraying three different worlds. But I guess Russian people live on Russian Earth, and the Chinese people live on China Earth, and Americans just live on America Earth. Europeans live on America Earth, too, because we all live in America. We all live in America. The Germans, too. Thank you, Rammstein. Is it Rammstein or Rammstein? I forgot.
Ramstein. I think it's for the Air Force Base in It's like they grew up near the Air Force Base and they kind of associated with American or something like that. I heard him one time explain it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I forgot what it was like to have.
I think that's hilarious, though. Hold on. Be right back. Are you talking about Rosenrot? Because that's about a ship. I was going to say, I think it's funny and yet a little weird. I can sing in German, and yet I can't speak German. Like, there's certain songs by them that I can sing really well, and I know what the lyrics mean, but I can't actually speak the language. I can just say, like, phrases out of the song. As a teenager, I taught myself how to sing a bunch of different songs, though, from other languages, like Dragosto Dente and the theme from Kingdom Hearts. So I can sing in Romanian, I can sing in Japanese, I can sing in German. It's just funny. But I can't actually speak the languages. That's just a product of some like nerdy / geeky type behavior as a teenager, just collecting random obscure weirdness. Well, that and memes. Memes have always been. Kids these days, they don't even know. They don't know how funny the internet was when it first happened. I mean, it's pretty funny now, but it was hilarious when it first began. Because everything was the first time. Well, at least for us. Perhaps there's nothing new under the sun and things have happened before, but this is the first time in modern times that we've seen unlimited cat videos and really, really weird weirdness. Have you guys ever seen the video Welcome to the Internet? That dude covers exactly what the internet is in a way that's kind of disturbing. It's a little offensive because he does use some expletives in it, but the way that he describes what the internet is kind of like, oh, crap. Yeah. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything that brain of yours can think of can be found. We've got mountains of content, some better, some worse. If none of it's of interest to you, you'd be the first. He sings it a lot better than me. I'll link it in.
You guys, I need something. Do you have some, because I'm doing my own research about flat Earth, and so if you have some information about flights that doesn't fit in a globe, but yes, in a flat Earth, so please send me a private message if you have it. And that's all. Yeah.
I'm sure one of the boys got something around here. I'm actually organizing all my data and stuff and building a bunch of things up, and I'm more working on like video type projects. But when it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm sure that some of the boys got some info for you already readily available. And somebody's probably either listening or they'll respond to that later. Flight paths, that's what you're researching?
Sorry?
Victor?
Yes?
You said you're researching flight paths?
No,
all right, I'll keep that in mind and ask people around if nobody responds to your question now. Yeah. Well, you just said flight paths specifically, so now I have kind of like a target data points to look for, so I can be like, here you go, here's everything I found on that, and I just kind of send it your way.
No, I'm researching flat Earth in general.
In fact, there's like 3,000 people.
I'm focused on some points, and one of them are the flights and planes. So if you have information,
yeah. Well, judging by talking to you, it sounds like you have an open mind and you're actually observing things to, confirm things for yourself, like objectively trying to research, make your own decision. And because I feel that way, I'm going to send you a friend request so that way I can remember who you are. There's so many people here. And if I get that info you're looking for, I'll send it your way. Like, I have stuff on it, but like I said, there's people out here who have way more. I'm looking for a, dump of data that I can be like, here you go. I won't forget his name. His name's... I definitely know that name. I know a Victor.
Yeah. I have to improve my English because you maybe you speak too loud, too quick. But yeah,
I'm sorry.
I understand you. But yeah, I understand.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I get it. I just checked your profile, and yeah, so English is your second language.
Yeah, because I'm from Spain, and
okay, I'll speak a little bit slower so that you can interpret what I'm saying.
Okay.
I get excited sometimes.
Yeah, this topic is exciting.
Yeah. That, and I just woke up, so I'm a bit energetic right now.
Yeah, drink coffee, bro.
Well, that's why.
Not only the flat thing is, I mean, water is flat, but also coffee too.
Yeah. See, to me, this is one of the things that I believe that both the globe earthers and the flat earthers can agree on completely, is that regardless of their worldview, this conversation causes people to research and investigate to learn on their own.
Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah, I'm more scientific since I'm researching whatever. So
Yeah. But I believe that everyone is born a scientist, and we forget. We grow up and forget. But as babies, we always just do science as babies. How does this work? What's this? Oh, what's that? We're scientists, and then we forget how to be scientists. Some don't, but most of us, we forget.
Until you enter school, so...
Yeah. And then people will say, you're not a scientist. You don't know. And then it's like, but I've been studying everything since I was born. I've been trying to learn and figure this out.
Yeah, and so I keep this flat Earth topic more scientific and don't trust even flat earthers. I mean, there are some flat earthers that just want to make business. So the only person I trust is me. So
I'll tell you this.
I want to do my own experiments, etc.
A real... I will rarely say no true flat earther due to the no true Scotsman fallacy, which I'll share the image of that. But no real flat earther is going to tell you this is what we all believe. They're going to tell you look for yourself. Find out what you believe. Study to show yourself approved. They will never say this is our doctrine. If you don't believe this, you're not one of us. We don't do that.
For me, a real flat earther doesn't want you to trust him. I mean, he wants you to investigate.
Yeah.
That's a real one, I think.
If you trust me, then how is that different than you trusting the government or NASA? It's no different. You're just trusting some other person.
Yeah, but think about it, because you don't choose who you trust. You just trust or not, right?
Well,
believe or not, you don't choose it.
That's a bit black and white, though, because then people do have levels of trust, right? Like, you would trust, say you have two people you love, right? But you trust one person to do one type of thing, but this person wouldn't, and you trust them to behave as they would. The trust is a weird thing. We give it out in measures.
Yeah, so people should I mean, people usually trust government and big organizations.
Yes, these are appeals to authority.
Not people.
They believe that authority must be accurate.
Yeah, because your neighbor, for example, hasn't economic interest or benefits telling you that the Earth is flat. But maybe NASA or government earn something telling you that the Earth is round. Can be
odds are your neighbor doesn't
money,
care.
Can be power, anything. So
well, they have people's minds. One thing is this, the way that religion works historically is when you captivate a large audience's mind in one particular direction, even if they disagree about a bunch of other things, you can still move the whole of the group in that particular direction because they have a shared worldview. Orchestrating worship, orchestrating obedience. A lot of people don't... Alright, here's the cool thing. I'm glad that English is not your first language, because most people who speak English don't even know what the words that they're saying mean. But you're looking at it,
for example,
you're studying it, right? So you're trying to find out what these words mean from an outside perspective, from a different language, and that makes it awesome because you can see something that people born into English probably won't see. Use etymology. I'm going to type the word for you because this will help as you learn English, like to be able to speak it more fluently.
But have I
I put it in the live stream.
Etymology.
Yeah. And it'll give you the roots, the root meanings. Now, the modern meanings matter, yes. But these root meanings will tie the English language into other languages in an interesting way. And you'll see certain English words and how they directly tie into your language. It's just pretty cool
But
to me.
I hope you, I hope you are understanding me.
Oh, yes.
when I
I understand. I understand you. You're fine. I'm just trying to help you understand me better.
Your English is perfect, Victor.
Yes.
I put a link in the back there in the live stream. There's a channel that's got some pretty good flight path stuff, and it'll probably link you to other flat Earth content.
I told you.
Now, once you find good content, you'll be able to look in the descriptions and stuff and find other people's content. You won't find it by searching, though. Definitely not looking on YouTube in the search bar and Google or whatever. You've got to have some good links to follow to get the trail to the good stuff. It's censored. All the truth is censored. And yes, your etymology is important. I speak French and English. Latin and Spanish is very close. All of those languages fit together nicely.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I'm glad that you responded, because I have some of the info, but I know that you guys have, like, you know, kind of a archive of it. You got like dumps of info that you can just drop. Here you go. Here's a bunch of information related to that, or specific things.
I'll put a link to my Flat Earth playlist as well if you want, and that'll have a whole bunch of different content makers in there.
Where did you say that is the link? Where is the link?
You guys explain that better than me. Maybe the live stream voice text, however you want to explain that to them. Depends if you're on a phone or a computer. I'm not sure how it works for you. The next thing above the live stream that I'm clicked on here, it says live stream voice text.
Yeah.
And you'll find a bunch of links, and scroll back there a little bit. You'll see the first one I posted.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I'd like to say that I actually have mad respect for the fact that you have spent the time to learn a second language, because there's a lot of people who they'll get stuck on the language that they were born with, and they don't learn another one, and it's just cool. Like, anybody who will spend the time to actually learn more than what they were born with has intelligence. That and the idea of speaking in tongues has always fascinated me. Being able to interact with people who otherwise you would never be able to understand them. I pray everybody has a wonderful day today.
Same to you, brother.
Many returns to you guys as well. Hope all is well with this closing in on the Christmas break.
Yeah, I'm hiding good. That's exactly what's happening. Just get away from this whole pagan situation and hide. Any fat people in red clothes come through my chimney, they're getting it with the baseball bat. So. Anybody got any Globe coffee? Globe coffee's got a little hump in the middle when you pour it.
No coffee yet. I get my ass to the gym, move my butt, then I'll come back and have some coffee.
The gym? You mean the place where you lift heavy stuff for free?
Yes, sir. It's just above my head here in my building. Gonna go upstairs, throw around some weights, and come back. Fight gravity, as I like to say.
Yeah, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to go get paid for it. So go to some warehouse and they can show me what they want lifted, and I'll get paid for it instead. I ain't giving up.
Keeping my body, my broken body, active and in shape and fit, so it can carry me through these next few years that I have left on this place.
Well, I'm 53.
Eat well, lift
I
well.
keep busy. I'm always doing something. So just finished shoveling a bunch of ugly wet snow out there like a dog. So yucky. That's my workout for today. That's it.
Very good. Very. Enjoy the morning, man. We got here in Toronto, the snow is flying heavy. We got a 2-day storm.
I'm in Montreal.
Yeah, no, I wasn't too sure if you were getting that wet stuff as well.
It's raining. It just started, so now it's going to get ugly. If you didn't clear the snow already, you're pretty much screwed.
Yeah, it's a broken back right there.
Extra screwed by tonight when it turns into hard as a rock ice.
Yeah, that freezing, right? It's the layers that's bad, especially when it starts with water, then the snow, then it freezes, then you get more snow, then it freezes again.
This is
like
It's the worst conditions are happening right now. All night it snowed. You got a bunch of fluffy, nice snow. And if you didn't get out there and grab it while it was fluffy, you're screwed right now because it's weighs 300 pounds per shovel load. And then you're going to have a whole bunch of icy wet, like you said, build up. And then it's going to freeze rock hard tonight. Like if your car isn't cleared out of there already or moved or whatever, you're done. Teslas aren't going to make it. I do notice a lot less of them out there when it's like this, so it's more proof that car is not a winter car. I bet you it uses a ton of power to heat the heater and all that stuff you're going to be running in the winter extra.
What are we talking about?
I was just talking about the crappy Teslas.
What's the bad part about them? I heard they're pretty good, but of course it comes with downsides. That it is actually not greener, all these kind of things.
Here's the thing. It's like you buy a brand new anything and you have a brand new battery, a brand new Christmas present, a brand new weed whacker, a brand new whatever it is that's battery powered these days. And on day one, the first week, the first month, oh, it's fantastic. It's the best thing I've ever owned. Eventually, a couple months down the road, you get to the point where, the battery's kind of sucks. Then you go find out the battery costs as much as the whole damn tool. And then you're screwed. Same with the car. It's like, here, $25,000 for your battery. You're like, pardon me? And you're done.
Yeah.
You know?
I saw this dude when he was out driving. his Tesla could only have like energy for like 180 to 200 miles or something like that, and
optimum.
Yeah, optimal. Yeah, and of course it's built in with a roadmap where there's chargers, but charging was like from 15 to 25 minutes all the way up to an hour. So you just have to sit down.
That's a rapid charge. That means you went to one of those places with a giant cord. Like if you plug it in at home, it takes longer. But again, you turn on the air conditioning, you're reducing that amount. You turn on the heater, you turn on the headlights, whatever, you're reducing it every time you use some type of energy in the vehicle. And now, being cold in Canada, what have you, if it drops to minus 30 out there, you're screwed. You're going to get in that thing, and you'll be lucky if it goes half the distance it's supposed to. I mean, I don't have one battery-powered thing in the world that I can leave in the car, come and turn it on, and expect it to function perfectly like it used to when it was warm. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Frozen electronics don't like being frozen. That's all there is to it. I mean,
yeah, that's a good point.
I think the thing has a self-heating, like it heats the windshield in the vehicle that it'll melt the snow off the car. Now, again, how much power is that going to use? You know what I mean? Right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like, I don't know the overall plan, but if they want us to live in all these big cities, sure, the electrical car would be perfect for that, because then you cannot run anywhere because they can just remove all chargers outside of the city.
Even then, I mean, they told you to buy a washing machine and a fridge that are efficient, and put your LED light bulb and everything else because the electricity grid can't handle it, and then they go dump all this crap on there, which anybody who's looked into it will tell you it's like plugging in that thing is literally like running 25 appliances at once, you know, in your house when you flip the switch to plug that thing in.
Yeah, I could see that happen.
It's a huge amount. I mean, and again, it's like I don't have to go to the gas station. Oh, here comes the electricity bill. Oh, it's $2,000.
Yeah.
Stupid as shit, man. I've got an older vehicle, a 4-cylinder car, take care of it myself, and that's it. It doesn't hardly burn a ton of fuel, and if you don't drive a lot, you don't have to spend too much. The older the car is, the less it costs to keep it maintained, you know? You don't have to have the newest piece of junk on the road. I don't know. People just want too much, I guess. I mean, it's nice to have nice things, but that's if you can afford those nice things at this point. It's really expensive, everything.
Yeah, I like my old car.
Yeah, older the better. If I can find something with roll-up windows, I'm buying it. If I see an old pickup truck in perfect condition, I'm going to grab it. Trust me. I mean, I'm looking for old vehicles at this point.
I mean, electric cars are way better. It's not even close.
It's not even close. Yeah, like
not even close in terms of efficiency. Is it?
Oh.
I mean, it's not our fault that some greedy bastards decided that they were going to make these motors run on this fossil fuel, so-called. Electric motors fucking 50 years older, maybe more.
Yeah, but there was shit back then. Like, sure, the batteries might be...
Can you imagine what they would look like today if we'd have had the proper development, as we should?
They would look like the cars we have today.
Bullshit.
You think we would be flying around in some Jetson family?
No, but they'd be a lot better, wouldn't they? They wouldn't be like they are today.
I don't know. Like I look at Tesla as a top of the art in comparison to what we have of better battery technology.
That Tesla motor is the same one they made in the mid 1800s. It's the same principle.
The principle.
You can go look at Jay Leno's garage. He's got a 1909 Bakery Electric. It'll do like 100 miles in 1909.
But 10 to 15 miles per hour.
23 miles an hour is his top speed. Don't forget the speed limit was 20 miles an hour back then.
The question is where did the power come from? That's the thing. If the electricity was generated from the ether for free, we would all have an electric car and we'd all be happy as shit. But at the present time right now, today, the way we're functioning, a Tesla makes no sense at all. It doesn't make sense because they think the electricity comes out of magic land when, in fact, That's where the electricity has to come from somewhere, not including the manufacturing process of the vehicle, as well as the battery, and then the recycling process of the vehicle. So someone measured it all out. There's really no difference. I mean, in fact, it leans towards the gasoline car. If you take care of it and keep it longer, that is more efficient. But, like you said, if the electricity was there and you didn't have to do anything other than stick an antenna on your house and then some magic coil thing in the house could produce electricity, like a Tesla invention, like they might have had, and your little electric car just charged itself while you were sleeping, yeah, awesome. I'm all for it. No problemo. I agree.
Right. We're on the same page there.
The process. Yeah, we gotta review the process. Somebody stuck the reader in the middle because there's always a fucking middleman that has to get a kick in the balls, in my opinion. This is the problem. People can't seem to get this middle guy out of the way. Every time I'm trying to look at you in the eye, I got some guy between us, like fucking putting his head in between us. Like, oh, hang on, you gotta give me a little bit. It's like, no, buddy, let me knock you the hell out, and then I'll talk to my friend over here directly, and we'll do business. That's pretty much what's happening right now. We got this middleman with his hand in our pocket, and we've got to boot his ass.
Hell yeah. You got to pay your dues, or something that sounds like that.
By force, again, it's like everybody's like, you have to buy land, you have to buy this, you have to buy that. It's like, how did that person obtain this God's earth? Where's their deed with God? You know what I mean? Like, and where did they get the right to tell you can't go out there in the woods there, over there in that huge fucking millions of acres of nothingness? No, you can't go there and do anything. Who gave them this right? Most people just go along with this. That's just the way it is. It's like, okay, so they took it by force. Does that mean we can go take it by force again? Oh, no, we can't do that. Okay, well, I guess we'll just sit here. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the technology at all. It's more like it has so many downsides, as it gave put out. Like we get the energy anyway from quote unquote fossil fuels. Maybe if we have better technology that way, that would be good. But then there is also the other side with the battery technology, like the lithium and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean,
I've got an answer for that though. The gasoline is dirty that we burn, like it or not. Everybody knows gasoline is stinky, dirty, burning gas. Now, if they didn't outlaw moonshining, you wouldn't all be out moonshining and drinking it. That's not the purpose of moonshining. The purpose of moonshining is to make alcohol fuel, a really clean fuel. Like, again, the top fuel alcohol dragsters and stuff in this world burn very clean fuels. So that's where your less emissions will come from, is taking your old rotting vegetables and potatoes and every other thing we throw away and turning that crap into fuel like we should be doing. And that's easy to do. Any hillbilly can do it. So there we are. We're at the point where somebody's restricted that on purpose, and it's not because they didn't want you at home making rum.
Yeah, I spoke with what was it? He was a dairy farmer, and he is still doing a lot of the things the old way, like winter heating. That would be from compost piles and stuff like that. Just pile them up, then some pipes into it, and drag the heat out that way. And also gases like from cow manure, you can get methane and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of ways from a natural perspective.
There's tons of stuff. And even just when you burn wood, if you use the right devices, the gasifiers and stuff, you can recover all kinds of stuff, methyl hydrate, and you can make these things yourself. Again, it's just a matter of, like you said, having the equipment. But when they go and outlaw the plans to even make your own equipment or buy it or anything for that matter, and you're done. Somebody's telling you what to do. Again, we got this middleman guy here that knows better than you do, and he wants to protect the planet more than he wants to feed little children that still don't have shoes and food. I mean, this is the problem. It's like you can't even get your priorities straight in your head there, buddy. You need a smack.
Yeah.
Crazy talk, like space crap, fucking idiots and their fantasies about space. As soon as everybody's comfortable and happy, we'll discuss space. Until then, F off. Okay?
Yeah, it's true. I agree. I keep telling people this. I keep saying, look, even if it were true, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but even if it was true, it's still immoral. It's terribly immoral.
Yeah, and
$70 million a day for what? I mean,
challenge everybody on this. Say, tell me what one good thing is about needing or wanting to go to space. Go. I'm waiting. And they fucking can't answer because there's nothing. Oh, we're exploring. Exploring what? Is there free cottage cheese out there or something? What are you talking about? What's out there that we pause? Oh, there's asteroids with quadrillions and billions. Listen, you watch too much Discovery Channel and you need a big smack on the head, like I said earlier.
But will that ever happen in a capitalistic world?
Don't use big words now.
No, I'm serious because, sure, all this money could be spent better elsewhere, but would it just be handing them out so everyone can get food at the table for no work, for example?
No, it's not.
Or would you have a completely different system that is not based on capitalism, but maybe more, not a form of communism, but a form of socialism in some sort of way? Or maybe a completely different kind of ideology than what we have been spoon-fed with,
You know how many people that just want to do things for free? If you just said to everybody right now, raise your hand if you need some land and you feel like farming or something right now. You'd have a ton of people, especially flat earthers and so forth. And what would they do? They would produce so much damn food on that land that they would need to give it away because there's just no possible way to consume it all yourself. And that's just it. You would just have abundance. There would just be an abundance of everything, period.
Oh, I agree with the land thing, 100%.
That's
and also that people want to work.
Right. That includes steak. That includes potatoes. That includes every damn thing that you need. Some from vegetable oils to what, like we said, making methyl hydrate chemicals of all kinds.
Yeah, people can specialize in different things and share that way.
Exactly.
Trade, share.
And you wouldn't, if you're not thinking greedy and stupid like that, you know what I mean? Like, you'll gladly trade your products for other people's goods and services, because again, you're going to need the help of some Joe Blow that's an expert in electronics or electricity to come over and help you with something, or he's going to need you to come over there and fix his whatever. It doesn't matter. Again, it's a community affair. We've all been taught to be greedy little monkeys on a ball, and that's where we're at. And if we don't reverse the process quickly, we're in deep trouble.
Oh, I agree completely. Yeah. Nothing you said was wrong.
Cord, an extension cord, that big long one you have that's all freaking tangled in your garage, and it takes 26 hours to untangle that. That's what we're dealing with right here. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I had nothing to add. I was just saying you're spot on.
Yeah, I'll be in an hour or two, honey. I'm just unraveling this extension cord here. It's incredible, though, how quickly you can tangle something up. It's a good example as an analogy. It shows you how quickly you can take 1-2 generations, man. It hasn't even been that long since this space fantasy and other stuff has gone on. This huge leap. Look at the leaps of technology and knowledge and whatever. No, we made a huge leap in lies and stupidity. We didn't get any knowledge or anything. Everybody's like, oh, look how much we advanced. We didn't advance, you little feminine man. We didn't go anywhere.
Yo, Andy, I like this guy. Where have you been hiding? I can see you OG, so I guess you have had your own things too.
On a break, and that's like I said, the front line had to have a little coffee break and a safety meeting. And now, once we're done with our safety meeting and our coffee break, we're back with a vengeance. This is, like we said, the round 2 of the ball monkeys seem to be rounded up on YouTube there and in the chat room. They're all government paid shills, apparently, because there's a real wave of them. I don't know how to describe it. Poor little demon-possessed souls. Anyway, yeah, if you think you evolved from a monkey and you're on a spinning water ball in space, well, please do join the Discord here, and we'll gladly assist you. We all used to think the same thing, so don't feel bad about it. But we'll fix it for you. You come on in, and we'll deconstruct that, and we'll unravel your extension cord and round that back up for you and tie it up and hang it in the garage nice and neat. All right? And all the glory goes to God, also known as Jesus Christ, Yeshua, and any other name you Hebrew Israelite Tendos want to call it. Everybody get to some real research. We'll find out what's going on. all fits together once you get there. All historical information. Very important. I would say your life depends on it, in fact. All right, what do we got here? 10:45 Eastern Time. The Californians are just getting out of bed, so expect to see a couple people out today. Everybody take Friday off because, you know, it's a good idea. See if I can round up here. All right. Have a little look-see over here. We got the chat room rolling hard, and then we got these couple of trolls in there that just don't want to listen to common sense. But that's all right. You'll get there one day. Get some more flat coffee, just a minute.
That's such an interesting pattern, that path. I believe that that's the original origin of the infinity symbol, and we've got what we got now just kind of as a derivative from this particular observation, the elliptical pattern type thing that this thing's saying. That it clearly makes a symbol that looks like that. And then the implications of the stationary eternal plane. And the connections between infinity and time and the movements of the celestial.
Yeah, with the accuracy of a Swiss watch, nonstop, never changes, doesn't wobble, tilt, fucking spin through the universe and do stupid shit.
That's why I love this guy, this Charles guy. Charles W. Morse, he's a clockmaker. And he's a flat earther from like 100 years ago. But he has tons of observations that are absolutely on like point with the stuff that some of the guys say in here. But he says certain things that are take it like a little bit further. And it's like, oh snap, this dude had his arguments down like on point. He wrote several books. I've been downloading them. I'm trying to find all of our, like, to me, that's our history. Like, these are our scientists. This guy's a professor. He has like an interaction with another Harvard professor who's a colleague of his, and this colleague is a globe earther who he makes his observation. He says that he's too old to learn a new model or too old to stop believing in the globe Earth or whatever. And then,
I heard that earlier.
Yeah, and then obviously the flat earther guy is like, I learned English when I was old. So, yeah, back on subject, and then he goes right back to the flat earth. It's great. But the way that they do it is so professional. They don't sit there and use ad hominems and arguments with one another. This is his colleague. This is his friend. He respects him. And so they're trying to talk
I'm happy on my ball. Just leave me alone. I don't want to learn a new thing. I'm happy with the way it is.
Yeah, but I love that they're like gentlemen about it, and I think it's a shining example of how we should discuss with one another. our
A person
worldview.
that's honest with themselves will do that. We've had plenty on here. And then there's been the obvious troll who's a professional, polite person. That happens too, where you can't even get their anger aroused, okay? Like, we've tested this theory back in the day, and it's true. Because we knew we were dealing with some serious troll people. And then, of course, like, you could tell them anything. You could insult their fucking mother. Didn't matter, man. They were getting paid to be there.
When they in the voice chat they'll do that, but when they start talking in the text, it's completely different. You can tell because of what words they choose.
Yeah, and it's easier for cut and pastes at that point too. Like you said, that's why I prefer the voice chat, because you got to use a whole bunch of your personal time. And I can prove. Well, listen, we were 24/7. We didn't even close our eyes. We had toothpicks in our eyelids at the beginning of this, and we had some people on there. Like, I would tell people, I'd say, pay attention to this person in the chat room or whatever. Like, I challenge you now. Check it at 1 a.m., 1 p.m., check it at 4, check it at 9, check anytime you want. That person's in the chat room. So they either don't sleep or they're not real. You know what I mean? That's the only two options there, right? Like, it's impossible that the person's posting nonstop like that unless they're taking 1-hour naps during the day or something. Like, there's just some stuff was just obvious, where they were hitting us hard.
Yeah. So there's a newspaper article right here where this Charles guy is talking about it, and he puts a bunch of his points in there, and he's got a diagram that he drew. So everybody's always asking about a map. It's another cartoon, but this is this particular gentleman's perspective, and he's a clockmaker who drew a map. So he's clearly an artist and a clockmaker.
And you got to think like a clockmaker. And again, just look at all these cymatic patterns and everything else. And here, somebody's pointing out this infinity symbol and stuff. Remember the spiral graph as a kid? That's a good example to use, because the spiral graph has some stuff that does loop-de-loop things like Venus and what have you. It all fits together. And if you add a whole huge cyclical time to it, like you said, the pattern emerges over time. But you can't see it in one day. Huh?
Yeah.
The whole darn thing is a clock. No question about it. Ground's not moving. Damn it. It's the face of the Earth.
I have some theories about that, and, well, a hypothesis, kind of. But I don't want to get into the speculation parts. I need to download a bunch of aspects of
wait
this.
Till Sunday.
I want to make a video so that none of it's speculation. That way I can kind of explain what I'm trying to say with visuals. I'm working on a little something.
Lovely. Yeah, in these days and age, if you're good at a computer, you can do a lot of pretty interesting stuff, man. I mean, guys that are good at AutoCAD and so forth, I mean, I love that.
I'll put it this way. It involves something related to the kind of Tesla turbine tech, like the way that functions, and fluid dynamics.
In your sleep, yeah, you're going to disappear now.
I'm combining that with clockwork and the universe as though it's a machine. Just looking at existence, looking at the whole of existence as though we're inside of a machine. It's appointed unto man once to die, and no weapon formed against me shall prosper. So I believe that I am immortal until it's my time to go, and when it is my time to go, it's like planting a seed. Something great will grow from it. And if they strike me down, I'll only become more powerful.
Just it. It's like you're like one of the players on the chessboard, and at some point you might have to get eliminated off the board.
Yeah, man.
Your move will have been not in vain.
Well, yeah. I mean, if there's so many people, there's so many events that if one person did not reach their end, so many beginnings would have never happened.
Yep. Yeah, it's like a hockey game too. We got guys on the bench, man. Don't worry. If they get tired, they'll come off the ice, and we'll send some new ones in there to clean this situation up.
I have faith that the future generations are going to know more than we did, because we're going to help them know. They'll stand like the standing on the shoulders of giants. Well, we don't need giants. We're building a mountain.
A small amount.
It'll
be big numbers.
The way will be narrow.
It's the narrow gate. It's narrow for a reason.
It'll be like a remnant, but they will carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was listening to Demok the other day in one of the other servers. He made me howl. He's like, "We're standing on the shoulders of retards."
Oh God! Oh man,
Because everything's
Those
backwards,
are
you know.
the children of the cursed parents, though, man. The proud parents that are just totally screwed. Their children, unfortunately, are going to be just like them, and that's out of our hands. That's their business.
Children of the high fructose corn syrup.
That's the funny one. It's true. It's accurate. I mean, I see it all the time, so.
Yeah, Democ's awesome. Tim, how was Democ? What's it like moderating that guy?
Oh, it's not a problem.
I think he's awesome.
You just mute him because, yeah.
He should do voiceovers, actually, is what he should be doing.
He needs his own show, his own, thing.
He actually needs to get off of Discord and write those gold nuggets down that he has. Instead of sitting here and going on rampages on Global Earthers that don't want to listen anyway.
He's usually working on the phone, though. I used to talk to him quite a bit back in the day. He would be at work and just lets his phone run and is able to use it and talk. So you can be at your job and on Discord. Great. Hey.
How old do you think he is, Tim?
Probably in his 40s, 50s. I actually don't know.
I'm 53 and he's younger than I am, so he's not quite. He's probably 10 years younger or more than I am. I don't even want to insult him. He might even be younger than that, but. He's been around. He's OG too. I mean.
I actually think he had a show once on YouTube or something like that while he was doing these kind of things. Because, I actually don't know, but
we were just on Hangouts. We were on everybody's platform, put it that way. I mean, like I said, he was making it a point to be at work and have his phone running and had free internet, apparently, because he was just giving her on the YouTube channels and what have you. I mean, again, if you can do that at your work, great. I mean, you're killing two birds with one stone. For some people, it's not as easy. I mean, it does cause trouble. I'll warn anybody now. This is life-changing information. So, you got to be prepared to take a step down. I mean, if you're used to living the highfalutin lifestyle, prepared for a little snake ride down to the next level on the Snakes and Ladders game.
You will be persecuted for questioning. And it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or not, you will be persecuted for questioning.
Rejoice. Rejoice for being persecuted. If Jesus was here today, he'd be a domestic terrorist and hated by everybody.
Oh, he already would have flipped lots of tables. So many people would be pissed. Mm-hmm. They would say, Jesus, you're not acting like Jesus.
Well, they got the wrong one in their mind. They got somebody lied to them. So.
They got Family Guy Jesus in their head and floating God-man in a cloud tallying deeds on a scroll. They don't know about the truth.
I was talking to a French guy that he's a mechanic, and this guy, I don't know, he must have been like abused in the Catholic Church or something. I have no idea, but boy, oh boy, he's got a hatred. And him, he's like, Le Père Noël. Him, it's the Santa Claus, right? He's like, that's my God, Santa Claus. He makes a joke of it, but at the same time.
He's not wrong. The world's version of God is literally Santa Claus, though.
That's what I tell him. And you should hear the arguments I come up with, though, against him, and it just blow him away. In other words, it's not a Jesus versus Santa Claus is no match. I'll tell you that right now. That's all.
Yeah, they have a caricature. They have a cartoon. They don't have the real version of reality, and they deny the truth. They don't accept that the truth is alive and that the truth itself is God. Like, it's alive and it loves you. It created you. You're from it. It's the source of all things. It's like one of those...
use it. You just look at your DNA and the knowledge of science and so forth and everything.
Yeah.
That should click right there for everybody. Once you get into this complicated DNA situation and you start figuring things out, that should make things click. You know what I mean? Like, this is not randomness. This is not that you just happen upon happenstance. I heard some bull crap the other day on the flat bot thing. They were talking, and they had one of those clowns, from the Star Talk or something maybe on there. And the guy was telling you that you came from Stardust or whatever. That's probably Carl Sagan or one of those other idiots. The point was, he said, your left hand probably comes from one place in the universe, and the other one comes from, not even the same place. You're two different stars, even, right?
You're basically a condensation of universe farts.
Yeah, how much could you stretch it? It's like, listen, there's only so far you can stretch a lie. You know what I mean? Like, you can blow that balloon bubble, that bubble gum bubble, pretty big as your head, but eventually it's going to blow up and go poof around your head. You know what I mean? Like, these guys stretch it way too freaking much at that point. It's like, hang on there. And you got into a billion trillion light years, you lost me. You know?
Yeah.
Love it, guys. I got a Subaru. It goes a bazillion miles an hour. You should see it. It's got 26 turbos.
Yeah, okay. I just coined a new term. They think that they are condensed universe farts.
You French guys in your Subarus, eh? You guys love Subarus. I
You
love
have
it.
to have a Subaru. You're in the middle of hell, Quebec. The road is fucking terrible.
Hey, wait a minute.
I had an 02 WRX and I had an 07 STI in Yemen. I love those two damn cars. Sick.
I'm still in generation 2. Okay, 96. 96. Good condition, baby.
You ever maxed it out, and do you feel any of the warble or any kind of like differences from the speed, the rotation, that 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation of the Earth while you're putting that thing out?
Yes, there's so much traction when you have all-wheel drive that you actually change the rotation of the ball Earth a little bit. Yeah, that's what drag racing is.
Especially when you go.
Oh wait, I get it. Agave. That's why the Earth is spinning, because you get in your car and you just the whole world.
HRA is responsible for that. I keep telling everybody, I'm like, listen, man, when you get all these 1,000+ 4,000+ horsepower cars doing drag races and stuff, think about that. A whole full day of guys racing straight in a line and they're pushing your, I mean, like it or not, dude, that's physics. That's what's happening here. So your North Pole that's shifting and all that shit you guys are talking about, yeah, you might be right, but it's probably NHRA's fault.
Global warming and climate change and the global cooling, that's them when they're on their off days or when they're on, like, it's in season, so they're going faster or slower. Like, obviously, they make it spin faster or slower.
Absolutely, for sure, man. I mean, even everything, jet planes, they're all responsible. Anything that's absolutely pushing against the atmosphere or the ground, every time you take off running, like Usain Bolt at the Olympics, when those guys leave the line there, a little bit of the earth turns every time they go. So
maybe Fast and the Furious was actually referring to the globe spinning and not the cars in the movie.
That's why they're going so fast.
My mother just proposed an idea. If everybody goes in the same direction, we can reverse the spin of the Earth and go back in time.
There you go. See, perfect, exact example. And again, if you go to the land speed records in the Utah flats, you gotta run the land speed record in both directions. They do it on purpose because the globe's turning. Fuck.
You know what? I call that reverse engineering. That's actually really smart. Well done.
That's it. I'm a professional troubleshooter, man. Look out. I backtrack problems pretty quickly. People are like, what's going on? Ain't no gas in it. That's what's wrong. Yeah, never even thought about it. Yeah. All that traction and acceleration is, Gonna have to ban this motorsports completely. Global warming caused by NHRA. Yes, news. Could come up with a new ridiculous headline every day for you. You could start the BS newspaper. I could easily have your front line headline every day. No problem. can play at this game. What was that guy's name on Saturday Night Live that did the lying, the big nose? On Lequizamo, something like that. Is that his name? Got the big schnoz. Yeah, I got 26 cars in my garage. Yeah. He's a liar, professional liar. You gotta look that up.
I don't know if John Leguizamo had a big nose.
I think I got the wrong guy.
He may have him.
You look at
He's John Leguizamo is the guy that played the clown in Spawn.
The movie American Ultra, that guy, yeah, you know, he's in there, wasn't he?
He's a good actor. He was the guy that was in John Wick that said they stole John Wick's car and killed his dog.
I see him here. Okay, now I just want to double. Yeah, that's the wrong guy. Hang on, Saturday Night Live.
Did you hit my son? Yes, sir, I did.
Oh boy, old Saturday Night Live. Hey, I'm never gonna find this guy.
Anyway.
Let me see here. Wikipedia is asking for donations? Get out of here.
Oh, every day, dude. And only with certain, like, searches.
Yeah, sure. As soon as I get to edit it myself, I'll fucking donate. Gotta be dreaming. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do here.
It's cold.
It's not bad right now. It's gonna be though tonight, and then it's gonna be yucky too because it's gonna be frozen and completely slippery, and gonna get nasty. It's pouring rain right now. I can hear it.
Oh, it's gonna ice.
Yeah, like I said, lucky I got out there early and got the snow out of the way so that it's not going to turn into a total slush bath.
Yeah, did you pour salt on your driveway?
No, don't do it.
The roads are pretty good right now, but I mean, they're saying it's going to get yucky. Yeah, everyone's going to try and go to Christmas tomorrow or whatever the next day, and they're all going to get screwed.
Doesn't salt degrade like roads and driveways over time? Like if you keep doing it, like that's what's it like. So isn't there another way? Like there's got to be another way. And besides warming it,
you lightly mix salt with dirt is what it is. It's mostly dirt and a little bit of salt.
I suppose if you rinse it off after it thaws out, it's like, whatever. But
you're supposed to.
I know
you're supposed to go out there and wash your driveway.
Yeah, the roads get super messy.
Take care of your concrete.
It's bathed in fucking thick salt all winter, brown, slushy, gross. I mean, it kills your car, kills everything, and nobody washes off anything, and that's why everything rusts and rots. Concrete hates salt. Concrete bridges in Montreal look like, I mean, they look like you shouldn't even drive over them, but yeah.
I think that's part of the engineered obsolescence. Like part of it, they use it obviously works, like, but there's other ways to do it.
They spackle some stuff on the outside there once in a while to shine up the outside, make it look nice. It's like a lot of glit, glue and shit. I call it. Glit on the outside there to make it look safe.
They degrade your car, you buy another one.
That's why I keep mine so good. I mean, again, it's like my insurance company keeps asking me, "Are you sure 96?" I'm like, "Yeah, 1996, last millennial."
Don't. Well, most people like they buy it until it wears out, throw it away, get another one. They're not like they don't have that the old school mentality of you get it, you fix it, you keep it till it won't work anymore. And so they treat their relationships like they do their stuff. They throw it away.
I had newer cars, but I leased a couple. So I didn't have to do the maintenance myself or anything else. I mean, sometimes that's handy if you want a new BMW. It's nice to lease it. But then you can get rid of it before it starts becoming a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like older vehicles. These newer ones are made out of they're tin cans. Older ones are solid.
You're Yeah, you're not going under the hood. You're not touching nothing. I'm a mechanical guy. I can turn my car inside out and upside down, every bolt of it. So that's what I'm looking for. I mean, I got the.
They add so much technological wizardry to it, though, that you got to have a freaking degree in all kinds of weird crap in order to just replace the parts. Back in the day, it's like plug and play. This goes here. Cool. Let's roll.
OBD2 is the limit. The OBD2 reader is cheap. Anyone can buy one for $50 and keep it in their car and read their codes and whatever. And that's enough for the average guy. Anything past that, that's getting into high-tech computer land where you got the smartphone attached now. It's calling and listening to you. It's doing every damn thing. You have an accident, it's already sending the ambulance. I mean, it's in charge. The steering wheel is not connected to the fucking wheels on the front of the car, and your foot is not connected on the throttle to the fucking engine. Nothing is connected. That's all drive-by-wire now, which means it's hackable.
The parts.
Just not a good idea for any flat earther. So get an old pickup truck with the nice roll-up windows there. That thing, you're in full command all the time.
You're roboting a little bit, but yeah, I heard what you said. But what about them parts, though? Like the headlights, for example. All right, the new trucks, right? The new vehicles, their headlights are so damn expensive. Like, just,
it's stupid.
And then you look at how these older headlights are and how easy they are to replace and how cheap they are. But why would you want to? Why would I want to upgrade to something like that? That's not an upgrade. That's a downgrade. That's me paying a company more money for no reason.
If I had the space of any kind to put cars in, I would absolutely own 4 or 5 90s vehicles in good condition and just keep them. Just keep them. That's it. Yeah. Just to have a car that works.
Like a small fleet.
Yeah. I mean, again, I tell people sometimes I had a friend that had 3 exact Honda Civics.
I'll be right back in 1 minute. I'm gonna.
Go ahead. Anyway,
I can hear you, but I'm gotta.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll tell you. He had three Honda Civics, same color, and that way you keep the plates on one car, whichever car's working. And if it breaks, then you put it on the next car. You drive that. And you don't even have to worry about your registration and shit. You just identical vehicles. No one's gonna check your VIN. So. The winter beater. In the day, you could have a whole bunch of cars, motorcycles, whatever you want. You called your insurance company and you let them know about all the stuff you owned, and then they said, okay, great, thanks, bye. That's it. And you didn't have to have all this complicated garbage going on. You were just insured for whatever you owned. That's it. If you wanted it, wasn't mandatory. Now it is. Here comes a giant dog. Get out of here. Well, when's that stupid shopping day? I guess that's on Monday, wouldn't it be? When everybody goes ballistic and...
I mean, we just had that. Black Friday.
Was it? Okay, I missed that too. Good. Yeah, I used to love watching those videos. Back in like 2015 or so, 2016, there was a crazy when people before the pandemic and everything had money and they were all crazy. They were just mad, man. Watching them go fight over stuff in the stores and shit. It was hilarious watching those videos. I remember somebody said, oh, it's Black Friday coming up. I'm like, oh, great. I'm going to stay home all day and watch those crazy videos, man. People would live stream, from Walmart or whatever. And it was insane. I was like, yeah, good thing I'm staying home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Up here, it's not like that, though. I mean, I haven't seen any crazy crap like that up here in Canada much.
I mean, today, they have sorted it a bit out because you can get the Black Friday deals on the web pages.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people I know do order stuff. They just can't. I ask everybody that. They're like, oh, I just order online, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, don't make it a habit all the time now. I mean, we're going to turn this into, the devil's pit here. We're going to have no more stores and everything's going to come to your house by a drone. That's where it's headed. Don't let that happen, They keep going out. It's hard to keep a brick and mortar store obviously going and compete with Amazon, though. So that's the problem, is restricting the amount of businesses and services and so forth. Like, there's just some stuff you're just not going to compete with. That's all there is to it. So.
But haven't it always been like that? Let's go 50 years back. A little guy has a furniture store. He is successful. He buys another one. 20 years later, he has a concern with like 200 small shops around Europe, for example. And he can produce it and buy it in much cheaper than the single guy can.
But it degrades like that. If you go to the original starting point, like you said, of his very first furniture store versus what's going on at the end of his career, so to speak, it'd be two different quality products and two totally different affairs, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
So
I get what you're saying.
items won't change. A handcrafted thing, the only difference happens is that the next employee comes and learns the craft, and the product might have a little slight design change or something, but the handcraftedness should never leave the product. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's no longer the product it was in the beginning. So,
yeah, I mean, we can even move that over to something else, because, like, back in the days, they had these amazing stone artisans, I think they're called, where they were able to, the facades of buildings with all these, Victorian sculptures and stuff like that. Like, there was a lot of people, even in the Twitter community, that actually believed that people back in those days, they couldn't do it because we don't have those kind of artisans today that is dedicating their life to this kind of craft. But there's a lot of people who believe that they couldn't have done it back then. This was some highly advanced people.
Well, they didn't understand. People just didn't have to go running like a crazy rat every day trying to produce money for the middleman in order to achieve what they want. Again, it's like everybody can't grasp the concept. It's like when they ask for money or want money and you say, what do you need the money for? And they're like, well, I want to buy food. It's like, well, let's go get food. They can't understand eliminating that middleman. There's just their brain. There's no direct attachment to the item they're looking for. I said, if you want food, go find food. You always think of money before the item you're trying to get, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Then you get scraped off the top a little bit there every time. And the mafia gets in there. Yeah, people would dedicate their whole life because you didn't have to worry about anything. You didn't have to pay rent. You didn't have somebody, you could get free food. You wouldn't even have to worry about food. I mean, food was just abundant.
Yeah, I mean, there was also the other aspect that a man's child would follow his profession at the age of 6, or after basic school or something like that, where they learn to read and write and the basic math. And after that, at age 10, they come with daddy at work and they start to fucking cut these stones also, So lifelong experience in the end.
Yeah, school is not that new either. I mean, school is new. It's not that old, I'm saying. So guys, for example, back in the day, like you said, you taught your professions to your son, you taught whatever you knew. Let's say you didn't know anything about math or counting or writing or whatever it was. You would take your son to the person in the village or someone that knew that and have them taught by that person if you could so do so, if it was important enough to you. That's the whole point. Is like if you want to learn how to do woodwork, you don't have to sign up for an online woodworking course. You go find some old man that does woodwork, and you ask him to teach you to do woodworking, and that's it. You know, they want to pay for everything now. You have to go to school. You have to get a diploma or whatever. It's like bullshit. All the smartest people I know, the most intelligent people I know, the hardest working guys I know, are all self-taught. Most of them don't have any degrees in anything. To the older ones, you know.
Yeah.
Always the one to fix the issue, though. I'll tell you that. You could have 10 guys standing around with your fancy degrees, and they're all scratching their damn head, and this guy comes over with a small screwdriver. He's like, well, what's wrong with you guys? Just fix it like this, and then it's done. And it's like, oh, stupid. Oh, a second. Okay, back we are. All right, back to the other thing I was doing. John Lovitz is the guy I was looking for at Saturday Night Live. And he used to do a skit, right, where he's a liar. He's like a compulsive liar. Globers are so upset with flat Earth. They're so upset that they don't eat hamburgers anymore. They only eat meatballs now. They have to roll them into little spheres. And they don't make chocolate chip cookies either. They have to make those into little chocolate chip cookie balls now. That's how upset they are. They don't order pizza. They make calzones. Pizza balls. No more flat food. Or anti-flat food. Pancakes out of the question.
Sounds like a hard life, man.
Well, we're going to starve them out. That's the whole point. All the good foods are flat. Sorry. Some of you are thinking, oh, a watermelon's not flat. Well, try and eat a watermelon when it's round, stupid.
Nice.
My favorite is navigation. Well, how do you navigate the world with a flat map?
Yeah, imagine just carrying a globe with you everywhere you go on road trips and everything.
I do. It's in my car. Keep the spare one handy here. The spare one just in case people come over to visit. I can show them how ridiculous this thing is.
Yeah, having a globe for every day of the week.
Well, dang.
Don't forget, when you're in the dollar store or whatever, always go over to the section where they got the stupid little plastic globes and see if there's anybody hanging around there. You can always...
Sorry, I had to...
Yeah.
My dad was here. I had to talk to him for a bit. Had to talk to Pops. He's doing good. He seems happy.
Blessings to Dad.
Yes. Blessings
I won't talk to me anymore. So.
Blessings to the daddies everywhere. Any man can be a father. Any man can father a child, but it takes a real man to be a daddy.
Mine's lacking oxygen because he's got like a triple layer giant mask attached to his face and just doesn't get any oxygen anymore.
Damn. I'm sorry to hear that. Time takes such a toll on every single organ in our bodies, and it affects us all in such different ways. But he lived a full life. He's still here.
Well, I'm in Canada. We can offer you free euthanasia if you just sign up right here.
Oh, God. I mean, technically, I guess anybody has the right to do that if they want to, because who can stop them if they really want to, but... Oh my God, why would you encourage people to do so?
When I see the kiosk in the mall, I'm going to get worried, yeah.
Oh, it'll be like Futurama, where like Fry accidentally walks into what he perceives to be a telephone booth, and it's a suicide booth. It goes in with Bender, and then it tries to kill him.
anyone that follows that, Awaken with JP, the red-haired guy there, the comedian, funny guy, he does some good stuff. Good skits. He's got a funny one on that of euthanasia. It's the avatar or the thumbnail is like him in a lab coat, probably with a Canadian flag or something. It's on BitChute. Funny as shit though. 5-minute skit. Find it in a minute here, and I'll put it in the background. Getting ready for the safety meeting. Hang on a second. Can't have any work accidents. We're discussing the safety hazards of walking on curved surfaces. I'll be back in a minute.
Come with me, and you will be in a world of OSHA violations.
It's not OSHA up here, it's the Canadian Workplace Safety Standards, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I've got a lot of training in that stuff and respiratory equipment and so forth. Yeah. And none of the masks that they recommend are really, you can't even spray paint in any of those.
Oh, yeah. Size of how small particulates are, people underestimate.
Oh my God, close your mouth, man. The Rona's going in there.
I mean, regardless of what one believes about that particular event and the current political environment, wind blows and particles of things fly around, and there's unknown matter out there. There's stuff that scientists don't even know about and have not yet discovered that's out there. And if you're going to be afraid of wind, stay home and save lives, I guess, like forever, and just never go anywhere, and drones will bring you everything you need. Because air is everywhere, and you're going to have to deal with unknown particles. It's just going to be. You can't get away from it. Hey, why be afraid? Based off of their globe view arguments and stuff, like a tiny little meteorite could fly out of space and knock you in the head at any moment, and you can die. Just boom. Or then you got the new dark matter bullet thing that they were talking about, of what it would hypothetically do to a person, and they're acting like such projectiles exist and they just fly out of space, and sometimes they just kind of hit Earth. So you might die from that too. So just be afraid that random things can come out of the air and kill you. Coolsies. We're afraid of ghosts again. Ghosts and unknown, unseen demons floating off in that cloud over yonder, because we saw an effect. Right back to that. No science. Awesome. Pure speculation. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. That's great. I was actually just talking to my dad about the imaginary world that they project to people. And then they act as though it's all real, even though there's nothing but cartoons and actors and people showing CGI images while explaining an idea to you. There's zero evidence being shown, no sources being cited or anything. And then folks just believe it. That's real. Yep.
Should have come up with a better story as far as the goal. Like there has to be like anybody that does anything, there's usually an end result or a goal of some kind that you're trying to achieve. In this case, though, it's just exploring the unknown, fucking outer spaces, apparently. So again, there's no goal, there's no payoff, there's nothing to back from it, right? So again, in a time of need or whatever, here we are dishing out the fucking cash, supposedly, you know. It's a joke.
It reminds me of the Cave Johnson quote from Portal. Science isn't about why, it's about why not.
Exactly.
And just do things.
Well, if you want to have a book of why not, I could sit here all day and write you things down, no problemo.
Wait a minute. Are you saying heliocentric space endeavors don't have an end goal?
I'm saying that this is right here. This GIF, this is exactly NASA. There is no plan.
Heliocentric.
Okay, but is there not an end goal in their worldview?
Why would there be an end goal when you can create a system that you can perpetually fleece the flock and harvest revenue off of? And you can they can just cut. You get the little plebes to generate all of the matter, bring everything up to you, and then now you can go and put off your showmanship, and then take most of that fundage to do whatever the hell else you want to, like reroute it towards, I don't know, military research, because most of it's founding. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying like the people at the very top who know the truth that there is no hope in space.
Yeah,
they don't really have an end goal with the space.
Mm-mm. If there was a hope in space, why would we be preserving the whole? That whole Antarctic Treaty is about far more than hiding the edge or hiding God or whatever.
Yeah, but
there's resources right there. That's part of their open story where they tell part of the truth. Why would they be preserving those resources if you can leave Earth? If you have hope to leave Earth, why would you be preserving anything here? You could just go ahead and start harvesting everything and then prepare to leave and create a system where all of the next generation of people, we're heading out. We're about to go multi-planetary system type. So why wouldn't you route everybody up like that and already have it set up?
They don't have to give you a goal anyway. They haven't even lied to us about what they're doing. They told you already that your money's going into a fucking dark black hole in outer space, and that's pretty much where it's going.
Like what?
What are the
secret of our pants science?
Like there are at least some, whether they're true or not, stated goals that different people have, like physicists or biologists or the common man.
I believe that there are personal goals, but for the most part, like the vast sum of it seems to be F around and find out. That's all. They just want to harvest the knowledge and know. Just to know is the goal. People, like companies, corporations want to use that knowledge to generate revenue, but as individuals, we just want to know. So obviously, they're going to have around and find out until they do. That's dark science.
Heliocentrism has a general rule based on other physical laws that the Earth can't be sustained indefinitely. Like eventually, it's going to be consumed by space-type phenomena, like the sun exploding or a comet hitting us, or running out of resources, etc.
What number do they give you? They give you numbers like millions of years from now, and then like, well, we better start working now. And then it's like this long distance thing away. So you're working that you'll never see. And it's faith. It's orchestrating faith.
Exactly. There's the answer. The answer for the end goal is to have a plausible hope in the future for any type of person that doesn't have faith in some other mechanism of saving the human race from extinction.
Yep. And if you don't orchestrate
or death,
how do you get them to agree and work towards any goals? That's what propaganda means. It has to do with propagate the faith.
Right. So in summary, we have a world system which has its own creation story, its own set of how everything works, its own set of morality, its own set of where everything is headed, and its own set of salvation premises. So in short, we have a systematic religion, do we not?
It has a hell too, the heat of the universe.
Yeah. And the bigger the group, the bigger the lie has to be. So that's where we're at again. I wish we could dig up a guy from 500 years ago and a guy from 500 years before that and, just quiz them on what the actual circumstances of the day were at the time and what the fears of the people were and so forth. I mean, the threat could have been small when you have a smaller group of people, but as the population grows and it turns into a global affair, so to speak, And you got to have a global problem, you know?
Yeah.
One local dragon flying around the castle isn't going to be good enough, you know what I mean?
If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it.
Well, it's gotten to the point where, again, it's like, you want to talk about a fantasy story, you just go ahead and line them both up next to each other, and then anybody with a honest opinion that can be true to themselves can point out and say, okay, yeah, ours sounds totally fucking ridiculous, I agree. But science, you can argue about science, but you have to admit that one sounds absolutely fantastical and possible. So, one's a Swiss watch that works perfect, and the other one is absolutely ridiculous. So many glaring faults, it's not funny, you know?
Yeah.
Use today as an example, or yesterday, or whatever, the solstice. So there you go. Your shortest day, well, we'll whip around 6 months, and then your Earth will be hanging around the other side of the sun. Same tilt angle, opposite side, same time of day, opposite side. Wrong, can't work. Unless there's a 12-hour time shift somehow. I don't know about.
Yeah.
But, they all sound like shitty motorcycles in the Philippines.
That's one of my favorites. When they say we can get the distance to a star by parallax, and you go, "Oh, how do you do that?" When you need a base triangle, right? And they say, "Oh, well, that's easy. We just wait until we're 6 months later on the other side of the orbit of the sun, and then we use the distances between the sun and the Earth as the base of the triangle." Oh,
that's what
okay. So you assume, yeah, you assume that that's happening to prove something in your paradigm. It's like, sure thing, bud.
Oh.
So that's what I asked them. When do these train tracks touch each other? At what point in the up ahead there, those train tracks are going to touch? Right? When?
Yeah. You're like, I have the answer. We'll just put the question into the answer. There you go. Put the answer into the question. Works both ways.
You can clearly see they're going to touch each other. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Like, hey, can't you see this? And then explain it, and it's like, that's not how you ask a question. It's not a rhetorical question.
Well,
hypotheticals, unproven hypotheticals are not evidence.
What argument or proof do they have that doesn't require the globe being an assumption, a presupposition, or proven in the first instance before they go down that line of reasoning? I only know of two.
I understand why. But it is all faith. They want hope for the future and some Star Wars level stuff so that they can go off and explore and like Star Wars, Star Trek it out. They're a bunch of Trekkies and Star Wars nerds, and they want to boldly go where no man has gone before and own a lightsaber and learn about the Force from aliens. They're very religious about their sci-fi.
And that's silly thought process, because if there were such a thing as intelligent aliens observing us and so forth like that, they would have done something a long time ago, okay? So, in other words, I think that these...
Oh, that's another thing. That whole the ancient astronaut theorist type crap, right? You can debunk the mess out of that so easy. That whole Nibiru thing. There is no evidence that any entities came from some other planetary... none of it says that at all. They talk about some things, but a lot of references are vague, and they're not talking about things in the way that people try and propagate it now because they're using speculation.
Coming from the neighbor's yard is coming from another land. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm saying, though, that there's no evidence to back any of that ancient astronaut crap, that none of it supports it at all. Like, everything with the ancient, like, Nibiru-type lore that they try and portray, it does not talk about that at all. There's no entities that come from some other planet in any of that lore.
And even somebody that wants to say, "Oh, look, back then they knew about the planets and the this and the that," and I'd say, are you fucking dumb? If they're lying to us now, does it not cross your mind that maybe that was the scam they pulled back then, and this is the same scam going over and over again? It's not different. What difference would it be? They keep knowledge. They lie to you guys about what's going on, and they teach you this fantastical stuff. I mean, that's about it. How hard is that to grasp?
Didn't a lot of those worldviews result in the fact that they killed each other, saying, "Oh, the stars do this, the gods do that, therefore we need to kill each other."
Yeah.
Therefore, we need to kill our children. Like, you have a daughter that hasn't got. Yeah, you have a daughter that hasn't got boned by a dude yet. Oh, we have to kill her, and that way the gods will be happy, and we'll get grain next year.
Yeah, but don't worry, we only need one a year per city. It's insanity, and it's tribalism, and they'll be like, your worldview is weird, and ours is real because our gods are cooler than yours, and then they'll kill each other. And then if somebody says anything that's like factual or get like they trying to use reality and just call it what it is, talk about the elephant in the room, burnt at the stake, crucified, whatever, throw stones at you till you stop moving. You're not allowed to upset the cart.
And does heliocentrism and the modern scientific consensus paradigm, does that not have similar tendencies? Think about it. There are people who say certain people should be killed, right? Like flat earthers should be killed.
I've heard them.
Don't reproduce. Walk into traffic.
I hope your children die.
The Running Man movie or anything like that is literally going to come to truth. You'll be like, oh, put them in the Running Man game, basically. You know, it'll be entertainment.
Or before somebody even has children, they'll try and basically derail their ability by ruining their confidence in hopes that they won't reproduce. But they'll try and basically punk them down, belittle them in hopes that they won't find a mate so that they won't reproduce. Like, it's part of their actual.
You know what?
Because they don't want
I just realized another deception that's put on society is that majority of people in society think that they would never engage in that type of barbarity that used to occur, like, you know, the Roman Colosseum or any of these types of things. You know, they think that they've evolved personally past all that. But you see, when there's extreme situations, many people, like, the truth that they're willing to sacrifice other humans at random to save themselves or their political or socioeconomic status just comes out.
Yeah. Wait till they're hungry. Like you said, you haven't seen nothing yet. I mean, like, some big fatso that's used to fucking shoving shit in his face all day becomes pretty grumpy and unhappy after a day or two. I mean, you're going to see some action. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been saying this for a while. It's like, you know, The Walking Dead and all these new zombie stories about, like, undead zombies. That's just what the hungry are going to be like when it goes to crap. They're going to be chasing humans down to kill them and eat them, steal their stuff.
How about the mill run experience? People obey. 65% of people, according to this experiment, will do what they're told, even if it means electrocuting somebody at a voltage that is known to kill them. Like, will kill them. They'll obey. They'll do what they're told. Authority figure says do it.
I would love to see that experiment redone today, man. I would love to see that experiment redone.
Yep. Oh God. What if the number's probably so much higher? It's probably 95% at this point. Oh shit.
If you really wanted to test,
well, you see that the problem is that.
What do you think?
Yeah. Or an anti-V.
Let's be clear with each other. Yeah, that's fine, but let's be clear with each other. There are many people that are in the New Truth movement that really don't have. They're in it for the fad. They're in it for the real deal.
You're roboting really bad.
That was total Stephen Hawking. Keep doing it, though. Say something smart like Stephen Hawking. It was cool.
Man, that sucks because, like, every other syllable was silence. Like, it was really bad for me. I couldn't hear it.
I love when people listen to that Stephen Hawking crap and think that he's actually talking through the thing. Oh, my goodness.
The remote-controlled people.
Yeah, who else has used that technology? Like, that's a normal person. that had their child benefit from it and can have conversations with their child.
Exactly. Thank you.
It reminds me of the thing where there's like this chimpanzee with a tablet and it's hitting little buttons in order to be able to talk to people. Some movie.
There's some pretty sick snake oil salesmen out there and some real shell games. You know, it's a total carnival is what it is. It's a rigged casino, like George Carlin said. Game's rigged, man. Like Muhammad Ali and stuff. Go back and watch old boxing and shit now, and you'll realize real fast what was going on.
I was looking for the clip of of Stephen Hawking hopping up out of the wheelchair and grabbing a surfboard, or somebody, I think they threw him a surfboard. He just like hops up and runs away after an interview. But it's not anywhere on there. Like, it's not on the animated GIF or Discord. I'll just have to make one.
He jumps in his Ferrari like Magnum PI with some hot chicks and takes off to the beach.
Yeah.
Stevie Wonder.
I mean,
Did a list of all-time deceivers and, you know, ranked in order maybe.
What?
That'd be hard to
The number one deceiver. Yeah, fair enough, but the number one deceiver in your world is yourself.
Pretty much at this point, yeah.
Who can lie to you worse? Somebody else or yourself? Think about it.
Once you critical think, that breaks that cycle, but trust factor. They got you with Santa Claus early, so your trust was broken early. They got you early. That's the thing. Would have made more people a skeptic, but it didn't. Yeah.
The word lie itself, it means so much more than what people think it means. They think it means just deception. But if you lie to yourself and you have an internalized falsehood, that is also a lie.
Yeah, we
So
did
you might
a while back.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying a while back we did a series on Nathan Oakley show, like who was really responsible for the deception. And that we talked about it for a couple of weeks and we pretty much narrowed it down to like the whole time they basically tell you like this isn't reality. It's a model, it's an image, it's a philosophy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like the whole time they're telling you this isn't reality. And all the people who buy it as, okay, I understand what you're saying, therefore I'm going to make it my reality in my mind. The person who ultimately like forced that reality on you was yourself. That's probably why so many people are unwilling to disjoint themselves from it, because it's become such a part of their ego that to lose that part of themselves is like to kill a part of themselves. And then your self-defense kicks in.
Ooh, yeah, ego death. They'll have the same exact self-defense mechanism that you would if something was actually trying to kill you. That's why some of these people are so rabid about their beliefs. Like, they will be vicious. Every insult in the book, everything they've ever heard, whenever anybody's ever insulted them and made them feel stupid, they're going to whip that out and they're going to throw it at you.
Yeah, so we had a guy that was dying. We had a guy that was dying as one of our members here. but he wasn't quite a flat earther. Like he didn't want to give up heliocentrism. And when pressed of why, he would always say, "Well, you can't take my space away. You can't take the journey into that great unknown area where there's so many revelations and mysteries and maybe a great hope, right?" But we had to talk in a serious note. It's like, dude, like actual going to real space in a far-reaching, distant world is beyond your lifespan. There's no hope in it for you in particular. So why are you so vested in it? Like you're never going to see it. You're never going to experience it. It's never going to benefit you. But for some reason, there's still that romantic appeal that if the possibility exists, they have some kind of vested love or hope in it.
Yeah. And that was exactly the right word, romanticized.
By the way, I was listening to the earlier conversations, and like, if it was good morning, guys. What's up, AI? And
Good morning,
I think
man.
one of the difficult things when you're in the server is to churn up content, and a great way to do that is an example of what AI is doing right now. There's provocative topics that can be brought up, specifically towards the globe Earth agenda. We have to make sure that the live stream is always being, and particularly, I talked about things that would churn content up, which would provoke somebody to come in here and question. Due diligence on that is that, like, this place is not just an arbitrary place that we're just setting for people to talk about whatever they want. This is actually a specific server designed for the advocation of people, talking about the shape of the earth claim. So it's difficult at times. I know we got dead air and such, but being as that we're in the live stream, I think there is a responsibility to kind of make sure that we come back to the topic of the shape of the earth and also bring it up. So if we're in here talking in the VC, I think it behooves all of us to make sure that we're provoking listeners to wanting to ask questions and possibly chime in on topics like the one AI is bringing up right now, because those are the most biggest reasons people would come in here and ask questions. Like I do moderate this forum, and I do it with the intent so that I can get everybody with a understanding that this forum separates from the other flat earth topical forums. This isn't just like an open debate forum. This is actually an educational system that we have for the people, because they don't know, right? So as difficult as that task is, we want to stay on point with it. Like, we can talk about other topics, but we always got to bring it back around to like AI and the intention to provoke someone to come in here and ask the question and maybe ask us. Because if not, then we're just like chitter chattering about like ongoings of everyday things. And although that's kind of fun, it doesn't give us the purpose or the intent of like telling people about what we are saying with the shape of the earth content. So this goes out to everyone that comes in here, because I was hearing some topics and they have their black pills and what can happen and all this kind of things, but like I said, interesting as that those topics are, they're not a topic of the shape of the earth that provokes somebody to come in here and actually learn that they don't know what they're talking about. So like, just I like to I was pointing out what AI was saying, because it gets people, the audience, right, to listen to what he's saying and then perhaps ask some questions about that. Why did that one individual think that? And maybe they're going through the same journey. Anyway, this is like information for everyone, but just kind of a reminder that we usually get off on sidebar conversations and topics, and this forum is live streamed 24/7, and the advantage of that is that we get an opportunity to possibly save a life. And what I mean by that is that people are pushed, these agendas are pushed on all of us. So this is for everyone, right? If you want to churn up content, like if it's just dead air, provoke somebody. Get somebody to think about the topic. Say something provocative, right? What brought you into flat earth? And those kinds of things right there are what get people to actually want to come in here and have a conversation with you, versus you talking about Toyotas and whatnot. Like, that's not provocative conversation. That's just you bantering. So this is like going out to everyone that's listening.
Sounds good. The other day, that reminds me, the other day I was looking at, there's kind of dead air going on and I didn't really know what to say. I'm like, well, I don't want to talk about nothing, so I'm going to just start reading what I'm reading. And I was reading something that was written by a fellow flat earther from 100 years ago who had a bunch of scientific related arguments. And so I started posting the content that I was reading in the stream and just kind of reading the stuff that he had wrote about it. There's like one that was an article from a newspaper, and then there's another that was, there's two different books that I shared, I think. And
Right.
then eventually some people came in and started talking about like, you know, various other things. But like, I agree with you, keeping content going. It's a 24-hour stream, so somebody's got to be doing something.
Yeah, but then we start talking about like the other things, and then we get like kind of caught up in the mix of like really getting into like the minutia of other things, and it's like that's not the point of the server. Like we've all been passionately pursuing truth, and it just falls by the wayside if we're just constantly not making this place a provocative like conversation, something to want to desire to be someone want to jump in here and say, wait a minute, I disagree with that. And then we say, why, sir? Why do you disagree with that? And we can talk to them about it. But it's like, that's the point. And if that's not the point, then this is just another forum that you're in here talking about this and that, you know? And
Yeah, it gets boring. It's not on topic.
so, and it's like, it's a difficult task. But if you're in here with a mouthpiece and you're saying things, then it should be the intent to make this conversation something desirable for somebody who thinks the earth is a globe and they don't know any better. And saying statements like that brings the people in here and saying, wait a minute, I don't know any better. You're a flat earther. You don't know anything. That's why it's something to be desired to have a conversation about, because they think they have it all down. They think that the idea of space is real. They're living in fantasy land. They don't know how much what they think is real is not. And AI brought up a good point. Like this guy who was steeped into the religion of the globe Earth thought that, you know, if you paradigm shift him into something different, he couldn't withstand that mentally. And it happens, right? Cognitive dissonance is a real thing. People don't want to face reality. They want to stay in their fantasy idea. Don't take space away from me. It's too much to bear. And here's the reality of that is that we're not the ones doing it. The agenda that they were taught about space being real was something that they learned, and we didn't do it. We're just telling them that that's not real. That's all we are doing. We're revealing that the fact that somebody told them a lie or the misinformation they received isn't the correct way to look at reality.
Yeah. When you try and explain to somebody that the way that they perceive their reality is wrong, they start thinking that you feel like you're better than them and you must be superior because you think you know something that they don't. They'll start projecting that on you, even though it's like, bro, I'm just trying to help you see what is actually here. It's like, stop imagining.
Yeah, and so like listen, Ether, and I'm this place here, usually it's either going to drive people away because they can't have their way of the server, and this server isn't what they thought it was and whatever, but that doesn't matter. The purpose and intent of this is to get people to realize that they've been misinformed about the truth. The truth is the earth is not a globe. And so anybody that wants to come into this forum and make it a place for them to say that this is a place I can put my stake in and say this is my second home, you know, to come in here and to have a chatter with everyone, but to stay on point. If content is to be said in here, it's to always come back and make the conversation provocative. Make it very tantalizing to somebody who's like, wait a minute, you guys are idiots. Let me come in here and tell you what's what. Because they don't know. And that's the reason why we're saying what we're saying. And we're not just here to like talk about this and that. That's not what this server is for. Like I've been listening to conversations and they always tend to veer off into the unknown. And it's like, that's not the purpose. Like we are just falling away from the purpose of it. And there's some people that are in here all the time. And it's like, well, if you have the ability to be here all the time, then make it your business to show people why the earth isn't what they've been told. Like you have to there's new ways to do it. Like you don't have to go the old one trick pony, like say this the one way, look at like what you're saying, look, read some stuff. Talk about things. Make it the conversation. The whole world has been deceived. And we only have but a minute of our life because our life is but a vapor, right? Our life is but a vapor. Make it count. Make it count. Let's not be churning up this and that conversations. Let's talk about what we're here for. And that's educating people on how they are ignorant to the fact that truth has been misinformed to them.
Yeah. It's like this like there's content too that we can generate, because we have to do the scholarly work. We have to go and find the content, cite our sources, and prove what we have, and be like, hey, check this out. Look at what I read, and here's where I read it from. And then you show exactly where it came from. And like you got the Library of Congress. You can go to Harvard, and there's libraries where you can download high quality information that's like really, really old. And it's like perfect scans of things. And there's lithographs and all this documentation that we can go access. And we're just kind of regurgitating the same stuff. And I'm like, but there's new content that's old content.
Well, there always is, man. So think about it like this. You can hit this topic with many different angles. You can come at it from the psychological aspect. You can come at it from the intellectual aspect. You can come at it from the aspect of saying that we can't talk about it. It's taboo. So there's so many things that we can say about this topic and churn up content versus talking about this and that. Like there's random things that are blackpilling people and saying, well, you know what? We're all going to die because the AIs are going to take over. It's like, yeah, that's great. That's wonderful. But did you talk about why the shape of the earth is said to be what it is? Because people are falling by the wayside with this information, and young people these days are not being critical thinkers of the world around them. So you talking about this and that is not going to get this forum in a better place. What you're going to do is have more people jump into your non sequitur conversations, and they're going to love it because they're going to be like, well, this is a great place to talk about whatever. It is. At the same time, the topic, right? You got to refocus, reset, come back to the topic and say, okay, let's discuss the psychological aspect. Let's discuss the intellectual one. What is academia saying about the shape of the earth? Why? What new things are people out there, NASA, talking about? What new thing has come up that they're now telling us the propaganda that's being pushed on us? Because it's all garbage, and people don't know this. And so we're just in here talking about this and that. Meanwhile, our fellow man is falling by the wayside with this misinformation. We're not doing due diligence. That's what I'm trying to say. And that is the purpose of this server, to make sure we are the light. We are the buffer between them and that falsehood. And we're not doing that as of yet. I've been listening to the conversation. I always kick back in the background, but I'm listening. I'm making sure, I'm taking stock. And inventory. I know who's saying what and why they're saying this. But there's certain individuals who are not doing that. They're coming in here and they're making it a forum about whatever. And it's like, we struggled, like the ones who've been here, we've struggled with mockery. We've struggled with people coming against us. Even flat earthers come against the ones who are truly in here about the truth. Even flat earthers, because the ones who they claim to be flat earthers.
We can't respond to mockery with mockery.
Right. So listen, we've had that. So we've had people come in, and that's why this forum is not easy for even the flat earther who says, well, I've been in flat earth for 7 years, and this forum's like, you guys only want to talk. And it's like, we have to get everybody of one mind and one accord about how we approach these things, because there's many different ways that everybody has a different style. But here's the issue, right? With that comes up many different ideas of how they view the speculations of flat earth and use them as matter-of-fact statements, which cannot be done if they're speculations. So therefore, your black pills, as it were, are not going to go into like, well, do you know that the Walmarts are being converted over into military bases? They are. There's an article on it, and there's a truther about searching this up. And you're like, they're going to put us all in FEMA camps. And that is not conducive to the truth. That is something It's a hearsay statement that someone said that you're running around with, and then blackpilling people saying that we're all going to die because of this and that. And that's not conducive to the shape of the earth.
Why would somebody
What
want
it
to
is,
talk to you if you're just all about
it's people pushing propaganda on the truther, right? On you, on anyone. And we're getting a dose of what it's like to be misinformed by Joe Blow saying that there's FEMA camps and so on and so forth. What do you mean? You don't believe in FEMA camps and all this? And that's not the case. The case is Joe Blow said it. You believe it. Now we're talking about something just like the Globers do, right? They have something from hearsay and they want to come into this forum and talk about things. And it's like, that's just what a talking head just told you. Now you're telling me like that's the truth? No, sir. That is not the truth. How did you verify that? Now go ahead and tell me how you verified that black pill you're telling me. How did you verify that? Because I'm going to hold you to the same standard, truther, that I did to the Globe Earther. I'm not going to let you go. This forum is, like I said before, it's an intellectual forum. So if you're not ready for this, if you're coming in here with your, it doesn't matter who you are. And that's why it's like, this is the place for those people to learn about what is real and what is not real. We can't go on hypotheticals. We can't go on inferences, assumptions. We can't go off of these things. We have to get people to realize how to become a critical thinker. And that means, my friends, if you are spewing these kind of black pills, you might be caught in the line of fire because you are saying things as a matter of fact statements without any verification. This is not what this server's for. You're going to have to realize that when you're in here, there needs to be some kind of buttoning up, some tightening up on how you present things. So this is going out to everyone. And so I know the guys who have built this server, we've kind of curated this forum for that specific reason. It's been done that way, and it's hard to get everybody on that mindset and the track. When it comes to this topic, I'm the bad guy because I'm the one who comes in here and says, look, guys, we cannot be talking about things that you're blackpilling people on without any verification. And you saying, it's just that way. Look at this article. You mean you're a truther and you don't believe in these things? That's not the case. The case is you're bringing evidence about something, which is what you would consider it, but based on an article or like 5 flat earthers or a couple of truthers saying things. Whoopity-doo. That doesn't have any bearing on us being able to verify the thing that person said. And now we're running around with a black pill telling everybody's going to die because of X, Y, and Z. That is ridiculous. We're not about that in this forum. So I'm just saying that, I'm throwing it out there. So if you are doing that, I'm listening to you. And perhaps in the future, if it does continue, I will pull you aside in the back chats. And I'm saying this openly because I think everybody knows who are doing these things. We're curating this forum to make sure everybody has a great place to have a conversation about truth. And churn up some content. I mean, don't just be in here jibber jabbering, say things that are provocative. Well, look, NASA said X, Y, and Z. I'm going to read an article about what space is talking about, like black holes or whatever. And then people are like, huh? Well, I thought black holes were for real. And you tell them, okay, come in here. Let's talk about it. What do you think about space is real? And, make it a point to show them why everything they thought about, space, the shape of the earth, is not the case. That's put upon all of us who are in this forum who have a mouthpiece. If it's up to you to speak in this VC, then it's up to you to uphold the way the server actually runs. And mind you, there are some people that veer off topic, and we all are guilty of that, right? But there always has to be a coming back to what we're talking about and provoke the audience into coming in here and having the conversation. If that doesn't happen, we're just in here twiddling thumbs. You have to make it a point when you're in here to provoke the person listening to come in. That is the reason why when I come in here, I provoke people. And you see the content starts to churn up when I'm in here and everybody wants to talk because of the fact I get the listener to want to come in here and say, hey, you're wrong. And that's great. I want them to tell me why they think the shape of the earth is what it is and the evidence for it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like it's real easy. You have your own style. Just make sure that when you do it, do it in a way that you're going to get people to just think about what you're saying versus saying something that's just talking about your day or why Walmart's building FEMA camps or X, Y, and Z. They got FE documents at the bottom of the Vatican. Like that's not verification. That's not verified.
Yeah.
It's just hearsay or what CERN is doing.
Hey, you remember the old statement, pics or it didn't happen? I show the evidence. There used to be a thing, pics or it didn't happen. Like when people try and make a statement, and they, dude, pics or it didn't happen. Like,
Yeah, that's I can't even run with that either. Like,
yeah, not anymore. Yeah, but you know.
Pixar didn't even happen. That's not even. Listen. We hold. There's
but expanding. Like,
I would
we
say
need to
this,
cite sources.
We hold the people that are in this server that are saying things to a higher standard than just your normal Joe Blow truther. Your normal Joe Blow truther is out there consuming whatever. Hey, did you hear about the lizard people? They're running around, man. They're really lizard people. Check it out. I got this video, and this is not like that's like what you consider to be like, I don't know, a fake diet woke or I don't whatever you want to call that.
Diet woke.
That has nothing to do with us saying, okay, there's lizard people running around. Go ahead and verify that for me because we need to get some verification down. How did you know that person is a lizard, man? Because now you're talking about this weird, obscure topic, and it's just there's no standard. There's no baseline for what you're saying. Yeah. I can't go out somewhere and say, okay, yeah, that's a lizard person right there, because that sounds ridiculous on the onset. If that is really going on, well, let's go verify it, right? Yeah. But no, that's not. If it's just hearsay and jibber jabber and just whatever, then we're just, we're not doing due diligence, and that's what it's supposed to be. We want to make sure that people. We want to make sure that people are provoked into having the conversation about the shape of the earth, because that is what is wrong with the world. The majority of people think that they live on a globe that spins in the vacuum of space. And they don't know any better. They're steeped in ignorance. They come in here like Mr. Sensible, right? He thought, I have something to debate. You don't. The point of this server is to show you why you don't have any stance in the globe Earth whatsoever. Your supposed intellect is pseudo. There is no such idea of a globe, and you having all this. Well, I got mathematics. I can show you calculations. So what? Doesn't matter. What do those calculations mean if you can't take it out into the field and show me that those calculations equal to what we see in reality? They do not have any place in real people having intellectual discussions. You're talking about lore of a fantasy idea. The globe Earth is completely made up, and you bought into it. It's Santa Claus for adults. So this is how it is, guys. And if the people out there listening right now would truly understand that, they would come in here and say, wait a minute, I got some evidence to the contrary of what you're saying. I know the Earth's the globe. Then let them come in here. Let them come in here and talk to us about it and give us evidence. Now, we don't want to hear hearsay topics. Well, my teacher said, the scientist said, like that little speak and say. You pull down and it says, the cow says, moo. Don't want to hear that. We don't care what somebody says. What can you provide as evidence for your claim that the Earth, I don't even say it's your claim, you advocate for the claim of the shape of the Earth? Because you're just really a puppet, right, on a string. And every time they need to, they'll just tug on the string, and there you go, dancing away.
The Glober says, curve.
And this is the reality, right? People are just misinformed about what they think the shape of the Earth is. And they're running around like a parrot, right? Like, refraction. That's it. They don't know any better. And they'll spew out some formulas or whatever it is, thinking they know what's going on, and they have no idea. So, if you're out there listening and you think you know what's happening with the shape of the Earth, come in here, give us some evidence, tell us why you think it is. We don't want to hear your feelings about it, though. Like, well, it just sucks that you flat earthers are saying that. I don't care. I don't care about the feelings side of it. If you have no evidence for the shape of the Earth, then be gone. You know, this is the point of you coming in here, is to realize how much you do not know about the shape of the earth. That's the conversation we should be always turning to in here. Provoke the people to come in here because they don't know any better. They're running around with their fantasy idea of what they think the shape of the earth is. So we have some new people in here. Well, I know Lino Tomo's been a globe earther for some time now. Lino, are you there? Or perhaps has a bad rep? You know, I'm usually the one to call on people, so if you're in here, I will call on you. Let's see. All right, so I just unmuted. Has a bad rep. Are you there?
Yeah, yo, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Some weird shit this morning.
Alrighty then. Well, the topic, as it were, for this server is the shape of the Earth and the conversation about it. But
the shape of the Earth.
Exactly. This Discord is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I don't know if you know that or not, but that's what you clicked on when you joined.
I do. I think it looks pretty flat, man.
Well, I mean, that's what we would all say because that's the base axiom for how our observations are done, right? We see the Earth as that way, but there's a difference between seeing the Earth that way, because even a globalist would even say the Earth is locally flat. That's great. Now, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, and why? Has a bad rep?
I think the Earth is like a realm of existence, and we exist within an ethereal field in 3 dimensions.
Okay, that's what you think it is. Now, give us some evidence as to why you think that is the case.
I haven't really done a lot of my own research on this. I just like that idea better than the globe one, because in the globe Earth it's super boring. Space is infinite. You can't do anything. You're stuck on Earth, it feels like. But all the wonders and happenings are actually on Earth, not space.
Okay, well, interesting, but it's great. Some people might say, "Welcome to the forum, brother," and this and that. I would say this: the reason why people are critically thinking about the shape of the Earth conversation is because they get challenged on every point of what they think the Earth is. So, therefore, I would say even to use coming into this, right? There's some information out there about what you can consider alternatives to what the Earth is besides the globe. But I don't know where you're at with what you think the content of what you've seen or what you know or anything like this. But what has led you into this? I guess you could say movement of like why you think the Earth is what you're claiming it is. What brought you to that? Like versus like just think it's the globe.
It just seems a lot more reliable. It just seems easier to calculate. Everything makes more sense on the flat Earth model. Pilots use the flat Earth model, by the way, when they're traveling. So I mean, I think it's got to be pretty useful to have a correct, a correct summation of your reality around you. You know, it's stupid to not.
Do you know there's other versions of what people think the Earth is?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you're aware
I'm pretty
of
sure a bunch of flat Earthers all have different opinions on what the Earth actually is.
Well, no. I meant like outside of the cosmological viewpoint of the Earth being flat and stationary. There's other versions of other types of what people think the Earth actually is.
Oh, geez.
I'll give you a small sample. Someone thinks the Earth is concave. That's another one. It's opposite of convex. Convex is what the globe Earth is. Convex. Concave is the opposite of that. Some people think the Earth is concave. Some people think we live in a simulation. There's a cosmic egg theory. There's a lot of other ideas of what people think the actual Earth that they're standing on is. It's not just flat Earth. Flat Earth isn't the only game in town. It's what people think, right? So, and that's why I would say, because you might have you have a lot of what I consider hearsay. You have because I asked you for evidence, and the evidence behind what you said was just some guy said this.
Well, Nikola Tesla said that.
Right, that's great. But what we need to do, right, as people that are searching for what the truth is is due diligence for what we're learning, right? How is it what you just said? Like, what verifies that for you? Because if it's just some guy saying it, that's how it verifies it for you, then I think that's pretty shaky ground, because some other guy can say something that sounds better to you, and then you'll just go with that thing. You know what I mean? Like, this is important. It's very, very important how you understand truth. Truth isn't subjective. It isn't something that you hear and you're like, yeah, that sounds great, I'm going to run with that. That's not truth. Truth is something that's self-evident. Truth is objectively true. You can point to it and say, that is this. And it is. No one's going to disagree with you on that because it's self-evident. That is truth, sir. Truth isn't something I just heard from Joe Blow.
I just think that the calculations are important and all, and I'm glad that everybody out there doing that. But there's some really like big plot holes in the globe theory that just kind of breaks the whole thing without needing to do calculations. Like, you can't hover a helicopter above the ground and just stay there until your destination arrives. It doesn't work. That doesn't happen. You cannot fly over Antarctica. There's not a single airline that goes over it at all. Mm-hmm. And if you tried to fly over Antarctica, you would be told no by several leading nations of the world.
All right, let's put this in perspective, right? So we would say these things coming from our vantage point of knowing that the Earth isn't what we've been told. I'll just put it to you this way. That's what we would say, right? But they have a rebuttal to all of our points. Our points aren't just logically consistent. They're debunked by them in a way that's not debunked. It would be considered a workaround for them. So they would talk about things and because, okay, so in their fantasy world, anything goes. They can have contradictory ideas that work. The Earth is moving, we just don't feel it. Okay, so they can have things that work in their reality that go against what you're saying.
The thing is, I think
they can easily listen. This is the way it goes in here, right? They can easily hand wave dismiss everything that you've just said with a workaround, and they can make things up on the fly.
But they're going to do that anyway. They're always going to do that. You could literally. Right.
So like, how do you hold toes to the fire, right? How do you see? This is the objective of the service, to teach you how to become a critical thinker and to be able to handle yourself in a conversation with somebody who is continuously trying to get away from being held accountable for the truth, right? So it's going to teach you how to be a critical thinker first, right? How to think about things, how to approach a topic, how to address someone. And it's going to get you better in a better position, because I don't know how long you've been looking into this topic. Some people I've been in the flat earth for 7 or 10 years, and it doesn't matter. If you've never been in this forum, you don't know how to tackle topics. You don't know the ways that people can skirt out away from what your points are. So a point for point discussion is something like what you would say, right? Just basically what you demonstrated right now. You said, if I have it doesn't matter, helicopter or balloon, if I float in the air, I'm not going to move such and such X, Y, and Z. They would say, well, of course you wouldn't. This is their response, because we've heard it multiple times in here. This is how they would rebuttal you, and how the third person who's listening to you have a conversation with them, this is what it would sound like to them. Because when you would say that, they would give you an easy rebuttal. That's easy. You don't understand the globe. You see, everything that's on the globe is Velcroed to it. So if you're in a balloon, it's Velcroed to the earth moving. So you're actually moving with the earth. So you don't move anywhere. So you're wrong. You don't understand anything about the globe. And then you got egg on your face for a moment, right? For a moment, because you're like, oh, that point for point, me showing them why it wouldn't work. Now they're coming back with their rebuttal and their workaround. It's kind of making me want to defend this point, right? So you're up in arms. You're like, okay, you want to be an idiot about this, right? So you start getting defensive, and then you bring up another point. What happens, sir, in this conversation is that you're demonstrating to other people that this is an offense, defense kind of a tactical way to go about it. Some people like that idea, right? You shoot a point, he defends it. He shoots a point, you defend yours. Like, it's a back and forth, like ping pong. Ping, 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 ping. You don't really get anywhere. It's really just a tug of war. It's entertainment for the audience. And here's what I would say. What we talk about in here and with the flat earth, it's a completely offensive position. There isn't one reason why you should defend a point. And this is true. But it doesn't go about the way you people usually think. This isn't like your normal debate scenario. You can't say, well, I want to debate that globe earther, because if that's your objective, you'll get that. You'll say your points. You'll be in a forum where the moderator will say, okay, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead. And you say your piece. He rebuts that. He says this piece. You rebut that. Ping pong, ping, 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 and doesn't get anywhere because the audience is like, well, he's got some good points, and this guy said some good points, and well, he just made this guy look like a fool, and on, right? And here we teach people how to make sure that when you go into this kind of a discussion, there isn't even a shred of doubt. The person listening is overwhelmed with, like, they don't even know how to approach a topic. They don't know what to say. Their mouths are closed. And we show them, we give them no quarter in here when it comes to the conversation. So, point for point, let's just say that you said that to a globalist and I just rebutted that. What happens is you become, pretty upset about that he's being an ignorant fool, not listening to you, and so you go into another point. Well, that doesn't work, right? So you tried that, let's try something else. That doesn't work. You tried that, let's try something, and on. And you don't seem to be getting anywhere, right? And you're frustrated, you're angry. Well, see, the issue isn't the fact that you're not bringing logically consistent points, right? Because that is the case. You're saying things that obviously in reality doesn't work, right? I agree with you. But they don't see that because the facade is what they're thinking about with the shape of the earth. The people that are in the masses, they think that the earth is a globe. They fully believe in the lore of the whole fantasy idea of the shape of the earth. They're hook, line, and sinker. So your job isn't to give them a logically consistent point. Your job is to show them how that has no coherence into our known reality. So how do you do that, right? You might be wondering, this is a difficult task. How can I show the person they don't know what they're talking about? Very easy, my friend. Have them demonstrate anything that has to deal with the lore, which is the fantasy concept of the globe earth. So easy. It's so easy. Demonstrate to me radius, diameter, and circumference. Who came up with that information and why? Demonstrate to me how we have drop over distance. I need to know because the onus is on the one who makes the claim. Now, if you advocate for the claim, then and you're the one saying it, then the onus, sir, is on you. You need to show me that the claim of the shape of the earth is what it is, because that's what everybody's running around saying, that it's a globe earth. We got videos from NASA and whatnot. Okay, I don't care what anybody's saying and videos that we're seeing and balloon footage and people on airplanes and pilots' testimony saying, oh, I'm a pilot. I know that the earth is flat. I don't care. I only care what you can demonstrate to me about your globe earth. So you need to tell me how the earth is over a drop over distance is conforming to a globe. So you shut the mouths of people who are steeped into the lore by having them demonstrate to you the claim. And if they can't provide the evidence, if they say, well, we use 8 inches per mile squared. Well, that's fine. Go ahead. Let's go to the field. Let's go out there somewhere. Let's go test this, right? Because now's the time to say things. And then there's the next part to demonstrate things. You have to follow up your claim, your citation with demonstration. Who's done this? What equipment did they use? What elevation height are they talking about? Let's get into the nuts and bolts of why you think the shape of the earth is what it is. So the way you go about it is a completely offensive position. You don't ever let up. You don't say, well, you got a point. No, you don't have a point. You just believe the idea that the earth is a globe via your teacher or whatever place you learned it from, whoever told you, right? Therefore, all their points fall by the wayside because they find out that everything that they thought about to your points, right, don't make any sense. At any rate, I think the gentleman deafened. But this is the issue, and I'll speak to the audience because of that. Completely offensive position. I've been saying this for a while. Flat Earth isn't something to be coming in here and like, oh, let's debate. No, let's not. I want to talk about when you're in here, what do you think the shape of the Earth is and why? We're going to get to the bottom of your ignorance of why you can't have a conversation about the shape of the Earth, because that's what happens in here. People get into this place where they think that I've been in Flat Earth for like 8 years and talk about their seniority. It has no credibility in here. When you step in here, you start to realize how very different this place is, because there isn't any way that you can fight against truth. I mean, it's going to steamroll you every time. And I don't know, some people might consider that hyper empiricism. I look at it as like, well, the truth is the truth. Either you get with the program or you just, start thinking about why you're rejecting it.
Bro.
What up?
Hilarious. It's like some of these things that these guys are saying. He's like, I'm just listening to you and watching the chat, the YouTube, and the one guy's like, the shape of the Earth is so important that I have to ask my bartender what he believes about the shape of the Earth, because I wouldn't trust him. He doesn't know the Earth is a globe. Like, well, okay, so if you don't know the Earth is a globe, you can't mix drinks. I mean,
It's so far AI. Like with these guys, like they feel like in every facet of reality, it's tied into some aspect of it. And this is the hoodwink, man. The hoodwink is like, well, how is it not reality? That's the kind of the way they pose it to us is, how is it not reality, dude? Like, oh, the one guy that came in yesterday, AI, he's like, we're talking about the level of ignorance is of epic proportions. He came in here and I was like, okay. He's like, well, physics was his answer, that the Earth is a globe. I was like, that's great. And now demonstrate to me why you think physics, show you that the Earth is a globe. Just give me an example. And he said, well, dude, have you ever looked up in the sky? This is what he told me. This is his answer to physics. And then when that's not physics at all. Looking up at the sky, what is this? What kind of answer have you given me? Like, in an intellectual form, you want to talk about just going outside and looking up? Oh, that's just like me dropping the mic and saying gravity. Is that an answer? Like, that's ludicrous, bro. Like, I'm here like, so you're gonna sit there and say the word physics, follow that up by like looking up. You are like, I don't even know if lost is a word here. I mean, confused and lost, probably. Let's put some words together here. You're confused and you're lost because you don't know which way is up. And I mean that metaphorically and literally. Anyway, but this is the kind of characters that we have in here.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, right, how does gin and tonic work?
I'm serious, AI. Like we're getting to the place where people are saying, and we used to make it like as a mockery, like, how do doorknobs work on flat Earth? I'm serious. Like, these guys are coming in here saying things like this. How do doorknobs work on flat Earth? Like, this is a legitimate request for an answer. How do doorknobs work on flat Earth? And it's like, we're going to tell you the makeup of our known reality via a globe. And I don't know. Like, is this what they teach? Are they saying something? Is some teacher saying this? Come on. I feel like we're being gaslight. Like, someone's playing jokes, man. Like, if the makeup of their reality has to be globe, otherwise, washing dishes don't work on flat Earth. Like, how does that work? They say ridiculous statements, AI. Well, how do sunsets work? I'm like, dude, you're saying statements that are just far beyond like ridiculous and redundant. You expect people to talk about the mechanics of things via a globe, like as if the globe magically makes everything happen. It's like, who's waving a wand saying, okay, this is because of globe, and just like, boom, you got You got physics because globe, I mean, if you take the globe away, no physics would work. There's no physics on a flat earth. What are you saying? And why? And who's told you this? Why do you come in here with these ideas? Like,
Yep.
now the guy who was in the YouTube chat talking about bartending, how do bartending work on a flat earth? Like, I mean, honestly, it's comical, right? Because you think these guys aren't ready for an intellectual discussion. They couldn't come in here and handle anything we had to say. However, they could handle a flat earther who hasn't been exposed to this forum, who's maybe saying, well, I have a helicopter or a balloon that's floating above the Earth's surface. Take that, Globers. And the Globers just gonna be like, that's funny, you little puny man. Do you know that the Earth actually moves, and then so does everything else on it, moves with it? And so the flat earther's like scratching his head like, man, that was a good way to get him, and he didn't get got. Like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. You know why? Because you haven't exposed his ignorance. So he's completely ignorant to the fact that you're telling him truth, and he's not going to listen to you. And I always say this, and this happened already. AI has happened multiple times. There was a guy that come in here, and he's speaking about globe things, and I'm like, guys, don't engage with this. He's going to say provocative things. It's going to provoke you when he says, yeah, but gravity. And then you're like 10 flat earthers like, oh, I got this, man. Let me tell him. I'm like, don't jump in, guys. Stop. Don't jump. And sure enough, the flat earther was like, I just got one thing to say, just one thing. And okay, say it. Say your one thing. Well, so this doesn't work, and point for point, right? So he's gonna give him his point, and the guy's like, well, that didn't come from an authority, so there you go. Hand wave dismissed. And I'm like, you see? I just finished telling you guys. Why are you not listening to me? It's like Charlie Brown and Lucy. He just pulled away the football and you missed it. And you fall for it every time. Like the bait and hook. It's like, it's simple. You have to make them understand they don't know what they're saying. That's the complete offensive position. But when you're baited into it, oh, I got this. Let me handle this guy. Yeah, you're not going to. He's steeped into the lore, and he fully is indoctrinated. He's got his hand ready to go. Like, okay, finish what you're saying. Yep. No. Sorry. My, these. What do you mean? The scientists say, and like a speak and say, right? The scientist says refraction. So it doesn't matter. You can say whatever till you're blue in the face. I got this one thing to say about this one thing. And you say that one thing and they're like, well, that's not what it means to me. Of course, we use the word this way, but we on the globe side say this. And you're like, oh, dang it. Could have got him. No, you couldn't have. You didn't even have a chance. And you don't have a chance. But you can fill your pretty little head thinking you got a chance. It's not going to work. The reality of the situation, this indoctrination is so strong within them, and they don't know that. They just think it's something to say. Well, the Earth is a globe. You say it's a flat Earth. Go ahead, bring your points. Where's your map? Where's your model? Bring that on. Let's talk about it. I got my points. You got your points. We'll see who's who. It's like, no. The audience. It will be entertainment for the audience. Everybody's gonna be listening to you go like, oh, I got a flat earther. He's got something going. But, this globe earther, he's got scientists and whatnot on his side. So, we'll probably we'll stick with this guy because, more people know about the globe. So it's safe to be on this side. Yeah. So that's what I'm always talking about. Go ahead.
I had a new, there's a new guy come in like the other day. We were talking about essentially force the line, like from the engineer guy.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember that, where his idea was to build a rigid structure that was forced to be begin level and then stay true. So if the Earth was curving below it, you'd see it plain as day. It'd have to be a large scale structure, which would cost a lot of money, all these things. And so I said, another flat earther came up with an idea to do that same thing, but just with a multi-pointed drone network. Right, so the drones would arrange themselves in the triangles that you would have used on the structure, and they'd maintain true by having sensors to each other, right? Open source, all these things. And so you'd have like essentially a dead reckoning or a big rectangular ruler made out of all these floating points. So his response was, oh, you don't even need to go that big. You just need a single drone with LiDAR to do an elevation profile of an area.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I said to him, what is elevation definition in their worldview? Right. Well, the elevation definition in their worldview is, with consideration to a distance to the center of the earth.
Right.
So if you say, I started my drone level and horizontal, and I sent it out, and I have this elevation profile to show you, which shows it's flat and self-referenced to itself. They're going to say, okay, that's data, but now we have to take that word altitude and wrap it around our definition of what altitude is.
Right.
So you're not going to convince any glober with an elevation profile. So he got so upset, thought I was attacking him, and basically left the server.
The truther, the flat earther.
Yeah.
Well, no, AI. Here's the thing, man, and we've gone over this. I think, like I said, the guys who have actually curated this forum, when we talk to people about these topics, we're not. It's not chastisement. What it is it's correction. It's okay. So because these guys are ready, like the rebuttals, you already know the rebuttals to them because of the fact that their baseline is already a presupposition. Everything you say, even if it's logically consistent, they're not going to see it. I mean, obviously we do, right? We can see the way that this would work for us in our advantage and maybe like build up a case. But the thing is, when you're presenting it to somebody who has a workaround with their presupposition, it's like wasting air, energy, time, like all of these things. Like, don't do that. Like, you have to go back to their ignorance first. They're so ignorant on the subject that they're talking to you from a fantasy perspective. And if you're a truther in here, you're gonna get rubbed the wrong way when one of us are in here listening to you guys when you're explaining things, and you're like, oh, I did it correct. You did it correctly. You might have said everything the way it's supposed to be said from your point, but you're speaking to somebody who's talking about a point built on a presupposition. So the hand wave dismissal is waiting for you at the end of what you have to say. It is always there, my friends. The hand wave dismissal is ready to like, okay, you done? Okay. It's not by an authoritative figure, therefore it's all invalidated. Everything you just said. And somebody else listening could be like, the guy's speaking truth, and no one's actually validated this. Like, what authority figure? Just Joe Blow on the internet is saying one thing, and it's hard. It's a hard thing.
Okay, everything you just said is invalid, and blah 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 because I disagree. No, I was proving your point. That's all. I'll be
saying disagree and saying that okay, it's different when like a globalist would say I disagree with your point because it's really the onus is on that person that's saying that. He would kind of the way that they phrase things is like, okay, that's not an authoritative subject or video or whatever. So they're putting it as in all of us, meaning like all of humanity and scientists, we disagree with you. So when the audience, the third person perspective hears it, they don't hear you're disagreeing with the guy who's a flat earther. They're listening that the flat earther is disagreeing with everybody who's actually known about science. And
so prove your point without being rude to you.
No, I don't like. Listen, man. Like the way it gets put across to like, if you're a flat earther trying to make these points, like you have to remember, like the back end of this is the one you're speaking to, like the one you're disagreeing with, the globalist. They're waiting for you with a hand wave dismissal. And if you don't realize that right now, your logically consistent points are just like, you might as well just be talking to a brick wall. Because you're going to get mad, frustrated. Why isn't he listening? We got to try better. No, you don't have to beat the wall over the head. You're trying harder to do something that's not going to be beneficial to anyone. What they have to realize before you bring your points is that they don't know what they're talking about. Once that has been exposed thoroughly, you got the audience to hear how he doesn't know what he's saying. Then you move in. Then you start you not only like decimate everything that he thought was real, but you bring reality to him. Okay, all this stuff was fantasy. Now let me show you what reality is. And the audience is like flabbergasted. Like, damn, he didn't even have a rebuttal. And on top of that, this guy came with some knowledge. Like, that's the way it should go every time. And if you're struggling in here because you can't get to the person to listen to you in that way, that is the reason why. That is the reason why, because you have some logically consistent points and you're attacking them point for point. And that's cute. That's nice. You know, sometimes it's entertainment. We like to hear a good back and forth every now and again, right? But that's not what is going to make somebody realize that they don't know what they don't know. What's going to do that is showing them, okay, you're saying globe. That's great. And now show us. Demonstration, please. Go into the field. Now we're not getting away from this topic. You're going to show me. And the audience might get frustrated. Just let him go to another topic. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to show everyone why this man or woman come in here saying they think the earth is a globe. They have some evidence. Now we're going to wait for that evidence. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have any evidence? I thought you said you did. What happened now? You don't have any, right? Okay. Now that we've fleshed that out, that you don't know what you're talking about, let me tell you what really is going on. And so now it's your time, right? And that usually is supposed to be the way, because they don't have an answer to truth. They have like these workarounds of like what they want you to, first, if we want to talk about the globe, you have to first admit that you have to believe the earth's a globe. That's how they preface their conversations. I can't talk to you about the globe until you first admit that the earth is a globe.
Miggy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to say, dude, this guy we were just talking about, he had the flat earther tag, and it was the most bizarre reaction, because, AI didn't attack him in any way. He just asked him a question, what's the definition of altitude?
Right.
And he freaked out from that point on, and then in about a minute, you were like, well, I'm out. And he just left. It was so weird.
No, it's the thing that here's the thing with it. Okay, so the idea of a flat earther, right? Like when people jump in this forum, they want to just think that we're all pals here, right? We're all friends. Can I say okay, let me say what I'm going to say. And it's like they don't realize that the ones who have been in this forum have like curated this forum to know that like people can't just say things. Even if you're a flat earther, you have a flat earth tag, it's not going to bode well for you if you're just going to say things. There's people hold others to higher standards in this forum. So it's like, that's great that you said that, but now, like, can you show me why you said what you... And they feel attacked. That's the reason why this gentleman responded
There's definitely
the way
a pressure, There's a pressure to speaking on this live stream. I agree with that. But also, and there could be the fact that he may have been a fake flat earther. I don't know. He falls into one of those two categories.
There's a guy who was in here. His name is... he's a good friend of Ether's, I think. Water Level or something. But he committed. I think he's your friend. Water Level, is that right, Ether? Anyways, yeah, he's he committed like a fallacy or two, or a couple of them actually, and he had Indio or meme. Well, one of them. We were all in here, and there was a fallacy that he done with like. I'll give you an example, like with Trump. If you're not a Trump lover or a Trump hater, you have to be in one of those camps. It's like a false dichotomy, right? And so you're either in one of those two camps. And we started talking about the all or nothing fallacy, and he was up in arms about it because he was like, well, I used to love Trump, now I hate him, and everybody who loves him is a demon, and if you love him, then you give me a good reason. And I just really up in arms about the whole thing. And we're like, well, you're just committing this all or nothing fallacy. You can't say that because some people do good things and bad things, so you can say good and bad about him. And he's like, no, orange man bad, kind of like, and it's like, well, we can't do that, like he might have done some things that help people with jobs or whatever, and saying those things would trigger somebody who was maybe at one point thought he was the best thing since sliced bread, and now he's like demonized. And so you speak to somebody on that, the two poles, you know what I mean, like one swings one way and then the other. And if somebody hates him and you say like, well, no, he did some good things, and they're like, what did he do? He was an evil man. Look at what he did to the economy and whatever. Like, and so they They get into this mindset, then they're vitriolic about the subject, and they come at you with venom, and then you're just like, oh, hang on a second, like, and then they start saying things about your character, and they're attacking you. Like he was upset with me. Actually, he had a bone to pick with me because I was saying things. Also, with new people in here, like there's a lot of people that want to hold me to like what the rules on the server say, and they point the rules out to me. I'm like, bro, we created the rules here. The people here made the rules for our benefit so that we wouldn't have people obfuscating and being sophists and all kinds of stuff. But the ones who did that understand the baseline for what needs to be said in here. You know what I mean? Like if we say, okay, this guy's saying the earth is whatever, let's give him a moment. If somebody in here who's been in here, who made this forum like the way it is now, says things like this, like you should allow them. They have a reason why they're doing it. Like I know, listen, if AI was to say something, I fully trust that he knows what direction that the conversation is going to go. I've heard him many times, and I know sometimes the beginning of the conversation you don't really see the revelation, but he walks you through it step by step until it breaks down. The person realizes, and then the audience realizes. But you have to let the ones who've like actually done the work show you why that things are happening the way they are. So you just like it's people, we've taken care of this forum because of that reason. It's been pretty much a really bad experience within the communities of, like, let's say the truthers, right? I've combated against people saying things about the moon map, and as a matter of fact statements that are being made about, let's say speculation topics. You can't do that with speculation topics. If you don't preface what you're saying as a speculation in here especially, if you don't preface that, the audience doesn't have a distinction between what you're saying is a matter of fact statement or if it's something that you think is a speculation. So when you say, oh, no, I said that as a speculation. Yeah, but you didn't preface that. Everybody was listening to you sounding like you were making a matter-of-fact statement about FE documents at the bottom of the Vatican. Like, that's what we're, like, listening to on and on about it. Like, you didn't say, this is my speculation. Oh, I thought it was implied. No, you have to actually say it because you're getting a lot of little ears that are hearing you that don't know the distinction of what you're saying between a matter-of-fact and a speculation. So you do have to preface it. You can make sure that people understand, like, this is my speculation. This is what I think. So let me go ahead and give that to you. Yeah, and if it's hearsay, it's hearsay, but it's not used in any way, shape, or form, as in, like, there is FE documents in the bottom of the Vatican. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, this is...
Yeah, you can't... people making these claims, it's annoying. It's really annoying. Even a dome is a bad claim. But anyway, is Ardent there? I want to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
AI? I sent you a video, remember? I don't know if you've watched it, though. It's about, Dell, Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Talking about there's no acceleration. I don't know if you watched it. No downward acceleration.
I have not watched it yet, no.
All right, dude. Anyway,
it doesn't preclude you from making a word picture that I could think about.
Well, he makes a simple demonstration by showing you acceleration in his car and deceleration. He's got a bottle, it's like 3/4 full, and his friend's holding it, and it shows you the water displacement, right? The air's on one side, the water's on the other. And then he shows you, he puts the same bottle in a box, and he drops it from off the top of a garage roof. And it falls, just a handful of feet. And he's showing you that there's no displacement and therefore no acceleration. This is what he's trying to say. I mean, the implications of this is like, I don't even know. I mean, I don't even want to say it. But you know what I'm thinking. There's nothing happening. Go on.
The problem with the water in the car is the differential of when the force occurs, right? So The car is a rigid body in and of itself. So all the rigid parts move in concordance with each other because they're fixed to each other. And so there's no transfer of force necessary. With the water, because you're imparting lateral motion via the engine, you have everything at rest, and now you have everything in motion. The motion isn't transferred to the bottle of water from the engine directly. It's transferred through the parts of the car, in which the water is not a rigid body, so you would expect that. When you drop something, the alleged force that's acting upon the water is acting upon all parts equally, simultaneously at the same instant. So you wouldn't expect the water to jerk back like your head jerks back or water jerks back in a car. So to be fair, and to be rude at the same time, that's a very juvenile conclusion that he's made. Now, he may parse it out further than that, but if that's all the information he's presenting, that's like even a 12-year-old kid could understand that. Oh, that's not an accurate claim.
He said he was going to do terminal velocity on the next video, so we're interested to watch that. But I just like the idea that he just did a very simple demonstration, and it made a lot of sense to me. But physics is not my bag by a long. And you know, I'm going to bring anything I question about flat Earth, I'm going to bring it to you, or level up, because she seems to know what she's talking about when it comes to physics too.
Now, did I need any physics background to just explain it the way I explained it? Not really. That's all just based on common observations.
Careful, AI. You're going to provoke the audience. They're going to come in here and talk about what your credibility is to speak on the matter. They're going to be like, wait a minute. You can't say that.
I love listening to Level Up. When I first heard her speaking, Paula, I think her name is, right?
Correct.
Because I came in here thinking, because I remember it was like ladies' night or something like that, and I queued something up, like a video. I can't remember what it was, but I just got it ready because I thought there's nothing these ladies are going to say that I've not heard before in this argument. And then 2 hours later, lo and behold, they'd captured my imagination. You know, and I was like, that thing was still on pause, whatever it was I queued up. So I thought that's so good, that's so cool. So we need to get more ladies in here, for sure. It's Friday as well, by the way.
Oh, Dell's a flat earther. He's doing quote unquote experiments.
Oh, you're roboting AI. Nobody can really hear what you're saying, dude. But yeah, we heard Dell's a flat earther, but I disagree with that. Dell is certainly not flat earther.
Right. I heard about it.
We can't hear you, dude. Arden, you're going to have to drop out and drop in, baby. We can't hear a word you're saying. Or I can't, anyway.
He's robotic.
So yeah, just for the record, Dell is not a flat earther. That's one thing I love about him. He says, I don't care about the globe cult. I don't care about the flat earth cult. That's why I love Dell. He's not interested in cults. He's interested in truth. So... May as well just post the video as soon as I was talking about it.
This book I'm reading is pretty interesting. I'm on to figure 20 of all these different proofs. Let's see, what page am I on? 43. 42. I just got on 43.